moment, I can see it. Streaming the truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness stands tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tune in every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces tell stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Faces tell.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, pretty chick. Good morning, Coco. Good morning, Tall Glass. Good morning, Dark Child. Good morning, Cooper Crew. Good morning, Bonnie Turner. Good morning, Classy Coco. I said the Coco already. Good morning, VK. Good morning, Tracy B. Good morning, CMT. Oh, I'm not en route. I'm here. I'm at the house. Not en route, CMT. I was waiting for Judge McAfee to come on, and he hasn't gone live yet. We're still waiting. Still waiting for him to go live. He hasn't gone live yet. So in the meantime, we can have a conversation. We can see the final days of this case here while we wait for his live to come on. Sorry, y'all. Sneezer. Got sneezy. Oh, Lord. I got the sneezy wheezy going on. Hold on. Oh, my Lord. Got the sneezies. Got the sneezies all morning. Allergies going on. Good morning, folks. Oh, gosh. Here we go. We're going to sneeze again. Hold on. Oh, my Lord. The morning sneezes is continuing. Is his live coming on today or what? Did I drop the ball by not going? Lord. Yeah, I got the sneezies. It's ridiculous. Got the sneezy easies. Oh, Lord, got the sneezy easies going on. It's coming back again. Thank you, y'all, for the bless me. But did I get the new song? Let me see. Let me see. Hold on, CMT. I was telling them last night how much you work. You're a workaholic, young lady. People don't understand why I keep calling your name. Because you be just doing your thing, ma'am. You work hard. And she work hard for no money. She work hard for no money. So you better treat her right. Hold on a second. I'm looking for the song. CMT, hold on. I'm looking for the song. I don't see the song. Where'd you send it at? You sent it on text. Hold on, let's see. Did you send? Where's the song at? I don't see the song, CMT. Where'd you send the song at? Which way did you send it? I don't see it. Am I overlooking it some kind of way? Hold on. I don't see it here. They be trying to bring the inmate from downstairs to upstairs, and that's probably why it's a delay on here. But because he's still not live yet. Judge McAfee is still not live yet. And most likely he will be live because he's always live. But I'm trying to find the song. Where's the song? Yeah, so we could play the song for the people. Oh, you said, how did you send it? I looked through my email. I don't see it in my email. I looked through my text. I don't see it in my text. When did you sing the song? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, I see 803 you sent it. Let me download it here. Hold on, we're gonna play the song. CMT got a new song. No, I got it. Let me add it onto my thing here, my music here. Let me go ahead on and add it. More songs. Okay, Drico Overreach. Let's play this song for the people. We're going to play a debut of the song that CMT have just completed. This is our music producer, / Hold on, here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to hear the debut of the new song? It's called Drico Overreach. Ready? Go.
They say if you hang together, you bang together. But what if I was just in the room? Not every crew is a crime syndicate. Sometimes the system just needs a headline.
RICO sounds real official, but now they're using it like it's just a whistle. Can't prove I did it, so they paint the crew, saying he was there, so now I'm guilty too. It ain't justice, isn't that too wide? Catching cousins, girlfriends, just cause they ride. Phone calls, texts, now I'm in the loop. Didn't know, didn't plan, now I'm part of the group. Drico, overreach in disguise. Say you're guilty just by who you stand beside. No proof, no trigger, just vibes and ties. This ain't justice, it's a courtroom lie.
Call it what it is, guilt by design. Call it what it is, you ain't read my mind. Call it what it is, you ain't read my mind. Call it what it is.
Lyrics on the stand, that's a stretch too far. Freedom of speech turned into a scar. My art, my voice now weaponized, but I never said go, let them bullets fly. They group us up like pieces on a chart. Ignore the facts, just playing the part. If my brother wildin', that ain't me. This a courtroom, not a conspiracy. And what about the suits with Rico ties? Wall Street schemes and corporate lies. But they don't rape them, don't kick no doors. Just rappers, hustlers, and corner stores. It ain't justice, it's a net to wide. Catching cousins, girlfriends, just cause they ride. Phone calls, texts, and wide. Phone calls, texts, I'm in the loop. Didn't know, didn't plan, not part of the group. Rico, overreach in disguise. Say you can just please stand aside. No proof, no trigger, just vibes and ties. This ain't justice, it's a courtroom lie. Legal need facts, just a phone and a name. They don't need proof, just say you're in the game. Call it what it is, Rico, call it what it is. You can fight for your life, but the trial's the punishment. They got 88 pages, 20 co-defendants, and one public narrative. Even if you win, you still lose time. Your freedom, your rep, your name in the slime. Due process, or just headlines. They call it justice, I call it a crime. It ain't justice, it's a net too wide. Catching cousins, girlfriends, just cause they ride. Phone calls, texts, and ride. Phone calls, texts, I'm in the loop. Didn't know, didn't plan, not part of the group. Rico, overreach in disguise. Say you can just please stand aside. No proof, no trigger, just vibes and ties. This ain't justice, it's a courtroom lie. They don't need facts, just a phone and a name. They don't need proof, just say you're in the game. You can fight for your life, but the trial's the punishment. They got 88 pages, 20 co-defendants, and one public narrative. Even if you win, you still lose time. Your freedom, your rep, your name in the slime. Due process, or just headlines. They call it justice, I call it a crime. I need real law, not this circus show. Rico used to stop the dons, now it's for show. That's my cousin, my friend, my kin. But I don't want what they moving in. Ain't no boss, ain't no plan. I just posted bail with my own hand. But they wanna win, and I fit the script. So now I'm caught in a power trip. Rico, say it loud, say it clear. We just spread fear year after year. If you stand near, they'll make you pay. Even if you ain't got nothing to say. Overreach, overreach, justice must teach. Overreach, overreach, Rico must preach truth, not breach. This isn't about deny real crime. It's about due process, not guilt by design. Justice ain't justice if it silences the innocent to punish the connected. Not guilty, just caught in the web.
Nice, nice. Yay, CMT. That was a nice song, CMT. That was really nice. I like that one. You guys like that song? Well, I'm still waiting for McAfee to come on. Seems like he's not coming on, y'all. Cletus, where is it out? Where is it? Is McAfee coming on or what? Should I call his courtroom and find out if he's going to be live? Hold on. Let me call the chamber. Hold on a second. I'm calling his chamber to see if he's coming on.
The party you are trying to reach is not available.
Oh, it's not available. The party I'm trying to reach is not available. So they're not even answering the phone. Oh, Lord. Let's see if the person's there. Good morning. You're in the courtroom? Oh, is it? Did they start yet?
No, I'm getting ready to walk in now.
Okay.
And I just walked in the field.
Okay. All right. I just talked to the family, and Judge McAfee is not doing this live today. So they're already in the courtroom, but once they get out, they're going to call me and they're going to give me the 411 on what was. I'm sorry, y'all. I thought I was going to give it to you guys. I thought he was going to go live. That's why I didn't go down to the court. I should have went down to the court, but I was trying to take the lazy route out like everybody else do, and it didn't work out. So, my apologies, y'all. My apologies. But as soon as they come out, they will give me how much time he got. I don't know why they're not doing it on live. I don't know why they're not doing it. I really don't. So. We can wait a few more minutes and we can talk about something and see what can we show up. You didn't hear anything because I muted it. I had it muted because I was talking to his family. I was talking to his mom, so I see how much favor God gives me. See how much favor, y'all. See how much favor, and y'all to claim I'm not supposed to be doing this. You see how God gives me favor, and the people contact me and stuff like that. Guys, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Y'all, look who's in the chat. Stina's in the chat, y'all. She's up at 6 o'clock, 6:26 in the morning, where she's at. She's up. She tried to prove to me she was going to be up in here. She said she'd get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. We see you. We see you. McBurney is on live, but I can't stream his because I get in trouble with him. I'll get in trouble with McBurney. Well, we can go to the all-purpose calendar. Let's do the all-purpose calendar. Fulton County all-purpose calendar until we get something going on that one. Let's do that one, okay? All-purpose calendar could give us some other cases info. We can talk about those. Oh my gosh, my allergies. Yeah, oh, y'all want to do Miami-Dade felony bond hearing? Y'all want to do that? We got a lot. We got which one? Tell me which one you want. Do you want to do Fulton County all-purpose calendar, or do you want to do Miami-Dade felony bond? Y'all make a choice of which one you want. One or two. One or two. One or two. You want all-purpose? Okay, they want the all-purpose. Okay, that's the one we're going to do, all-purpose. Oh, my gosh, my allergies.
Series of 24 classes that you will have to complete at your expense. The 40 hours of community service will be the same 40 hours I've just previously mentioned at any nonprofit agency that's not a
Well, let me
church
see
or
if she
school.
has a rule.
In this
here.
particular case, you're to have no
Oh, no,
contact
they
with
didn't.
Keona Williams and
Okay.
stay away from 3144 Martin Luther King Drive. At all times, you're not allowed to own, possess, or have any firearms. With regard to the cruelty in the third degree, count 3, that would be a consecutive term of probation. And that would be
Consecutive
12
term.
months of probation. If you have completed all your conditions and you are up to date with your probation fees, then for count 3, cruelty in the third degree, your probation may be non-reporting.
Thank you, Judge.
It's all about money with this whole judicial system. I think it's always about money.
Oh, and his bench warrants, positions 52 and 53 are null prost. What's the next case?
On a position number 44, Andrea Reed. Andrea Reed, Judge. That's ready for a plea, Judge. The only change, it's going to end up being time served because he's been in custody for longer than indicated in the plea recommendation, Judge.
Time served.
Let me see. So count 3, simple battery would be 12 months probation consecutive. And count 2 will merge with count 1. So he'll be pleading guilty if he moves forward to 2 counts. And what did you say? It's 45 days credit for time served, 15 days. So is that going to be amended?
Yes, Judge. He's been in custody since May 30th. So it's in essence, it's a time served sentence, Judge.
Let me see.
And I had Ms. Falk agreed with my assessment, Judge.
Right.
April,
Your Honor, long story short, the defendant was arrested on May 30th. The warrant was not actually put on the system until July 11th.
Oh, wow.
But it was for an incident that happened in April of 2025.
Oh, wow.
So hypothetically, the warrant should have been levied on him when he was arrested on his other charges.
So is this going to be 12 months to serve 45 days, credit for time served 23 days?
That should be correct, yes. Well, no, it should be more credit for time served than that because he was arrested on May 30th. So that actually should be
54 days?
56 days, according to the jail system.
So
Your
what?
Honor, I'm sorry, Judge. I would just ask perhaps to sentence him to 56 days with credit for 56 days.
That would be fine.
That's how long he's been in, so.
Credit for time served 56 days, all right? Does he have any other holds or matters at the jail?
Your Honor, let me just double check. Your Honor, he has a case, still a felony case here in Fulton County. He's got, I'm not sure exactly when his court date is, but he also has a Clayton County hold. So,
Whoa, Clayton County
what I've
too?
instructed him is upon release, wherever he's released from, he'll have to report to probation either 24 or 48 hours, or as the court instructs accordingly.
I see that he was booked in on a robbery charge on April 10th or May 30th.
That's the same date.
And he's got a hold.
That's the same date.
Did you say Clayton County?
Yes, Judge, according to my notes.
Clayton County, okay. So what would we like to do today?
We're ready for a plea, Judge.
Okay. This is Andrea Reed, case number 25 CR 003923F. Mr. Reed was originally booked in with 2 counts of battery and 3 counts of simple battery from April 15th, 2025. Mr. Reed, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Haddad. May I place you under oath for the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? You need to say yes or no for our court reporter.
He's saying yes.
He did say yes, Judge.
He is.
Thank you.
Like I say, he is
All right,
saying yes.
so Ms. Harrison, what's the recommendation for count 1 and count 3?
Your Honor, count 1 will be time served, 56 days, credit for time served, 56 days. I believe the defendant has been incarcerated since May 30th. The balance.
I'm confused.
Okay.
If he's been incarcerated since May 30th, how did he come?
Are we still going on probation?
He has holds.
Well,
I'll-
once he's released from the hold, then he reports to probation.
Yeah, we will still go with that, Your Honor.
So you're still pursuing probation?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the terms of probation?
So the balance will be probated, an 8-week anger management course, 40 hours of community service, no further contact with George Cook, a stay away from 1960 Allison Court, Southwest Atlanta, and count 3 will be the 12 months probation consecutive with count 1. And we ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea.
And Your Honor, we stipulate just ask the court to consider non-reporting upon completion of all conditions, or at the very least after 12 months, Judge.
I will. As if he's resolved all his other holes, then that should be fine.
Thank you,
The
Judge.
Right.
state has no objection.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Reed, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No,
Have you understood what's going on in your case?
yes,
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
yes,
You understand that if you decide to plead guilty to these 2 charges, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You won't be going back to a court of law to face your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, present your own defenses and arguments through your counsel, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
yes,
How do you plead to 1 count of battery and 1 count of simple battery from from April 15th, 2025?
guilty,
Your sentence for the battery charge is going to be 12 months to serve 56 days, credit for time served 56 days. Once you have resolved your holds either at the Fulton County Jail and or any other jurisdiction, you will then report to the Fulton County Probation within 48 hours of being released. You will begin your probation with completing 8 anger management classes, 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. Have no
Not a
contact
church and not a
with
school.
George Cook. Stay 200 yards away from Mr. Cook and stay 200 yards away from 1960 Allison Court in Southwest Atlanta. Count 2, battery, will merge with count 1. Count 3, simple battery, your sentence will be 12 months probation, consecutive with count 1. This probation may be considered non-reporting if you have completed all your conditions from count 1 and you are up to date with all probation fees and court costs. For the count 4 and count 5, these charges will merge into count 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Is Drico Hudson here?
Your Honor, excuse me, did probation become non-reporting?
Only if he completes all his conditions from count 1 and probation fees are up to date.
Yes, ma'am.
And who do you have, Mr. Haddad?
You're on position number 33 and 34. Drico
I gotta
Hudson,
change
Judge.
my title and my thumbnail now.
Okay. Drico Hudson is accused of battery, family violence, willful obstruction, and disorderly conduct, 24 CR 820Y from February 16th of 2024. He has a bench warrant 25 FTA 1327 from April 4th, 2024. Mr. Hudson, for purposes of the plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Another plea guy?
Repeat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Fall or Ms. Harrison?
Your Honor, I neglected to add ASG Harrison to the email I sent Mr. Haddad because I was moving a little fast. Just to let ASG Harrison know, we have agreed to do a one-time law enforcement escort to the location of Holly Street Northwest. The defendant can take possession of the residence if Miss Lisa Cruz does not reside there. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state's recommendation for count 1, battery, family violence, is 12 months, served 45 days, credit for time served 23 days. Defendant was incarcerated February 17th through 19th of 2024, and again on July 5th. The balance will be probated, completion of an FVIP course, 40 hours of community service, no further contact with Lisa Cruz, stay away from 236 Holly Street Northwest with the exception of a one-time police escort, and the defendant can take residence if Ms. Cruz is not there. Count 2, willful obstruction, is 12 months probation consecutive with count 1, completion of 40 hours of community service and a $300 fine, and count 3 will merge with count 2. And we ask that the defendant stipulates a venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. We would also just like to sound from Ms. Cruz out of an abundance of caution in accordance with Marcy's law. And that'll be all for the state.
What's Mercy's law?
Lisa Cruz, if you're on Zoom, this is the time to unmute and start your video. And Mr. Haddad, do you so stipulate?
I will stipulate, Judge.
All right. And just to clarify, Mr. Hudson was in custody for 2 days in 2024, and then he was rearrested on July 5th of this year. So didn't want to leave the impression he's been in custody since 2024. Mr. Hudson, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
No.
If you decide to plead guilty to 2 of these charges, you would have to give up your right to a trial, to be able to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
No.
Repeat.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of battery, family violence, and 1 count of willful obstruction of an officer?
Guilty.
Count 3, disorderly conduct, will merge into count 2. For the battery family violence, your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 45 days, credit for time served 23 days. If you have no other holds, you will report to probation on Monday before 3 p.m. You will enroll in a domestic violence program within 30 days of being released. You will complete 40 hours of community service at a minimum rate of 5 hours per month. You are to have no contact with Lisa Cruz and stay away from 236 Holly Street in Northwest Atlanta and not own and possess any firearms. Upon your release, you are allowed a one-time visit to the location at 236 Holly Street, and you must go there with a police officer. If the police officer verifies that the property is no longer occupied by Miss Lisa Cruz, you may then reclaim possession of the property if you are entitled to do so. I do not know if it's a rental property or whether it's his own home. What is the status of the property, Mr. Haddad?
I was told that it was a family home, his family's home. I did not inquire whether it's an apartment or an actual single. He says it's actual house, Judge. It's not. Okay.
No, hold on. Your mom's house is still down? Does Miss Cruz live there? No. Okay, she live next door? No.
Okay. All right. My client's mother lives 2 houses down. It sounds like the incident location was, she does not, that 236 Holly Street, Judge, is not my client's mother's address. And on the warrants, Judge, I think it's like 245 Holly Street. That's where my client lives. I suspect that the incident happened a couple of houses down, but apparently Ms. Cruz does not live there. So, I guess we can put a stay away from 236, since he does not live there, nor does Ms. Cruz. That's what I was told. I have not, independently confirmed anything, but I do know that.
You don't know nothing about this case. That's a sad thing. These people don't even know these people's stuff.
For my client, I'm sorry.
It's sad. They don't even know us. Come on now.
Ms. Falk, what was your understanding of this stay away?
Nobody knows, y'all.
Your Honor, my only understanding of this is that it was requested that he be able to go back to the stay away address. And because I'm unsure whether the victim still lives there or not, we asked that the address, that he have a one-time escort to make sure the victim does not reside there. Now, what I'm not sure about is if the address that is listed on the plea recommendation is actually the address where all of the parties were living at the time. I believe ASG Harrison may be able to look and let us know that.
They don't know nothing.
Yes, I'm actually in it right now. Give me just one
How
second.
y'all go to court? Nobody knows nothing.
Odyssey, but Mr. Haddad, you said the address where his parents live on the Holly Street is 245.
The warrant has.
Well, let me ask you this. Where does Mama live?
Right.
254 Holly Street.
Okay.
Southwest.
254, and the warrant says 236. Okay. Mr. Haddad, has Mr. Hudson also resolved his current felony holds?
No, Judge, he still has that.
Oh my
coming up.
God.
He's got a
This
prelim
system,
scheduled
y'all.
for next
Only
week
in Georgia.
That case, Judge. So what I've instructed them is the court may advise him as to when to.
That's
report
why
to
these people keep
probation
coming back like a
upon
revolving
a
door.
certain number of hours or days upon release from that charge, Judge.
Who's the alleged victim from the harassing communication?
Do you see it's never
Your Honor,
closure in
the
some of these
warrant
things?
alleges it's Ms. Cruz, and that's something that I've discussed with him as well.
Yeah. No.
Guys, I noticed there's a revolving doors with these cases. They don't ever close anything else. There's always a hold on someplace else, and nobody's removing the hold. This is keep going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Nothing resolved. So whenever somebody do something, even the minors thing, like run like not even run a red light, but not put on a seatbelt. They can go and pull up the record and stuff is still sitting out there on hold, and then they get arrested for that. It's just crazy. It's just a non-ending cycle.
Oh, no. He's not going to be anywhere near Hudson. I mean, anywhere near Holly Street.
Understood.
No.
The
July
issue-
5th, harassing communications with Lisa Cruz by text messages. I'm reading this warrant. No, Mr. Haddad. He's got open felony charges with the same victim.
Judge, I'm not here to address the warrant. I'm not arguing any of that, Judge. I'm just, what I'm requesting, Judge, is that if the law enforcement can confirm that she does not live at.
I don't care whether she lives there or not.
The stay away is in effect, Judge. But it's his home. The court cannot, if she does not.
Yes, I can.
Oh my God.
He's got now I've got 3 felony charges involving the same victim. One of them is possession of firearm by a convicted felon. I can make him stay away from Holly Street.
But that's his house.
Let me have a second.
That doesn't make sense.
He's trying to game us, Mr. Haddad, by asking that I'm not even happy with this plea now. So
I've extended to my client, Judge, and stay away. I told them that this court is imposing a stay away from that Holly Street, Judge.
Hey, Miss Green Eyes.
And he has to abide by
Miss
that.
Green Eyes. What's going on?
all right.
You
I'm
working?
removing the one-time visit to Holly Street. I'm removing, and he has to stay 200 yards away from 236 Holly Street. And if that involves 254 Holly Street, anywhere, as long as it's within a 200-yard gap, I don't want him anywhere on that street. If he wants to visit his mom can come visit him, but he can't go to that location.
So where he gonna live?
Understood, Judge.
All right. So going back to the battery family violence sentencing, again, no further contact with Lisa Cruz. Not only is this not going to be a sentencing order, but he's also got that in his bond order from his felony case. He has to stay 200 yards away from her, not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner. And if he's seen anywhere near Holly Street, or if he attempts to communicate with her, this sentence will be revoked. With regards, and of course, no firearms. He's a convicted felon. He's not allowed to own, possess, or have any firearms. With regards to the willful obstruction, this is a 12-month consecutive sentence for probation, in which he will be required to complete an additional 40 hours of community service and pay a $300 fine. This means that once he has resolved his felony hold and any other holds that he has, he will report to probation within 48 hours and be on probation for up to 2 years, in which he'll be required to complete all these conditions, including the 80 hours of community service and the $300 fine. And no, I will not amend this to non-reporting.
Understood.
Count 3 will merge into count 2.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Ms. Francois. How are you?
Good. Hope you're doing well. I have a private attorney case. It's going to be position number 39 through 42. The name is Ms. Joseph.
Okay. Let's see now.
This
This is Kavita Joseph, accused of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol, less safe, and failure to maintain lane, from November 16th, 2021, under case 21DF 6481Y. Ms. Joseph also has a second DUI case, 24DF 005104D, and this is from a September 24th, 2023 incident. And Ms. Joseph has got 2 bench warrants from June 11th, 2025.
Okay, y'all.
Ms. Joseph, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court,
Okay,
your statements can and will
going
be used against you. You have a right to an attorney and represent.
Yeah, I'm gonna end this because this is getting repetitive. It's getting really like boring. So we're gonna end this. We're gonna go to Roddrick trial. We're going to go to the first day, see opening statement, see what was said and what he's being charged with, because Mr. Duncan came in and asked about what did Mr. Roddrick Teasley did. So with Mr. Duncan's request, we're going to go ahead and take a look of the opening argument. We're not going to watch the whole trial because it's 8 hours for that first day, and I'm not going to sit here 8 hours. I'm going to give you a few minutes, and then we're going to skedaddle out of here because I want to do something on my other channel. You know what I'm saying? So all right, let's go ahead on and let's go ahead on and do day one on this one here. Hold on. All right, let's go ahead and I'm gonna get on in here. You're gonna watch it 2 times speed. You want to speed it up? Can we hear it when it speed up like that? You would know better than I do. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's see. How do we set the speed? Okay, we're gonna go to setting. We're gonna make this playback. You said 2 times? You want it that fast? Let's do 1.5. All right, here we go.
So that they're in the record, and they're all referenced really, I think it starts on 43, but I'll have to, there's a number of subletters because there's motion cameras. And so I just wanted to forewarn the court because it's going to sound like a lot because there's different numbers, but I intend to do that. And I have shown defense counsel this board, which is the map that I'm going to reference in opening.
You have your tripod. All right.
And it's going to be exhibit 2 Bravo, the actual trial. And I have, so those are the main things I just wanted to highlight for the court. And was the court able to review the defendant's statement, Your Honor?
I did, and yeah. All right, so let's go on the record now. This is 24 SC 004970. We're here for day 2 of our trial. The jury is ready, and we'll be getting opening statements shortly. All parties are present, and the state provided by email. I think it was a 27-minute video recording of what appears to be a custodial statement of Mr. Teasley and a detective in relating to the subject matter of this case, as noted by counsel. I've although not requesting a formal evidentiary hearing.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the opening statement, y'all. That's what I'm trying to get. So let me get out of here because they're saying day 2. Day 2 is not opening statement. Let's go ahead and check this out. I think the one down here would be. I think this would be it, right? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? You think this one here would be it? I think this one. This be day 1.
The commission.
Good morning, Your Honor. Samuel Smith and Jeff Stump. Jeffrey Stump.
Stump. And so it mentions it's completed a desk review of the costs, but it never comes right out and says,
as per Commission Rule 515-2-1-.12.
That's not even it. Hold on.
I think that is at least possible, Your Honor. I mean, I think that if they wanted to press their argument, that an evidentiary hearing.
How the cost estimate was reached.
Oh my God, this is not even it.
And
it's well briefed, well argued by counsel. This is one of the more complicated administrative.
No, they sitting here titling things the wrong title, and we're not able to get what's shown. Okay, let's go. They titling these things wrong. Day 12. 2 weeks ago. I don't even know what's what. I don't even know which one is which. I guess this might be it then. Okay.
So that they're in the record, and they're all referenced really, I think it starts on 43, but I'll have to, there's a number of subletters because there's.
Let's see if this is it. It says day 1.
John Matthews was shot and killed. This is Drico.
Okay, this is it, y'all. This is the original. Okay. Ready? This is it, y'all.
Drico Matthews, as you'll see on this next slide, lived in that apartment complex. And he actually lived on the first floor of that apartment complex within 15 or so.
Let's start it over.
So that they're in the record. And they're all referenced really, I think it starts on 43, but there's a number of subletters because there's motion cameras. And so I just wanted to forewarn the court because it's going to sound like a lot because there's different numbers, but I intend to do that. And I have shown defense counsel this board, which is the map that I'm going to reference in opening.
You have your tripod. All right.
And it's going to be exhibit 2 Bravo, the actual trial. And I have, so those are the main things I just want to highlight for the court. And was the court able to review the defendant's statement, Your Honor?
I did, and yeah. All right, so let's go on the record now. This is 24 SC 004970. We're here for day 2 of our trial. The jury is ready, and we'll be getting opening statements shortly. All parties are present, and the state provided by email, I think it was a 27-minute video recording of what appears to be a custodial statement of Mr. Teasley and a detective in relating to the subject matter of this case. As noted by counsel, although not requesting a formal evidentiary hearing, I did review the video for a preliminary court finding on voluntariness. And from my review of it, it appeared that Mr. Teasley was in the room with the detective, and the detective immediately started out by saying she couldn't speak with him until she went over the rights. I believe that all of the rights were covered and that there was a clear waiver of those rights, an affirmative waiver, and I didn't hear at any point where he equivocated or later withdrew that throughout the course of the interview. So based on my review of it, I would find that by preponderance and considering the totality of the circumstances that he was advised of each of his rights, that had been a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of those rights, and I didn't see any slightest hope of benefit or remotest fear of injury. So the objection is preserved to it, and it can still be argued if it's requested as a charge for the jury, but I think the state would have the ability to reference that in opening and to introduce evidence of it. Is there anything else on the part of the state before we can bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on the part of the defense? All right, then with that, I lost my deputy again, but we will bring in the jury when ready.
Pass.
All right. All right, Deputy Scott, if you could bring in the jury.
Last adjourn. I'll just present the counsel, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back, and thank you for being here ready to go. As I mentioned yesterday, but before we broke, we begin this trial with opening statements. I'll remind you again that opening statements are not evidence. They're just a preview of what the attorneys expect the evidence to be in this case. And because the state has the burden of proof, they have the opportunity to go first. So, Mr. Atkins, is the state ready to proceed with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. This case is from June 2nd, 2022, where 17-year-old Travion Matthews, who lived in the 540 Humphrey Street, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia apartments, was shot and killed right around 9:43 p.m. Travion Matthews, as you'll see on this next slide, lived in that apartment complex. And he actually lived on the first floor of that apartment complex within 15 or so feet from where he was shot. And he was shot and killed, as the evidence will show you in this case, by this defendant, Roddrick Teasley. Goes by Rock, witnesses reference him as Rock. That is his nickname. This next photograph is a crime scene that APD crime scene technetics took, and you will see yellow placards that are for shell casings. There were 7 9mm shell casings recovered from around where Travion's body was laying on the sidewalk, and there was a projectile fragment that was also collected. And what you will see in this case, that is the evidence collectors on the right. That location on the left, you'll see that white Hyundai. That is a point of reference you can utilize that is nearby where Travion Matthews was shot and killed. This is Travion. You will see surveillance videos. That is his building, which when you come in the front gate, and I'm going to have Mr. Wright help me with a map that I will utilize, his building is immediately on your left. And in that apartment complex, which is displayed here on this map, Humphrey Street, 540 Humphrey Street, this is the front gate right here. Travion's building is immediately to your left. He is shot and killed essentially where this tree is right here. You will also see surveillance video from the building to the right. So if you walk into the apartment complex, that building, that camera is facing right here. And that is the front porch a couple feet from where Travion lives with his mother, Angel Roberts, his grandmother, who people call Mama Joe, and sometimes a Venetia Brooklyn Rivers would live there as well. This is the defendant, Rock Teasley. And you will see him wearing these items in the trial, in the surveillance video, and you will come to learn that ultimately he identifies himself in a slightly modified photograph with no background to Sergeant Barry, who's the lead homicide detective. The witnesses you will hear from. You're going to hear from 3 close friends of Dravion, Antonio and Jabari Dixon, who were brothers, and Zavion Tucker. I'm going to show you Zavion Tucker as captured in surveillance. He's wearing an orange hoodie with a black stripe. He has red shoes on, and he has some jeans you will see in certain video clips that has some white lettering towards the top. This is Zavion Tucker right here to the left, the right, and down below, and that is Antonio Dixon in the blue shirt. Zavion Tucker is going to tell you that he was essentially Dravion's best friend, and he was with Dravion for much of the day, much of the early evening. What Zavion Tucker will tell you in the surveillance video and the trial will show is that right around 9:42, the murder happens at 9:43, Zavion, the defendant, Antonio, Jabari Dixon, Antonio's brother, and Dravion, and other individuals are out in the parking lot. Where they're out is essentially this area. This is Dravion's building. They're hanging out here, and Dravion's still here. And what you will hear about is earlier in the day, on the front porch of Dravion's steps, the apartment complex, because his mother will come and testify and will explain to you she would get in trouble for people congregating and would be held accountable if people were, causing a ruckus in front of her door, whether it was her fault or not. So Dravion tells some other juveniles earlier in the day when the defendant is present to disperse from his apartment. And later on that night, while they're hanging out in the apartment, the defendant, Teasley, starts teasing Dravion about this and essentially says, you're not really about that. You shouldn't, you can't make somebody move. And then there's an argument back and forth. Zavion Tucker is present for the argument in the daytime and at night, but he leaves to go get his card, which you will see in the trial before the shooting happens. Now, next, this is Antonio Dixon. He is in the blue shirt. So all of the witnesses, both in the daytime surveillance, which is around 7:30, and the shooting, which is 9:43, are wearing the same clothes. So you will get familiar with the witnesses and they will come and testify to you about that day. This is Antonio. His brother, Jabari, is next. You can see the flip-flops on that left and right picture is what Jabari was wearing that night. And that's a picture of Jabari Dixon right now. Now, these witnesses, when they come and testify, there's a reason that the witness box is closest to the jury, because we will find out together what they say in this courtroom here today. You will find, and I'll ask them why, depending on what they say. But what you will come to learn is that either from the witness stand itself or a prior statement they have made, that Antonio, Jabari, and Zavion all referenced this earlier argument when Dravion told people to leave, and that the defendant, in referencing that, comes at the victim, teasing him, saying, you're not the type who can make people move, saying you shouldn't have approached him like that, and there's a back and forth. What you will hear from Jabari is that Dravion may have had a gun on him, but it's never pulled or brandished. And that right before the shooting, when the back and forth is happening, Dravion is stating words to the effect of, you're not going to little boy me, you're not going to little man me, I'm on what you're on. The defendant, Rock, asks him if he wants to fight, and he tells Dravion to get rid of his gun. And Dravion says, eventually he tries to dissettle and does not want to have a physical fight. And what shortly happens thereafter is the defendant shoots and kills Dravion Matthews. Later on in the trial, when the medical examiner testifies, there was 11 gunshot wounds in his body. There's 6 projectiles recovered from his body, and there's 7 shell casings found around him. No gun is ever found on Dravion Matthews. No gun is ever referenced from a witness's statement of him pointing or brandishing that gun. Ms. Rivers, Brooklyn, she is going to testify for you here today. She would occasionally live in the apartments and sometimes come in or visit Dravion. She was a close friend, maybe almost like a girlfriend type to Dravion. She is familiar with Dravion, was present during the daytime surveillance, and she will testify before you about this argument early. And in fact, Ms. Brooklyn is one of the ones who was trying to tell Dravion to get him to leave, knowing that the apartment complex would come back on his mother for people congregating. And that's her and Dravion talking. And that, again, is his apartment complex. Now, what the sequence of events, which is important, I'm going to show you some surveillance video that the evidence will show you during this trial, so you can get a visual for what you will see in this case. This, which is 7:26, and this, again, is apartment surveillance video, that shows Dravion's front porch as this begins to play. Ms. Rivers is sitting here in the red. That's Zavion Tucker with that orange hoodie. You'll see this other gentleman, that's not Zavion, has a lighter orange wrapped around his waist. And that is the defendant, Rock Teasley, present right there. This is about 2 hours before the murder. And what you will see here in a second is Dravion Matthews walk out, and he's going to be wearing this almost tie-dye white t-shirt as he is depicted in all the videos. And you will see when he walks out, and there's a number of these videos, there's no audio, that there appears to be words exchanged or words said. This is Dravion Matthews coming out. You can see he walks by that young man who kind of pushes him. And the witnesses, Zavion, Antonio, defendant, and Ms. Rivers are all outside on that porch around this time happens. And that's Dravion coming back into his apartment, which if you were to walk off camera, his apartment is immediately to your left. It's the first door. Now, after this, Dravion goes inside his apartment and she will testify that she fell asleep there watching the movie. This is Antonio and Zavion walking out of this building. So that camera is right here.
Jan, excuse me to interrupt. I mean, I just have an objection because this stuff is not in evidence yet. And it's too much. I got the picture right there, but all of this is not in evidence. And for him to be playing it and it never gets in or something, I know what I can do then, but and he's testifying as to what's going on. It's his interpretation. I just believe this is just like improper.
All right. As to Mr. Atkins, if you could preface this is what you expect the evidence to show as to these exhibits, and the objection is noted but overruled and can be re-raised if these exhibits are not for some reason admitted during the evidence.
So what I expect the evidence to show from the gentleman in the orange hoodie, the gentleman in the blue shirt, and the other witnesses who were with him wearing those same clothing is that who was walking down the stairs was Xavier Tucker and Antonio Dixon. I'm going to play this video back so that you all can see this sequence of events, and you will see on the right that the timestamps on these videos are depicted in the top left. For purposes of opening statement, you see I have that 9, 17, and 18, and I'm going to get Ms. Hall to help me for a second because this Zoom sometimes when I have to replay a video kind of comes off. But ultimately okay, thank you, Ms. Hall. Antonio Dixon, Xavier Tucker, as the evidence will show, are coming out of this second building right here. And almost at the same time, Dravion Matthews is coming out of this building, almost parallel. And what you're going to see in this next clip is Dravion leaving his apartment. Same porch where the argument happened, and they come and congregate outside of the apartment. So this is about 21:18, which is 9:18 military time, and the murder happens at 9:43. So roughly 20 minutes or so later. This is Dravion Matthews, the last time on surveillance footage he's seen alive, leaving his apartment. He comes out alone. And what you will also see in this next clip, this is a surveillance camera that captures this part of the parking lot. So this camera is here in the back, and this is playing from 9:42 to 9:43. Evidence will show at trial, it is the gentleman here in the gray t-shirt is Jabari Dixon, brother of his brother. Shooting happens right around this tree right here, and you will see people react. You will see people run, and what you will see in just a second is some white grayish shorts walk down the sidewalk right past this tree. You see those white shorts moving right here. And when they keep walking, they're going to enter this building to the right. This sequence of events is here, walking down the sidewalk, coming in this building. This is a video from that building at the same time. So the gentleman walking down the sidewalk, you're going to notice these kids react and run away. And in just a couple seconds, the defendant, as the evidence will show, is walking down the sidewalk and entering the building. And you're going to see he's wearing the same clothes that he's wearing the entire day. And he is going to enter this building, and he's essentially going to do an L. But this video here in just a second, he's going to walk on the sidewalk with white shoes, white gray shorts, and a black tank top. And there's another camera that's essentially right here. That camera, and you're going to see the defendant walking by here, that is a still frame on the right. And what the evidence will show is there's a firearm in his right hand. That's him walking by. From those two clips, when he walks in the building, and when you see that, it's this. First camera is here, second camera is there. What you also see, if you notice, this is at 9:44 p.m. This is the left hand. This is the right hand. And you will see an object in hand that resembles a firearm, which would mean that there's two firearms. This is roughly a minute and 20 or 30 seconds after the murder trigger. You will also see reference, Xavier, Antonio, and Jabari will reference that a vehicle comes in. The vehicle is captured on surveillance when it comes in the front gate. This vehicle that drives up here, Jabari and Antonio will say that the defendant called his brother, and he appeared quickly. This is 9:40. This is 3 minutes before the murder. And this defendant on the left, this picture on the left, Sergeant Barry will tell you who met with, that is the defendant's brother, Carlos Teasley. This photo on the right is captured from the front gate of the apartment complex, so the camera's essentially like right back here. And that still frame is someone who resembles the defendant's brother. And what you will see when I go to the next clip is a video that depicts this sequence of events. So this is June 2nd, 2022 at 9:40. This is the front gate. This is the blue Honda Accord entering the apartment complex. So it's coming in here and goes around and parks. And this video will show you this is the car coming around. Front gate is kind of off to the right of the screen. And it parks and individuals get out, which you will see here in just a second. This is another camera angle of the vehicle essentially backing in. And this next vantage point will show you a couple different frames at the same time. And the shooting happens right around here on the screen. That is that white Honda I said is a point of reference is used. This is the front gate camera. These are simultaneous. So what you're seeing on the right and on the center is the same. There's at least presumably 3 people in the car in addition to the person who resembles the defendant's brother who walk towards where Dravion is, where the defendant is, where Jabari and Antonio are in close distance. Again, the murder happens here. Dravion's found essentially like right here. This is the video we have seen. Again, these are all on the exact same time, playing simultaneously. You will see the reaction of what you will see, and the evidence will show is that the other individuals who approach, one of which Sergeant Berry will show you has a firearm, an individual with a blue hat, they do not come from these videos in very close proximity to Dravion Matthews. And when the Fulton County medical examiner testifies about the photographs reviewed in her expert opinion, the Dravion Matthews has what she would describe as searing and suit, which is ways to tell how close a muzzle flash was to a body. And what she will explain is that it's a very close contact type of shot, which means that the shooter in this case had to be very close to Dravion when they discharged those firearms. This is the blue Honda Accord leaving. Some other witnesses you'll hear from. The first witness you'll hear from is the 911 caller, Mr. Johnny Ward, who lived in this building, was on the 4th floor. He heard gunshots, and instead of staying inside, he actually walked out and performed CPR on Dravion. And you will see from the second witness, Officer Rainville Watson, her body cam, you can see Mr. Lord on that body cam over Dravion's body. He calls 911, and he will testify and explain to you there's other people out there, other people walking, but he's the only one who approaches Dravion as he's walking on the sidewalk. Mr. Barrington Garland, he is a father. He works from home. He is in this building, Dravion's building. He actually knows Dravion. You say hello to him. And what you will hear from him, he never knew the defendant's name, but he recognized him from being around the apartment complex. So he'll explain, he calls APD to let him know he may have some information that could be helpful. And there's someone that he recognized, and he heard an argument. And what he heard after the argument in about 10 to 15 minutes is some shots. And then he heard someone shortly thereafter say, oh no. And what Mr. Garland ultimately does is a photographic lineup where he identifies the defendant as the person he saw outside when the argument happened. But he never even knows the defendant's name. He just recognized him from the apartment complex. Ms. McCullum is Antonio and Jabari's mother. Because Antonio, Jabari, Dravion, and Xavier have been friends for so long, they know each other's mothers. They go and hang out at each other's apartments, at each other's homes. And she will come and testify to you about her sons, about Dravion. And you will also hear from Ms. Roberts. She will testify to you about the apartment complex and the complaints when people congregate, and explain how she had conversations with Dravion to tell him to not let people hang out in front of her apartment, which is what the earlier argument was about, that scanned this disagreement shortly thereafter. What you will also hear from is law enforcement witnesses. And on this next slide, these are some AP officers you will hear from. A responding officer, Rainville Watson, the crime scene techmatics, who collected the shell casings, took the photographs. Sergeant Berry, she was Detective Berry at the time. She's now at the training academy, is the lead detective. And Officer McKenzie is part of a group of APD who arrested the defendant on July 7th of 2022. He was arrested in the same apartment complex. And the apartment that McKenzie will testify about that they were arresting him at is apartment 2022, which is like the bottom floor of this building. This is what Maddox will testify about: 7 shell casings, all 9mm, 1 projectile is recovered and collected, and Sergeant Berry is the lead homicide detective. Now, there's some things you're not going to see. And what you will see and learn is, on this next slide, it's going to highlight, well, what you won't see is you're not going to see cell phone records. You're not going to see fingerprint analysis. You're not going to see DNA evidence. You're not going to see social media evidence like Instagram returns. Detective Berry speaks with a number of different witnesses, reviews the surveillance video that you will get familiar with that we have shown, and talks with the defendant a number of times. And what you will come to learn is that on June 22nd, which is after she's been investigated for about 20 days, the first time she calls the defendant, he says, I was in California. Worked for a moving company. I wasn't there. But I heard about it. June 23rd, the next day, she comes and meets him. And that photograph on the right is what Sergeant Berry takes from the surveillance. She clips out the gun, and she doesn't keep the background. And the defendant identifies, like, yeah, that's me. She plays it off like it's from Instagram. And that lets her know that the defendant was not in California, because that surveillance video is a minute, or a couple seconds, 10 seconds after the shooting at 540 Humphrey Street. So she knows then that he's present. On June 24th, she explains to him, hey, I got a question because you said you're in California, but this photograph is from the scene. And what he tells her for the first time is that he was in the apartment complex. He was visiting the mother of his children. He heard the gunshot, but he was already in the building. On July 7th, when he's arrested, there's another statement. And in that statement, he admits that him and Dravion were arguing. Doesn't admit to shooting. He doesn't admit to possessing a gun, but he says at one point, if I had a gun, it would be my mother of my child who lived in the apartment's gun. And he explains that Dravion earlier had told people to move from his apartment. And he says, I walked to the store, and when I got back, I was already inside the building. And he was already in this building when he hears the gunshots. And if you remember from the surveillance video, and the evidence will show at the beginning, he's not inside the building when the gunshots happen, because if you follow the movement of the shorts, when he enters this building, that's roughly 10, 12 seconds after the shooting. He couldn't be inside the building. He's outside when it happens. I've already covered this. What you will not see, the investigation in this case, they primarily speak with witnesses. Is there other things that they could have done? Yes. Is there items that may not have? You will see as the evidence shows why Berry did what she did, and she just tries to speak with a lot of people, because what you will see on the body cam and you will hear from is, this is summertime. This is June 2nd, 2022 at 9:43. It's not that late at night. So people are coming and going. People are milling about, walking about, just living their lives, and people are in the apartments. And these apartments aren't far away. And so she's trying to speak with witnesses, and she will talk to you about that. Now, Jay Jarvis, he's going, the shell casings that Maddox collected and the projectiles from Dravion's body, he compares them to microscopic ballistics testing. And what he confirms is that that the shell casings are fired from one gun. The projectiles are fired from one gun. And the one gun is a Smith & Wesson 9mm on the projectiles. He can't compare shell casings to projectiles, but what you will see is that the shell casings around Dravion Matthews' body that are collected are fired from one gun, and all of the projectiles recovered inside of his body are from one gun. I have already described, but for Dr. Sullivan, Dravion is shot multiple places in his body. His left heel, his right thigh, his right upper back. He's also shot, and you'll see a number of times on his right upper thigh and in his groin area. And what she will testify to is that the left lower leg had a stiffling pattern on the gunshot entrance wound, and there was soot and sear on the right lower chest. And she will explain to you that when she sees that in autopsies, it is a close range from where that muzzle of the gun was fired. What I ask you to pay attention to is what witnesses said when no one was listening. What witnesses said when they're not in the courtroom. And I want you to pay attention to their body language. Pay attention to how they answer both counsel's questions. But pay attention to how their testimony either changes or their demeanor changes, because there's no replay. So you got to take good notes, because you will not get a video clip of them testifying. You won't get a transcript of their testimony. The surveillance video, take good note of the times and where stuff occurs at. And the testimony of Dr. Sullivan and Jay Jarvis, because again, there won't be a transcript provided, so you're only going to hear it when they're testifying, and you get to keep your notes throughout the trial. What you will also learn is that Mr. Jabari Dixon, your friend of Dravion, he's going to testify for you, and he's currently in jail. And he has opened a murder case of his own. And he will come and testify to you about this night and his friend Dravion and what he saw.
Exactly. He got
and I will ask him, and we will learn together how he testifies in court under those circumstances. The crime charge is murder, felony murder, which is predicated on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for shooting Dravion Matthews, and possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, because the evidence will show when you possess a firearm and commit a felony, that is a offense as outlined below. And when I get done with this trial, the witnesses have testified and the evidence is admitted, I'm going to come back before you as I am here now, and I will ask you to find this defendant, Roddrick Teasley, guilty of all 4 offenses. And when you fill out the verdict form, I'm going to ask you to put guilty all counts. Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Ms. Pepper.
May it please the court. Mr. District Attorney, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. I'm gonna speak from over here because I got a little bit of a cold and I'm coughing God awful ugly, and I don't want to do that on y'all. But so I'm gonna stay here. But I think I'm always loud enough that people can hear me. I want to first of all take this opportunity to thank you all. Thank you for answering and coming to jury duty, and thank you for being willing to sit here and seek truth. I know some juror talked about the criminal justice system not working, but I beg to differ. It works. It may not work like everybody think or everybody expects, but it works. And I thank you all for doing your part in participating in this part of the system. Excuse me. In our system, there is a prosecution and there is a defense side. Now, the state has gone and shown you what they believe the evidence is going to show. And some of the evidence we just definitely don't disagree with. Videos are what they are. It's interpretation of the videos and what happened that night that we disagree with. And we ask you to listen closely to what actually was going on. Not what the state says, not what the detective says, but we ask you to look at what was going on. There is not a dispute that on June 2nd, 2022, Dravion lost his life. What we dispute is that Roddrick Teasley was the individual that took his life. And we believe that the evidence will show you that it was not Roddrick Teasley. Now, you will hear about the investigation in this case. We don't deny the 11 shots that young man suffered. We don't deny that where the bullets went with the medical examiner. The evidence is clear about the crime scene person who's gonna come in and say where everything was found. That's undisputable. That's not what the issue is. Surveillance video, which is, you do need to look closely at, that was out there at that time. It doesn't really, if you look hard, necessarily say what the state says. Detective Barry, the lead detective in this case, you will hear that her initial reports, the three witnesses that the state is bringing in here today that says they witnessed and they're going to tell you what happened, you will hear that none of those 3 witnesses notified anybody on that day of what happened. These people, you will hear, who supposedly Mr. Matthews' best friends, didn't talk to anybody about what happened that day. You're going to hear that. And you're going to hear it wasn't until days, months later, or a month later, that they come up with their version of what happened. And I submit to you, you will learn that it is on the prodding and the leading and the assisting of an overzealous police officer, Detective Barry. Now, you will hear that the initial reports on that day said that this incident occurred between 2 groups of individuals, 2 groups, not between Mr. Teasley, and Mr. Matthews, but between two groups of individuals. Detective Berry puts that in her initial report that day, and she puts it in sworn affidavits. Never says anything about Mr. Teasley and Mr. Matthews having an argument, those two. Need you to remember that and look for that, because that comes later. That's what the evidence will show. It comes later, after this story grows. Now, Detective Berry is very clear early on that she believes Roddrick is the shooter. And around June 8th, well, let me go back. You will hear is Xavier, who is allegedly the best friend, and the Dixon brothers, Antonio and Jabari. And very early on, Xavier, although he was talked to, you'll find, by numerous people, talked to with his mother, to the DA's office, to the officers, he never, ever says he saw the actual shooting and that Roddrick did it. Never. I don't know what he's going to say when he come in here today or when he comes in. But those times, it's not in any report. You won't hear that. It's nowhere that he will say at that time that Roddrick did. The Dixon brothers. You will not hear that the day after the shooting, they called the police. That they said, I got something to say. You won't hear. In fact, let me back up a little bit. Xavier, who will have on the orange hoodie, the best friend, you'll hear that initial reports talk about he was heavily involved. That's what Detective Berry's initial reports. And that he gave a false name on the scene because he was the only one who stayed on the scene to talk to the detective about his best friend being shot. And he didn't say anything. In fact, she said, can you go downtown? He didn't want to say anything. His auntie came, you'll hear, and took him away. He didn't want to say anything about his best friend's shooting. But I told you, he never says that Roddrick did the shooting. So then the Dixon boys, they never came forward. At the time of the shooting, Jabari was wanted for the murder of a 15-year-old boy. You're gonna hear that. But yet he was out there in Mechanicsville where the shooting of the 15-year-old boy kind of was in that area.
Objection, Your Honor, to the facts of that other case.
Oh.
I'll remind the jury, this is what the evidence counsel expects to introduce. And so I'll rule the objection.
You will hear, thank you, that Detective Berry is or was the lead detective on both of these cases. She's intertwined prosecuting these two young men for different murders. And so you'll hear from her, they're all kind of in the same area, these two events. But Jabari, you'll hear, he was not on the scene. He never makes a statement until he's arrested, till he's finally caught up with for his case. And at that point, you'll see the video of where he says, Roddrick is the shooter. Yeah, he's the shooter. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was standing right beside him. Yeah. That's what he says then. July 7th. This happened June 2nd. And another piece of information you'll learn is that in between that time, Detective Berry was on multiple phone calls with the Dixon boys' mother. And each phone call, she leads and tells the detective what her investigation is showing. And it's not about your boys. And even though they were there, I just need to talk to them because I believe that they call him Rock, that Rock is guilty. The detective. So you'll hear, she's prodding the mother of the Dixon boys to get them to come in. Now they still don't come in. I will say that. But the detective will say things, and you'll hear this on audio. The detective will say things like, or she may admit it, but the detective will say things like, he is very, very guilty. She says it several times. Nobody's talking about Jabari is involved. Nobody's talking, so Jabari was there, even though he left the scene and didn't give any statements and had a pending case of murder. But nobody's talking about Jabari, she says to his mother. Nobody's saying your boys are, I just need to talk to him. And then eventually, Antonio talks. And what's the story? Roddrick did. Now remember, the initial investigation said groups of boys. You'll learn that Roddrick is older. And the people who heard and saw, you'll hear say groups of boys. Roddrick's got that full beard and mustache. Now people saw him out there because he was out there. Let me just go on and cut. He lied. I mean, he lied. Everybody talking about he did it. The detective he lied. You'll hear that. But let's see what you actually will see. So the detective tells and states in affidavits, which are sworn statements, that 10 seconds after the shooting, you see Roddrick with a gun. Well, you're going to see it. I know it's too much going on. You'll see that after the shooting, people are scattering, but people are still walking around like nothing. And you'll see Roddrick, when he enters that building, he don't have a gun. When he's walking that little walk like he is, he doesn't have a gun. And you will learn that he enters that building without a gun. And as he's walking down the hallway, going toward his, I hate to say baby mama, but his children's mother apartment, he doesn't have a gun. You won't see any video of it, but you'll see him. I mean, he's walking because it's a good, I'm not good with distances, but he's walking, and you will see that there's a corner turn down this hallway. And when he gets to the other side, there is a gate where Jabari and his brother and some other folk are coming out the gate. And that's when you see Roddrick's gun as he's approaching them. You don't see them who supposedly saw him just shoot down their friend. You don't see them running and screaming and hollering. You don't see none of that. You see he's coming up to where these people are, and you see his gun in his right hand. And it was there. Now, what's in his left hand, I said it looked to me like a cell phone, but I wasn't there. That would be for you all to decide. But in her paperwork that she did file, she only talked about one gun. So I guess now they're talking about it's two. But so that's when you see Roddrick, his gun. But not when he's entering that building. Only you'll see it when he's coming in the direction, going to his children's mother's apartment, when he sees those guys that were out there that day. Now, Detective Barry, she focusing on Roddrick. She talks to Jabari. And you will hear something very interesting that she didn't know. You will hear Jabari tell her that the murder that he's charged with.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I can approach.
Yep. Second, we're going to try this out. All right, just hold this.
Okay. Okay. Well, you'll hear evidence about that and why Jabari just coming forward. And it's really about him getting a deal with Barry. So that part right there. You'll hear Antonio, the brother, avoiding subpoenas, him and his mama making meetings and not showing up, not testifying, not trying to cooperate, going before the grand jury, saying, I'm not going to say nothing about his friend's death. You won't hear that. as I told you, Roddrick's version or statements initially were not truthful. But one thing you will notice, he talked to her 4 times. I'm like, he did talk to her, you know, and he was in the same area. She got her arrest warrant on the 27th. He was arrested on the 7th in the same spot. He wasn't running nowhere. He was right there. He even brought her the gun that he used in walking down that hall. That's his gun that he says it's his girlfriend's or his other gun, but that's the gun that he had that day as he was walking down the hall. He gave it to the detective. He cooperated. Now, you also hear that there were some, I guess what the law calls alternative suspects that Detective Barry never really investigated. You'll hear that Carlos, who the video showed, came up there, walked up there, because you really can't see what happened and who did it in the video. I don't care how the state wants to characterize in their impression. You can't see. You see all of those people out there. But you'll hear that Carlos did it. There was never anything done to really substantiate or disprove or prove that. You'll hear that Jabari did it. Now, you'll hear that people call him Byron, but you'll hear that people said he was an alternative. Jabari, the same one who later comes and says, oh no, this is what happened. You'll hear some dude named Trey, possible suspect. You'll hear that there was a witness who lived right near the Dixon's mother who said somebody came and jumped out of a blue car, shot Dravion, and then when he died, when he laid down, shot over him. Not that it was Roddrick, but I don't believe, and I didn't see a report of anybody where Detective Barry went and talked to this person and got his statement. There's just a lot of things that you'll hear that she didn't do to find the truth. You'll hear that she was fixed on Roddrick. She coached her witnesses about Roddrick. She let that out into the neighborhood. She did about Roddrick. And so there Roddrick sits in front of you, charged with it. It is important, as the district attorney talked about, evidence you don't see. You don't see evidence of the gun that was tested, even though Detective Barry says she sent it to GBI. I ain't seen the report, so we'll see. But there's no testing of the gun that Roddrick gave her, voluntarily gave her. You'll see people said Dravion had a gun out there. Nobody can tell you where the gun is that he had out there. You don't see, you're gonna hear a lot of videos or audio tapes. Some of them don't start at the beginning. You'll hear. Some of them do. But you won't see reports or statements or none of that. You'll know that Detective Barry did a 26-page compilation report. And none of this that's here is in that report. Official police records. Official police report. But there are audios that you will hear. Now, just want to address a few things. You're going to hear a lot of talk about this argument before, about the breezeway and people being up there making. And you'll hear, I believe the state even said that you'll see that they aren't in the breezeway about this thing. I don't believe you're going to see that. I don't believe that's what the evidence is going to show. I believe the evidence is going to show that somebody, that Dravion walked toward his apartment, and you can't even see the door where the apartment is and what went on back there. You're going to see that at some point, Roddrick walks back there. You're not going to be able to hear an argument. You're not going to be able to see the demeanor of the people allegedly arguing, because an argument, there is body language and stuff. You're not going to see that. All you're going to hear is people say they had argument. Like in those videos of the people in the hallway that way, you won't see Antonio. You won't see Jabari, because they have distinctive clothes on. Only person you'll see is Xavier way out the door. But everybody says there was this argument that they want you to believe resulted in 11 gunshots about somebody being in the door. You're not going to see that argument, first of all. You're going to hear from Miss Brooke. She has Brooklyn is one of her, I don't know whether that's her whole, I don't know, but you'll hear from her. She's a defendant's girlfriend. This 30-some-year-old woman is a defendant's girlfriend. She didn't see the shooting. She was in her sleep. But her purpose, she's gonna come in and say these things to try and set up this motive, to try and set up this stuff. She never reported any of this to police. Nobody's ever heard of this stuff. So I just want you to listen for that. She'll say that Rock was a joker and he joked with Layla. She may or may not. That's what I anticipated. She may not. Was a joker and he be joking and playing. He played too much. But one thing about that played too much, that don't sound like a man that's out there pumping 11 books and boy. But she gonna come and say all kinds of different stuff. But I just ask you to listen to that. Listen to when it was said. Listen to what allegedly was done at that time. That's one of the things I say that you won't see proof of. In all the reports that Detective Barry does about Roddrick entering the building on that day, she never puts in the reports affidavits that she signed, preliminary hearings that she sworn and testified to. You'll never hear her say that he walked into that building with no gun in his hand. She says 10 seconds later, the video shows that a minute and 20 something seconds later is when you see Roddrick with a gun. But when you initially see him within 10 seconds, it's actually 26 seconds. She doesn't put that in any of her reports, in any of her sworn statements. But you'll learn a little bit about Detective Barry as we go. And I guess basically, I just ask, keep your eyes and your minds open. Listen to the evidence and do what the judge instructed and you swore to do. And I think if you put your emotions, because for the Matthews family, I can't imagine. Like for the Teasley family, I can't imagine either. But you all put that emotion aside, you look at the evidence. And when you do, I'm sure, and I'm asking you to, at that point, when we come back and finish this whole thing, to return the verdict, not guilty. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, the state may now begin presenting its evidence, either calling its first witness or tendering its exhibits.
So, Your Honor, the state, before calling Mr. Johnny Lord to the stand, is going to tender state's exhibits 1, 1 Alpha, and 1 Bravo.
You just want to, well, let me start. Is there any objection to 1, 1A, 1B?
For this witness, Mr. Simon Officer, and I'm just, for the court, I'm not leaving, I'm just going to get some more.
Do you need to pause? We can.
No, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
No,
All right. 1, 1A, and 1B are all admitted without objection. And just for the record, if you want to describe what those are.
Yes, Your Honor. It is a CAD report, a business record cert, and a disc with a recording on it.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Johnny Lord to the stand. Your Honor, as Mr. Lord's coming up, can Mr. Esselin approach real quick? The record, just the one.
Just make sure you're saying this here.
Good morning, Mr. Lord. How are you doing, sir?
All right. Well, hold up, Mr. Atkins.
Yes, sir.
All right. Counsel has invoked the rule of sequestration under Rule 615, and so I instruct counsel and all those in the gallery that all witnesses should remain outside the courtroom except when they're personally called to testify, unless an exception has been noted. Additionally, all witnesses should not be discussing the case with the witnesses until the evidence is concluded and they've been excused. I'll ask counsel to assist me in enforcing that rule and bring any potential violations to my attention. And so, with that, Mr. Atkins, you can proceed with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There are a lot of people in the gallery. I'm not sure if any of these people are witnesses.
All right, Mr. Atkins, other than one potential witness you noted during the bench conference, are there any others that you believe are on the state's witness list? All right. Then with that, if we can have the witness sworn.
That's one in this case.
I do.
Last one. Into the mic, would you please spell your name?
Johnny Lord, JOHNNYLORD.
Mr. Lord, did you used to live at the apartment complex at 540 Humphrey Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And are you here to testify about something that happened while you lived there?
Yes.
Now, before we talk about that, can you tell the jury, what do you do for a living?
Work for Amazon.
And what were you doing back in 2022?
I was working for Carvana.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long or when did you move into 540 Humphrey Street?
October 2020,
Okay. And what floor did you live in?
4th floor,
Okay. And if you were to come in, that front gate on Humphrey Street, are you the building to your immediate left or immediate right?
immediate right.
Okay. And was your apartment towards the front gate or deeper into that building?
Kind of like it was like an L shape. So if you walked in to your left, I was on the street side, Humphrey Street side.
That makes sense. Let me ask you this. What was your apartment number?
2406.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, did you live with anybody?
No.
And what was your work schedule like back then?
I worked Monday through Thursday.
When would you get off work?
Around 6 o'clock.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to June 2nd, 2022. Can you tell the jury, did you work that day?
No, I just came back in town.
Understood. And can you tell the jury when you get back to your apartment that day, what time did you get back to your apartment?
It was around like 6 o'clock at night.
Okay. And what happens?
I was sitting in the house chilling or whatnot. Friends came over. When all this happened, when they left, I heard the shots outside the door. But it sounded like it was outside the door, but it was actually in the street. I ducked down, crawled because I didn't know where it was coming from. Then I immediately remember my friend just left the house. So I went outside to check. I didn't see anything, but something told me to go downstairs. So I ran downstairs, ran at the front gate. I saw the victim on the ground.
Understood. Now, Mr. Lord, when you came out of your apartment complex, if I'm walking into the front gate, your building's to the right, what gate did you come out? Did you get it right into the front street?
The side street. So not actually where you access the building, like your code is the side one.
Does that dump you right into the front?
It dumped me right where he was laying.
Now, you go down the stairs, you get out there, and what do you see?
I see just everybody walking around. So I'm asking anybody call the police or whatever. Nobody not saying anything. So I just decided to call somebody.
And you had a cell phone on you? And you called 911? Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 1 Alpha.
You can proceed.
And I'm now 12976. What's the emergency?
540 Humphrey Street. Somebody got shot and they lay on the side of the sidewalk.
Okay, so hold on for the ambulance. Don't hang up, okay?
All right.
Pretty EMS 3954. What's the address of the emergency? And with a transfer.
540 Humphrey Street. Y'all can come right now. Somebody shot and they on the side of the sidewalk.
Okay, is this a house, apartment, or business?
This is apartment complex.
Okay, can you tell me the name of it?
Yeah, it's an
Can you
apartment.
tell me Mechanicsville apartment? Okay,
Yeah,
can you tell me the
Mechanicsville.
specific building?
It's just 540 is the address for this building.
Okay. All right, so I'm starting help form, okay? I'm going to ask you a few questions, but it's not going to delay the response at all, okay?
All right. I'm staying with him.
All right. Are you with him now?
Yeah, I'm right here with him. He got a shot to his right side.
Okay, how old is he?
I do not know. He's not really responding.
Okay, just tell me how old he looks. That's fine.
He's not breathing.
Okay, okay. So I still need to get this information, but we're going to help
Okay.
him, okay? How old is
Yeah.
he? How does he look?
He looks like he's in his 20s.
Okay.
No.
And is he
I don't
awake?
breathe. Say it again.
Is he awake?
No. His eyes are open, but I don't see his chest moving.
Okay, so is he breathing?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think I got a pulse.
All right, so I'm sending
Yeah, I'm gonna put on now.
Stay on the line. Okay, stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. You have
There's
to
not
know?
one. There's not one around here.
Okay, all right, no problem.
I'm not sure. I got a little pulse from him. I'm very slow.
All right, so listen carefully, okay? Are you right by him now?
Yeah, I got my hand on his neck.
Okay, listen carefully. Lay him flat on his back on the ground and remove anything under his head.
Yeah, he's laying flat, nothing on his head.
Okay, so is he breathing now?
No, his eyes are closed.
Okay.
They're closing, but he's going out.
Okay, so
Yeah.
listen carefully. I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Make sure
Okay.
you're flat on his back on the ground. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone, right between the nipples, okay? Put your other hand on top of that hand, okay?
Okay.
All right, pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep, okay?
Okay.
All right, let the chest come all the way up between pumps. We're going to do it 600 times or until help can take over, okay? I want you to count out so I can count with you, okay?
I'm holding.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
You ready? Okay, start now. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And Your Honor, I'm going to stop State's Exhibit 1 Alpha at 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Mr. Lord, did you know how to do CPR?
Yes.
How'd you know how to do it?
I did a class for it.
And after this call continues, do you do CPR on the person on the ground?
Yeah.
And after you make this 911 call, do any law enforcement arrive?
Yes, they did.
And between when you're out there, made this call, and law enforcement arrived, do you stay with the person shot?
Yeah.
And
The whole time.
The whole time? Does anyone come and move anything or take anything from off the body or person of the person shot?
No, I was just going off on everybody I was around.
Going off isn't upset with them?
I was just upset. It was like security guards and all them. They was up the street or whatever, just chilling out when they supposed to be in the complex and when all this went down. Cause I just literally like come come from the store, and I saw them out there.
Now, since you've lived in those apartment complexes, have you ever heard gunshots there before?
Yes.
Have you ever had to call 911 before this?
No.
And when you walked out there, were there people walking by or had...
It was just like a normal thing. Like, we see this all the time. And that's why I was like, what's going on here?
And that's why you say you were going off on people because no one's calling to get help.
Yeah.
Now, officers arrive, and do you at some point let them know that, like, hey, I'm person called 911? And after they arrive, you let them or EMS, do their job, right?
I just sat until I saw them put them in the ambulance and wide awake. Then I had to stay there a while until they cleaned the whole evidence, all the stuff up, and then I left them out. Like, okay.
And let me ask you this: when you approached the person shot, where were they, like, in reference to the sidewalk or the?
It's like, so it's like some cars that can park like parallel. So he was like in between like what some cars was.
And do you know there's like a railing on that sidewalk?
Yeah, it's a rail on the side right there.
Where is he in relation to that railing?
Kind of like close to it.
Okay. Is there anything else that you remember about that night?
No, that was just it. It was like after that happened, I just saw two guys walk up the stairs, but then I found out they was like the friends of that victim or whatever. So I just left it alone after that.
Understood. And did you ever have any follow up from law enforcement or anything like that?
No. Okay. This is the first time.
I appreciate your time, Mr. Lord. I don't have any more questions for you.
Okay.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Lord, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. So I have a few follow-up questions from what you just testified to. And specifically, I'll start with where you started. You were in your apartment, right? And you heard the shots. Now, you didn't see the shooting from inside your apartment, right? Okay. You didn't see who was there at the time of the shooting. So you didn't see who shot the young man that you found. You said that when you heard the shots, you hit the deck. Is that right? Okay. You started crawling. Where'd you start crawling towards?
To my room.
To your room?
To get mines.
To get what now?
To get mines.
Mines?
Yes.
Your what?
My
Your
gun,
piece.
yes.
Okay. All right. Now you said that gunshots happen all the time in that complex.
So gunshots happened like 2 years before that, but that was in another building.
Okay.
But we could hear it, and then the word spread that was a shooting going on.
So you were used to hearing gunshots in that area?
Yeah,
Okay.
but not like it was at my door.
Okay. And you said that your reaction was to crawl to your room, get your firearm. And do you know if that's a common reaction?
No, this is common sense.
Common sense for that area?
Yeah. And my dad taught me how to just protect yourself.
Is it common sense for people to be armed in that area? Is it common sense for people to be armed in that area?
Yeah, it seems to be like that.
Okay. So you go to your room, get your piece. Do you crawl back? Okay, where do you crawl from there?
So in the apartment is the kitchen, the dining room, living area. On the other side is the room, the bathroom area. So I crawled back from my room back to the living room area. Then I just felt like it was kind of like calm down or whatever. So I got up and walked outside. That's when I went outside. But I didn't take it out with me. I left it in the house.
Okay. And what kind of gun was it?
Like a 22.
22. Do you remember a make and model? Or?
No, it's on my dad gave me.
Okay. So you take this time, you crawl back, pick up your gun, crawl back to the front of your apartment, leave the gun.
I look outside just to make sure the coast is clear.
Make sure the coast is clear.
I come back outside.
You said that you had a friend that was walking out.
But they already had left.
They already left.
Yeah, but by the time I got to the edge of the banister to look over, I checked their location. They was already at home.
So things had already calmed down. Your friend was already home.
Yeah, they already
by the time
had.
you got up the door.
Yeah, already. All this happened very, very fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you walk down.
Yeah.
To where you find the young man. And people already walking away. They've already scattered. There's nobody around him. None of his friends are there. So you're kind of the only one approaching him. Everybody's walking away at that point already. Okay.
There was one lady that did walk up while this was going on, while I was doing chest compression on the phone with police. It was a lady there that came, and she was like just talking to him like, stay with us, this and that. And she started praying and stuff like that. So that's the only person I knew that came up after.
Okay.
That's it.
So as people are walking away, you two are the only people that are converging at that point. But you do see people walking away from the incident area. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you weren't there to witness if any of those people had anything to do with this. If any of those people were able to put hands on the young man on the ground before you got there. Okay.
Literally, he would have been there by himself. Be straight honest.
Now, after you got there, you stayed until the police came.
Yes.
And nobody.
All the way till the police left. So they took the caution signs and all that stuff out the way. I was there to the whole thing.
And nobody after that point, after you were on the scene, touched the body. Is that right? Besides you.
Besides, yeah. Since I was there, then I turned it over to the paramedics that was there.
Okay. One moment, Judge. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lord, if you had to estimate from the time that you heard shots to the time that you're right next to the person who shot, how much time do you think it was?
I want to say 10 minutes or so. I can't give a vague time.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't have more questions. Thank you, Mr. Lord.
All right. Any reason this witness cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Members of the jury, in between each witness, I'm just going to do a quick kind of visual scan. Feel free to raise your hand if you want to take 5 for anything you may need. Otherwise, we'll continue to forge ahead. So, State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Raymondville Watson to stand.
You swear for the testimony of the matter of the case is the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Make a decision. Speaking to the record, please make the name report.
Officer Francis Raymondville Watson.
Hold on a second. Let me just have an extra addition. Testing. Thank you.
Officer Francis Raymondville Watson, FRANCES, last name Raymondville Watson, RAYMONVILLE, hyphenated WATSON.
Good morning, Officer Raymondville Watson. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you tell the jury where you work?
I work for the Atlanta Police Department.
And currently you're an officer?
I am.
Are you applying to become a detective?
I am testing to become a detective. Yes.
And when do you get your final results?
Mid-September.
Okay. What unit currently are you with APD?
I work with the Gangs and Intelligence Unit.
When did you move to that unit?
December of 2024.
Now, can you tell this jury, when did you first start with APD?
I initially started with APD February 2021.
And what part of, after you do the academy, what part of the city or what role did you have?
I started field training in Zone 3, conducted, I think, 6 weeks, and then I got my permanent assignment in Zone 3 as well.
Okay. Now, for people not familiar with how the zones are broken down, can you tell the jury what part of the city is Zone 3?
Zone 3 is compiled of Cleveland Avenue, Summerhill, Pittsburgh, as well as Mechanicsville.
And for the Mechanicsville area, in relation to where we're currently seated in the courthouse, what is the general area of Mechanicsville?
Windsor Street, Humphrey Street, McDaniel, Ralph David Abernathy, Central Avenue, which is now Shirley Franklin.
And when you started in Zone 3, were you a patrol officer?
I was.
And how long did you patrol in Zone 3?
For about 2 years.
What did you do after that?
I was transferred to the Atlanta Proactive Enforcement Interdiction Unit.
What does that do?
It's Apex, where we conduct warrants as well as being deployed throughout the city to combat violent crimes.
And you did that for 2 years?
For 1 year.
1 year. What did you do after that?
I'm in the current assignment that I have now.
Understood. And when you were a patrol officer in Zone 3, did you ever have 540 Humphrey Street as part of your area you would cover?
I did.
And what type of calls would you respond to in that area?
From larcenies to aggravated assaults, homicides, just miscellaneous calls.
And specifically, are you familiar with the apartment complex at 540 Humphrey Street?
I am.
How many times would you ballpark you responded to that complex in your career with APD?
At least 10.
And Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what's marked as State's Exhibit 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo. Now, Officer Watson, I'm showing you 2 Alpha and then glance up because it's a little large, 2 Bravo.
Okay.
Do you recognize these items?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
As the apartment complex from the incident location.
And before testifying here today, have you had the opportunity to review the same map?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of how that 540 Humphrey Street apartment complex area looks?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo.
Any objection?
Objection.
2A and 2B are admitted.
Now, Mr. Rice, to help me get this easel up, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
While we're doing that, I wanted to ask you, thank you, Mr. Wright. I wanted to turn back to June 2nd, 2022. Were you on shift that night?
I was.
What was your shift back in June? Thank you, Mr. Wright. Back on June 2nd, 2022.
Either 2 to 10 or 3 to 11.
Okay. 2 p.m. to 10 or 3 to 11 p.m.
Mhm.
And that particular day, were you in uniform like you are now?
I was.
Did you wear a body cam?
I did.
And were you riding around the city or responding to calls in a marked patrol car?
I was.
Now, how did you get involved in this particular case?
I believe I was dispatched to the call.
And where were you dispatched to?
540 Humphrey Street.
And do you recall initially what type of response you were doing? Did you know what you were responding to?
I did. It was a person shot call.
And when you got there, well, let me ask you this. With 2 Bravo and 2 Alpha, is this the apartment complex you responded to?
It is.
And You were wearing body cam that day?
I was.
And I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as State's Exhibit 2. Officer Watson, before sitting in his witness box, you have the opportunity to review what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.
I have.
And is there any of your initials on it?
It is.
What is State's Exhibit 2?
It should be my body camera.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the body cam you were wearing on June 2nd, 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, this time the state tenders in evidence State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I'm already with you.
Okay, you are.
She said she reviewed that body cam. I didn't hear that part.
Yes.
Okay, then no objection.
Submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, with Ms. Hall, I'm going to publish Officer Watson and ask you some questions. I'm going to start for the record in State's Exhibit 2 with 2150 and 51 milliseconds to 2152.48 with no sound. This is your body cam, right?
It is. Correct.
Now, can you describe for the jury what we are seeing here? Where, after you get something out of your car, where are you approaching?
Once I get some gloves from the front of my car, the victim is right behind me, so I was preparing to go over there in the apartment complex.
And once you got those gloves, what did you see on scene?
I could see a male conducting CPR as well as security guards, and then the victim lying on the ground with shell casings and blood.
Is this the gentleman doing CPR on your body cam?
Yes,
And the person laying on the ground, was that the victim?
it is.
And you see those railings in this body cam?
Mhm.
When you got there until removed from the scene, is that the location that the victim was laying in?
Yes.
Now, did you make any updates over radio as one of the first officers on scene?
I did. I advised the dispatcher that we had a male shot. From what I could see, it looked like 3 times. It looks like he was not alert, not conscious, and low.
And is that standard protocol kind of update over radio?
That's correct.
Now, did you also assist after this with securing the crime scene?
I did.
Can you kind of describe for the jury what that entails?
Basically, utilizing crime scene tape to secure the scene so that nobody could just walk in and out of the scene, so we can preserve all evidence.
And Your Honor, for the record, what's publishing now is 2154.43 to 2156.26. Now, Officer Watson, is this you and you have that yellow tape in your hand setting up crime scene tape?
That's correct.
And are you, when you're walking down this sidewalk right here on Station 2 Bravo, let me ask you this, is this what's classified as the front gate?
Correct.
Where is this sidewalk you're currently on right now?
To the right of the gate.
This way?
Mhm.
And is this that first building to your right if you come in the front gate?
Yes.
And are you walking at this point down that sidewalk back towards where the person who was shot was located?
Yes.
Excuse me. Now, Officer Watson, after helping set up the crime scene tape, did you go and speak with or talk with any other witnesses?
The security guard.
And after talking with the security guard, without saying what anyone said, did you interact with some people who were out there?
I tried to. Mhm.
And in just a second, I'm going to publish what's marked as 2150.51 to 2152.48. And as you're walking down this sidewalk right now, Officer Watson, is this the first building to your left?
It is.
As in, are you walking down this sidewalk as I'm pointing on Stage 2 Bravo?
Yes.
And in just a second, I'm going to ask you, did you interact with a lady wearing a red t-shirt that's on the stairwell right here? Do you remember what her name was?
I believe she said her name was Brooklyn.
Okay. And without saying what anyone said, did you come to learn or figure out that she was somehow new or familiar with the victim?
Yes.
And did you get some basic biographical information, name, date of birth for the victim?
Yes.
Now, after speaking with Miss Brooklyn, and I'm going to rewind this back, I'm going to ask you about another person that you spoke with. I am going to publish State's Exhibit 2, but time hack 2208.42 to 2209.16. Now, are you approaching this first building to your left through the gate.
I am.
And you see that person in an orange hoodie?
Mhm.
Are you about to walk up these porch and interact with that person?
I am.
Were you able to figure out his name?
At first, he told me his name was Zay, but I think his name is Xavion Tucker.
Okay. And is he in the orange right here with the red shoes?
Yeah. Orange hoodie.
And after speaking with him, I'm gonna pause it real quick. Thank you. Did you try to speak with him and get some more information?
I did.
And were you able to get much information from him?
He just kept referring to the victim as his brother. And then he kind of shut down after that.
Now, are you familiar with Sergeant Crosby?
Mhm.
When you were speaking with Mr. Tucker in the orange hoodie, did he ever come to learn the status of the person who was shot?
He did.
As in, did he ever come to learn that that person was deceased?
Mhm.
Now, when you are on scene, what is the code or radio signal that you use for homicide, murder, or person dead?
Signal 48.
And why is it that you use codes like that?
To ensure that the victim's family doesn't, we don't prematurely tell them that they're deceased.
And did one of the officers on scene tell Mr. Tucker that the person had been deceased?
Yes, they did.
And what was his reaction as you stand right next to him?
He just kind of walked away and shut down.
One brief second. Stop sharing for a second. Just get it off. See who's playing. If you know how to do that. 1 second. But for some reason. Excuse me. Now, Officer Watson, what we were just discussing, I'm going to publish Stacey Exhibit 2, 22, 26, 30. I'm going to play this next minute and ask you a couple questions. Now, did you walk towards an approach to ask to speak with the person you came to know as Mr. Tucker?
I did.
And why is it that you asked him to step somewhere else from where he currently was?
I believe he was on the video footage that the security guard showed me.
And why did you not talk to him right here in front of these people?
I mean, this is an area where, they don't like to really tell what happened. So I just want to kind of pull him away to see if I can get a one-on-one conversation to get some information.
In other investigations in this 540 Humphrey Street area, have you had challenges with cooperation investigation?
I have.
Now, when you're walking, is Mr. Tucker in front of you?
It is.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question here in a second as y'all keep walking down this sidewalk. And you see where that flashing car is, that AP patrol car?
Mm-hmm.
Is behind that the area where the victim was shot?
It was.
Now, in just a second, we're talking about Sergeant Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you right here where the truck is to your right, that gentleman walking up with the ball cap and shades on his head, who is that?
To the left of me?
Yeah.
Sergeant Crosby.
And I want you to look at the gentleman in the orange shirt. You see that reaction right there?
Mm-hmm.
What happened in that moment?
He told him sorry for your loss.
Which let him know that the person shot had not made it.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to publish the next clip, which is 22:44:23 to 22:45:06. Is this the crime scene area, Officer Watson?
It is.
See that white Hyundai car to your right, or on the right side of the screen?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you, are you about to, is that a flashlight?
It is.
And is crime scene tech, have they gotten on scene yet or not?
I don't think they got there this time.
And are you just doing kind of a preliminary or cursory review of what's there on scene?
Correct.
This is the same location, or is it the same location when you first arrived at General doing CPR?
It is.
And Officer Watson, when you were shining that flashlight, what were you trying to find?
I was looking for shell casings that were on the ground.
And in general, when these crime scene tech respond when there's shots fired cases.
They do.
And for number of shell casings or how many were collected, are you or the crime scene tech the best to ask that question?
The crime scene tech.
But in general, did you see some shell casings?
I did.
Now, I'm going to publish the next portion. Before I hit play, it's going to start at 23:06:03, and I want to just I'm going to hit play and ask you just to orient the jury for what sidewalk you're walking through in relation to Chicago. This map. Are you in this building or this building?
The building to the left.
This one.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're coming down the sidewalk, are you going this way and taking an L?
I am.
And right now is the front gate what you're walking towards.
It is.
And in a second, are you about to walk up some stairs?
I am.
And without getting into what they say, in a short nutshell, is the person on camera, is that someone that appeared to be related or familiar with the victim?
It is.
Were they just upset about what had happened?
Objection to the leading. I mean, I've let it go on, but I just asked she testified, not the state teller.
Your Honor, I was just trying to keep it efficient, but Officer Watson, the person who was visibly moving their hands and shaking, how would you describe their demeanor?
They were in distraught.
And when you're walking in this gate right here, where are you going when you take a right?
I believe this is the victim's apartment.
And these people in the hallway?
I think they're related to him or know of him.
And right here, when you open this door, what apartment is that?
1126.
And this lady in the red who comes out, who is that?
Brooklyn. Miss Brooklyn.
Miss Brooklyn. When you're walking out you see you're walking out this gate right here?
Mhm.
Is this the same porch where you first, or is this a porch we've seen before?
This is the area where I first interacted with Mr. Tucker.
And is that you talking with, or are you talking with that individual?
I am.
Now, Officer Watson, I want to ask you, have you also reviewed another disc that's marked as State's Exhibit 50 before testifying here today?
I have.
I'm approaching the witness yard with what's marked as State's Exhibit 50. Now, do you have any markations on it?
I do.
Have you reviewed this?
I have.
And what is State's Exhibit 50?
I believe it's a walkthrough of the apartment complex.
And are you familiar with the apartment complex that is depicted in it?
I am.
How are you familiar with it?
Just being dispatched to calls in the general area and having knowledge about the apartment complex.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender and evidence State's Exhibit 50.
I'm not understanding. Did she do this video on her body cam? I'm sorry, that's very mistake.
Well, Mr. Atkins,
Yes, Your Honor.
if once you can lay the foundation a little bit more about this, we'll need it.
So, Officer Watson, you know that body cam where the person that you described was distraught and walking a square around that building is on this video you watched. Where is that in relation to that part of the body cam you just watched?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You know, how the clips of body cam we played where you walk in and out of gates in a building is what's depicted on State's Exhibit 50. Where is that in relation to what we've seen on body cam?
It should be towards the victim's apartment.
And is it that same building that you have personal walk through?
It is.
And have you, before even just this day, been to that area or have you not?
I have.
And with the video that you watched on State's Exhibit 50, how are you familiar with it?
That is the apartment of the victim that the young lady who was visibly upset went into and Mr. Brooklyn came out of.
And have you personally, in real life, walked that area on that video?
I have.
I think the question and the inquiry here is if she has any idea how this video that you're tendering was created or the time frame.
Your Honor, the state, it is I can approach it if needed to explain without speaking, but I think that will clarify some matters.
Yeah. Unless you establish the time frame, I don't see how it's relevant. It's the same as when she saw the scene. She just right now she's just said she's familiar and knows the scene really well. I don't know if you connected the dots.
Officer Watson, let me ask you a question. That video that you reviewed on this map, Bravo, what is depicted on this video? What area?
It's going to be the building to the left.
This building right here. And on that video, have you personally been to this building on State Exhibit 2 Bravo?
Yes.
And the area that is depicted on that video, have you walked that area?
I have.
And can you orient for the jury what is captured on that video in terms of, can you point on the map where you walk or where that video depicts the movement?
No, stand up.
Yes, please. No mind. Thank you.
Sidewalk right here, the entryway.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's going to go into the breezeway, take a right and go towards the victim's apartment.
Okay. And that exact route, is that what you personally have walked on a different time than when the video is, but that exact route? Are you familiar with that sidewalk, that building that is depicted in this video?
I am.
Does the court want me to ask more questions?
First of all, let me ask, is there an objection to tendering 50?
Can I walk out of witness?
Yes, you may.
Okay, can we move on?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna ask a few questions.
Okay.
Did you take this video? Did you film this video?
No,
Were you there when the video was filmed?
I was not.
How many times would you say that you walked that exact route that you see on the video where you go down the sidewalk to the right, down there, I think you said, and then to the Mr. Matthews' apartment? How many times would you say you walked that particular route?
The day of the incident.
So only the day of the incident.
That particular route to the apartment, yes, ma'am.
And is that all that's in this video that you're about to testify to, that route?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and do you know when that video was made?
I do not.
So you don't know if it was close in time to this incident?
I do not. I just reviewed it.
You don't know if it was yesterday?
I do not.
All right. Thank you. I still have my same objection, Your Honor, that it is, the proper foundation has not been laid. It's not relevant to what we're doing.
All right. So again, I've yet to hear the witness testify as to whether the contents of 50 coincide with her knowledge. So I'm sustained that objection.
Your Honor, I'll ask Officer Watson a question. Officer Watson, the apartment complex depicted on State's Exhibit 50, the route that you walked, is it any different, the sidewalk or the building, than it was when you personally walked it?
To my knowledge, the structure and the foundation of the apartment complex and sidewalk should still be the same.
And does the video on State's Exhibit 50, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the sidewalk and building that you personally walked on June 2nd, 2022?
It is.
And is that video, would it aid your testimony in the jury because it's in daylight?
No.
Like, would it help the jury explain where this is on that video?
Oh yeah, because it's brighter, so you can see the path a little more clear than the date of the incident.
Your Honor, the state would move to tender State's Exhibit 50 at this time.
You saying this is for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Same objection. Defense counsel.
Objection, adding is duplicative. I mean, we saw how she walked and went up there to the apartment. I just that's, yeah.
All right. It'll be admitted over that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 50.
Yes, ma'am. Now, I'm going to get Ms. Hall to help me. I'm going to show you. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 50, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Can we move that poster just a little to the left so we can see it?
All right. And then we got a jury number for the record. All right. Jury number 2. Thank you.
Now, Officer Watson, just late on this, but the sidewalk that you're walking down, where is that in relation to when you interacted with the person in the orange hood?
That's going to be to the left of the entry gate.
Okay. And this porch that is, you're walking up here, well, give me 1 sec.
I don't have. I don't have.
Yeah, and that apartment door right there, Officer Watson, where is that in relation to, what apartment number is that?
1126.
Okay. And on this camera, when the video goes to the left, in just a second when it shows you, I was going to ask you where that opens out to.
That opens out to the main street near the exit gate.
Okay. And when you respond to cases like this, was homicide ever notified?
They were.
And when homicide is notified, do you have additional involvement with this case?
No.
Who takes over as the primary in that situation?
The homicide detective.
Okay. And did that conclude your involvement with this specific case you responded to on June 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Watson. Your Honor, no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
A little bit. I have a hyphenated name too, so forgive me, I don't get the whole name.
Okay.
Is it all right if I call you just Officer Watson?
That's fine.
Thank you. On that night, you were primarily the first officer on the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And when you got there, there was the gentleman who was trying to save Mr. Matthews by doing the compressions.
That's correct.
There was security, correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a lady, looked like in a red shirt with a baby, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever speak with her?
I may have asked her if she saw what happened or something, but other than that,
But you don't know if she was related to Mr. Matthews or anything like that?
I can't recall.
Well, do you, when you go out to a scene, especially as the first responding officer, do you write a report about what you see so you can memorialize what you saw on the scene and what happened?
Usually we do. However, whenever there are homicides, we do a basic synopsis of the incident and we allow the detective to do a more thorough investigation.
But when you do your basic synopsis of what you see, you still put in information that you found out, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, Okay.
We put the very basic, just because we have to let the detective do their job.
But to the best of your memory, you didn't speak to anyone other than Xavier about, well, on your body cam. I mean, that was the person you directly went to.
No, I spoke with Xavier, I spoke with Ms. Brooklyn, and I think I also spoke with his aunt, Ms. Ashley, and tried to obtain information from her, but she was not very cooperative.
Okay, so thank you. You corrected me. So when you approached the area where Xavier was with the orange shirt on,
Correct.
there was a group of young men there, correct? You didn't see, or you don't remember even viewing the video, that you saw a gentleman with a blue shirt on and white spots on it. You didn't see him on that video, did you? Or there where you were?
I don't recall.
You didn't see a gentleman with a gray shirt on there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you didn't have anybody identify themselves as Antonio Dixon, did you?
To my knowledge, I did not.
And you didn't have anybody identify themselves as Jabari Dixon, did you?
To my knowledge, I did not.
And if you had, you would have at least tried to memorialize that so that you could get and pass it on to the homicide detective, correct?
Correct.
Because you did let her know that you had some interaction with Xavier, correct?
Correct.
Now you can see that when you saw Xavier in this group of guys up there, Xavier, at that point, he wasn't crying and obviously upset, correct?
At what point?
At the point when you first encountered him on the stairwell, not the stairwell, what do you call that thing? I don't know what you call that little porch area. He wasn't visibly upset, or to you, was he?
No, he was just standing around.
I'm sorry?
He was just standing around.
Okay. And he didn't volunteer to you any information about what happened to his friend, did he?
He did not.
He told you that that was his best friend, right?
He referred to him as his mud brother.
His blood brother.
His mud brother.
Mud brother, okay. And so he didn't say, like, I don't believe that Rock did this or anything like that. He didn't say anything like that, did he?
No.
He didn't call a name of a potential shooter, did he?
No.
He didn't say they were out here arguing, and he didn't say any of that, did he?
No.
Okay. And then he walked, you had him come away from the group. Had you ever met him before?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. But you said just customarily, you kind of get people out of the area to talk to him, because generally in that neighborhood, people don't really want to talk.
Correct.
But you hadn't tried to talk to him there in that little spot, did you?
I did not.
And could have been, you could have tried to talk and other people would have talked, but that didn't happen, right?
Correct.
So you moved him and you got down, and as you got down there, there was this other officer with the shades on his head,
Crosby.
And Crosby informed Xavier that his friend had passed.
He did.
And then he was very, very emotional.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. You also talked to Miss Brooklyn, and you were able to ascertain that she did not see this event, correct?
Correct.
And she did not say anything about, you weren't able to ascertain anything from her about who might have done the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear her mention anything about any arguments or anything, correct?
Correct.
Now, I really couldn't see good on that second video we just looked at, but you were just showing the way to Mr. Matthews' apartment is what you remember it seeing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on that day that it happened, people were standing in the hallway, correct?
That's correct.
And none of those people, you said you thought they were friends and family members of Mr. Matthews, but none of those people told you that they saw what happened, did they?
No.
And there was no mention of Roddrick Teasley to you?
No.
Okay. And there were quite a bit of people in that hallway, maybe 4 or 5, 6. All right, just a second, let me make sure. I think that's probably all I have. Thank you.
Maybe Rick.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Watson, in cases you've investigated or worked in the 540s Humphrey Street or Mechanicsville area, you had testified earlier about, I want to ask you about, can you expand upon when you say you've not had cooperation in investigations?
Sure. When we respond to calls in the area, whether from a larceny or a homicide, asking for additional information in regards to what happened or how the incident occurred, it is a well-known rule, I guess, in that area, not to cooperate with police due to the repercussions that they can see down the line, also known as snitching.
Now, let me ask you this, Officer Watson. In investigations you've worked there, if someone is going to speak with you, are they more or less likely to speak with you in an investigation on scene or somewhere private?
Somewhere private.
And in investigations you've worked there or other areas, do you typically get information on scene or in an interview?
In an interview.
And when you're a primary responding officer in a homicide, is it your duty to gather statements of death?
Just the preliminary statements to give to the investigator.
And who does the actual investigation in a homicide case?
The detective.
And with the portions of body cam that we did publish, were there people out and about in the buildings or areas when you were on scene?
It was.
And the portion of the body came when you were walking down the hallway. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did anyone voluntarily walk up to you and share information?
They did not.
And other than the gentleman who was doing CPR when you arrived, did you see anyone else, either speaking with police or rendering aid?
I did not.
And one last question, Officer Watson, is I wanted to just be clear, because that video was a little choppy, that using State's Exhibit 2 Bravo, I want you to tell the jury just where the victim's apartment was and where his body was on scene when you approached, if you wouldn't mind. I'm gonna bring a little closer to you, make it easier, but if you could use this exhibit and just tell the jury, point out where that apartment is and where he was found.
Okay. The apartment, his apartment is the immediate building to the left.
Okay. And see if I can find a pointer to help you. Okay. And also, if you don't mind, if you're so kind, could you just stand up briefly?
Sure.
And I'm gonna make sure that everyone can see this in the back. And if you wouldn't mind, can you show where the victim's apartment was that we discussed?
So the victim's apartment is in this building over here, and body was laying with this area right.
And in rough ballpark, just how many feet is that between? Okay. Thank you, Officer Watson. I appreciate it. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor, at this time.
Recross.
I do. So, Officer Watson, you're saying Mechanicsville is generally used to be like a project type of place, correct?
I mean, I can't speak of what it used to be. I don't know what it is from the time that
It's a apartment complex with people of lower income. Would that be accurate?
It's an apartment complex in the city of, in the neighborhood of Mechanicsville.
Okay, you consider it to be high crime?
It can be from time to time. It fluctuates.
Okay, so sometimes it's high crime.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the Cascades. I mean, you said shooting goes on often there, correct?
It does.
And police are called often there, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm saying that you're saying in your testimony that people there don't, it's like a rule, don't nobody talk. That's just nobody talks when the police come in investigation. Is that what you're saying?
The majority, as he stated, if there are a lot of people on scene, you're less likely to have somebody to talk to you in the open forum. It more so happens behind closed doors.
But that wasn't my question.
Okay.
But my question is, I heard what he stated.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you as a police officer that's responded to that area, you said the time that you've responded on any scene for any crime, nobody talks to you?
The victim, but for the most part, witnesses, no.
So never is what you're saying?
Not never. I said it's not likely.
Okay. So can you give me a percentage?
I can't.
Okay. You stated that the detective, you give a preliminary statement to the detective, correct?
Correct.
And that's what usually forms the initial police report, correct?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
I'm handing you what's going to be, I'm going to do defendants 1. And I ask you if you recognize the counsel.
You must.
Okay, so you are the person as the first officer on the scene that would have done the preliminary investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you would have relayed that information to the detective, correct?
Correct.
And that preliminary investigation said, and I don't remember, I want to use exact language. In the narrative.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay of what's in the report.
All right. Well, for one, I don't think she ever actually identified what it is she's looking at. I don't know if you're tendering it. Just kind of walk me through there.
Do you recognize what this is that I just handed you? I'm sorry, defendants 1. Let me write this.
It's an incident report.
Okay, and the incident report you didn't author it, right?
I did not.
But you gave information toward it, correct?
Yes, on scene.
And you would provide what the preliminary investigation suggested. I mean, is there any reason why you believe that was not, what's in this report was not given by you?
Again, there are multiple officers on scene, so other officers could have interviewed different people, and the detective also responds to the scene to have a preliminary investigation. So multiple people have preliminary investigations.
Okay, so my question to you though is there any reason that you believe what's written here was not provided by you?
No.
Okay. So so when it talks about the
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay of what's in the report.
Yeah, I think if we can phrase the question, if she recalls conveying certain information, we're not just reading from it.
I was changing.
Yeah. All right. So we'll hear the question.
So I'm sorry. So would it be accurate that you reported, based on your preliminary investigation, to Detective Berry that this homicide stemmed from an escalating dispute
Your Honor,
between two separate groups.
I'm going to object.
All right, if our counsel can approach, we can lay the record. I'll turn this down.
Okay, so you tell the detectives what you find out, not specifically what it is, but you do relay whatever you found out.
I mean, it could have been me or the other officer that was on scene.
I mean, in general, I'm sorry,
Yes.
not about this matter.
Oh, yes,
So the
yes.
fact you relayed Xavier Tucker's name.
Yes.
Okay. And okay. But you didn't do a report yourself.
Not to my knowledge, I don't think I did.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, officer. You can sit down. How long does the state anticipate for directive as next witness?
Your Honor, probably 45 minutes.
Okay.
Could be longer.
All right, members of the jury, we've been going a minute. Why don't we can take a quick 5. We'll come back. We'll probably break later past the noon hour, try to get this last witness in. So let's take 5. Y'all just let us know by the light when you're ready to go. We'll shoot for 11:35-ish.
All right, here.
Thank you. That's what I was just.
Mr. Atkins, if you could go ahead and have your witness come on in, we'll be ready when they are.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's 50. 50 is the CD. You don't have it? Wait. He took it from me. Oh, let me see if we put it. Keep it on tape. Just talk bad about me. No, I had just took them off the switch them.
Oh, you need to get back.
I don't have to. Just about.
I
might actually come back.
Your PhD, so I think that feels like any of that you're doing without the healthcare class or psychology. So then it's just social work.
Oh, actually,
I would love to be a pathologist, but yeah, and I'm always in maybe so much. But I get problem.
That's where, what you can do. So that could be just.
Okay, so yeah, crazy. That's what I've seen. Yeah, what was introduced.
So, they got the other room open up. You got another room side by it? Yeah, that's open.
There's two of them. There's one right, there's one left, one left. So they can walk through. They can walk through the other one. The conference room, yeah, like right out on the hall. Yeah, yeah. It's two. So I can go. You need that separate something.
Let me get the key to
Nope. I was talking to Ages, but I don't think that any of them. I just, street rumors or stuff like that is hearsay, right? Like, say I were to ask Barry, did you hear that the defendant did it? So it's like, I don't know how these other theories of this person did it, unless a witness call and say that, we can't ask Barry about it. If you have a case, I'd like to see it.
I don't have a case, I have the
Oh, you
hearsay code section. But I think it was
I got you. Because, you know this. She knows this. There's 20 people on scene, right? Assistant homicide detectives. I've watched Rainbow Lawson's entire life. I know exactly what she did or didn't do. She never talked about me 2 weeks.
That's fair.
I've watched every second of it.
Like the reports are finding that's varies.
Correct. Which Watsonville didn't really contribute to. See what I'm saying? Actually, you sit right here for now. This is next week. Okay. Okay. Well, now you can go on. Nancy? Huh? What you need? Yep. Video? Yep.
Hey, Chris.
Yep.
Oh, is it? Yeah, some of this. Obviously, yeah, Travis.
Not today. Not today. I expect him to be tomorrow, but there's no way I'll get to him before the end. But wait. Are you? Yeah. Okay. I'm about to do. Right. Okay. Oh, that's the news. I'll be out. I want to continue. Yes. I don't know. It's but we're not going to how I was playing for you guys to see it. It's a big videos. I want that I just think it's like yeah. You're right. You switch for a second. Hey, what are your about to introduce? 40s? Yeah. I thought it said it. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm saying I'm about to introduce the business cert for the Watchtower stuff. Oh. Yeah, we sure this morning.
All right, Deputy Scott, if you can check on it.
You got a copy? Stick? I don't know. Okay. Well.
Okay. All right, let's go back on the record. Any reason we can't proceed from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense? All right, we can bring in the jury. Thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, good to see everyone. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Brooklyn Rivers to the stand. And before I start with Ms. Rivers, I'm going to introduce, Your Honor, pursuant to the business record certification, the following exhibits. I'm going to introduce 43, 43 Alpha 1 through Alpha 6, 43 Alpha through 43 Quebec, 44 Alpha through Charlie, 45 and 45 Alpha and Bravo, 46 Alpha through Echo, 47 Alpha and Bravo, 48 and 49, Your Honor.
All right, did we catch all that, defense counsel? Any objection to those exhibits?
I think they're all those white house stuff, right?
All right, so as described by the state, those exhibits are admitted.
Ms. Rivers?
Yes. Well, first we need to swear in our witness.
Yes.
Panasia Rivers, Panasirivers.
Now, Ms. Rivers, do people call you Brooklyn?
Yeah, that's my middle name.
Okay. And have you and I ever met in person before till today?
No.
Have we spoke over the phone?
Yes.
And where did you come in from?
New York, Brooklyn, New York.
And did you fly in today?
Yeah, this morning.
Now, let me ask you, are you originally from New York?
Yeah, I was born there.
And when did you wind up down in Georgia?
I went back and forth my whole life, really.
Okay. Now, around 2022 or a little before, when was it in that general time frame that you came down to the state of Georgia?
I've been 2014.
Okay. And when you first came down here in 2014, what part of the city? Were you in Atlanta?
Yes, by the Dome.
Okay. Did you ever wind up or over in the Mechanicsville area?
Yeah, I had an apartment over there for a while.
What was your apartment or where was it?
It was on Fulton Street.
Okay. And how close is it? Are you familiar with Humphrey Street?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an apartment complex at 540 Humphrey Street?
Yes.
Sometimes it's called the Columbia at Mechanicsville.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like 3 of them in one. It was all the same company.
And the Fulton apartment street you lived on was close by?
Yes.
Now, did you ever come to know a Dravion Matthews?
Yes.
How did you first meet him?
From his sister first, and then his mom. Me and her were really close. And then I ended up losing my apartment over there, and I was like homeless in my car for a little while. And then I ended up staying with his mom and him.
Now, what was his sister's name that you knew?
Aaliyah.
And was she older or younger than Dravion?
She's young.
Okay. And you met, what's his mom's name, or what did she go by?
Angel.
Okay. And when you met Dravion, who was living with him? As in any other family members?
No.
Was Dravion living with his mother or?
Yeah, and his sister.
Okay.
Mhm.
And did you ever know?
his
Oh, I don't want to cut you off. You can keep going.
Oh yeah, and his mom's boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever know a grandmother type figure?
Yeah, Mama Joe.
Okay. Did everyone call her Mama Joe?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how often back then would you interact with either Mama Joe, Miss Angel, or Dravion?
Well, I lived there, so really almost every day.
Okay. And let me ask you this: did you ever work nearby at some point in time?
Yeah, the Family Dollar down the street.
Would you typically drive or walk to work there?
Usually drive, but at this time my car wasn't really working really good.
Understood. And did you get to know some of Dravion's friends?
Yeah, I know most of them.
Okay. Now, I'm going to approach you, ma'am, with some exhibits, specifically State's Exhibits 39, 40, 40 Alpha, 41 at this time. I'm going to ask you just to flip through them, ma'am, and look up at me if you recognize them, or when you're done looking at them, I should say.
Yeah.
I'll start with 39. Let me ask you this. How do you recognize are they photographs of people?
Yeah, these are yeah.
And is one of them yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the people in those photographs?
I do.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of how they look, how you knew them?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibits 39, 40, 40 Alpha, and 41.
Any objection?
State 40 Alpha.
Oh. I'm gonna grab one from one second. Oh. It's 14. Yeah. Just the 40 years. Okay.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, Ms. Brooklyn, I'm gonna publish State's Exhibit 39, okay?
Okay.
I want you to tell the jury who is gentleman depicted in State's 39.
Dravion Matthews.
And in 2022 or close in time, is that how he looked?
Yeah, close, yeah.
Now, I am going to ask you, in that apartment that Dravion, Mama Joe, and you lived at, you know the front gate of that apartment complex?
Yeah.
When you walk in that gate, is the building to your right or left?
When you come into the apartment?
Yeah, when you come into the apartment.
It'll be on your left.
Okay. And was he one of the first apartments on the first floor?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about, and I'm going to take off State's Exhibit 39 at this time, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
When you lived there, or not worked there, but lived or interacted in the Dravion and his family's apartment, would people ever congregate or hang out in the porch or that hallway area?
Yeah, on the steps in front and sometime in the hallway. Yeah.
And also, when you lived there, did you ever get to know someone named Antonio Dixon?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 40 at this time. Now, how often would you see Antonio?
Every other day, if not every day.
And how close was Antonio? Is that Antonio on the screen?
Yes.
And how close was he with Dravion?
They were close.
Now,
music together a lot.
They did music together?
Yeah.
And were they of a somewhat similar age?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to publish 40 Alpha.
Okay.
And it's going to come up on the screen so the jury can see it. Do you know who this gentleman is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Jabari.
And is he related to Antonio?
Yes, that's his brother.
Okay. And how often would you see Jabari?
Mostly every day too.
Okay. Did any of them have any nicknames?
No, Barry, Antonio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Barry, Antonio.
Yeah.
And what would people call Dravion?
Dre.
Okay. Did you ever know anyone by the name of Zay or Xavion?
Yes.
What was his relationship with Dravion?
Well, he grew up as his best friend at first.
And Jabari, what was his relationship with Dravion?
They all grew up together.
Okay. And let me ask you, are you ever familiar with someone who went by the name of Rock?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He was in the neighborhood. At the time when I was first homeless, I used to park in front of his house in the back street.
Okay.
But he was always like walking around at the store or just in the neighborhood.
Okay. Have you seen him on multiple occasions?
Occasionally, yeah.
Do you see the individual you knew as Rock in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you, for the record purposes, just describe where he is or what he's wearing?
He's to my left.
Your left, my right?
You're right.
Okay.
My left, yes.
And where at that table is he seated?
right there.
And what is the color of his shirt?
Black.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
Now, Ms. Brooklyn, I want to ask you about stuff you've witnessed, if any, between Dravion and Rock in their relationship, okay? Can you tell the jury what kind of interactions did you witness?
Objection. Just for the record, I renew my objection.
All right, and as you're go through these, Mr. Atkins, I'll ask you to be very specific in the time frame, and
yes, Your Honor.
We'll go that piece by piece. But at this point, objections overruled and preserved. You can
Now,
continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Brooklyn, I'm going to relate this year, 6 months time frame in terms of when June 2nd, 22, when Dravion was shot, okay?
Okay.
What type of interactions would you see between the defendant and Dravion in that general ballpark?
There's like a lot of there's like boys play. Like I don't know if it makes sense, but he like to. Can you hear me?
That's much better.
Yeah, it was more like rough play, like jokes. Like I like to say, like kind of little boydom a lot.
And what would Dravion's reaction that you observed be to that?
He never really took it serious. But I could tell he was uncomfortable sometimes.
And when you say, you know, when little boy him, what do you mean by that?
Like little brother him. Like if that makes any sense. Like.
And was the
like the saying he didn't have no money, broke, stuff like that.
And would Dravion like or not like those comments?
He'll laugh it off, but I could tell he was uncomfortable. He said something before. He played too much.
Dravion said he plays too much, and he was talking about defendant. Okay. How? Now let me ask you this: did you ever see any physical interactions between the two of them?
Not seriously, no.
Ones that you did, what were they of the nature of?
Like boys play fighting.
Okay. And did you ever, in close in time to June 2nd, 2022, when was that comment of he plays too much in relation to June 2nd, 2022?
We were in my car at the time where I used to park in front of the apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And Rack was like walking by, and he was like this to the car, like he was walking past.
What, like making a gun sign with his hand?
Yeah, and he didn't think that was funny.
Dravion didn't think it was funny?
He was like, he played too much. That's not funny. People don't play like that.
How close in time was that to June 2nd, 2022? If you remember.
Probably like a month prior.
Okay.
It wasn't close.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about June 2nd, 2022, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jury how that day started?
Well, I went to work that day. Yeah.
What time would you get off?
Probably it was still daytime, so and I got off early, so I want to say maybe like around 3 or 4, maybe.
Okay. And where did you go after work?
I went to the house. I went back home.
And would you? How long a walk was it from where you worked to the?
It's no more than 10 minutes.
Okay. And did you see Dravion that day?
Yeah.
And when you got home, was it still daylight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, Ms. Brooklyn, what's going to come up on the screen? I'm going to publish some items that are admitted and ask you some questions. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Alpha.
Okay.
Which for the record purposes is 18:58 and 36 milliseconds to 18:58:57. Now, Ms. Brooklyn, before I hit play, I'm going to ask you a couple questions when this comes up.
Okay.
Do you recognize anyone thus far in this video?
There's something on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna work on getting that taken off.
Okay, because I can't really see.
That's all right. Let's see what you see. I may have to use the big screen. Yours is even worse. We'll work on that.
Oh, it's the blue one.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that better, Ms. Brooklyn?
Yeah, I can see.
I'm actually going to press play on this and ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
You see the people in the porch area?
Yes.
Do you?
Let me just pause you here, Mr. Atkins. I've been advised that if you are connected to public Wi-Fi versus full code, it's going to slow down your connection speed and the buffering of the video.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm typically always a full code, but let me check. Thank you, Your Honor. It is full code, but
And if again, you may need to connect directly to the TV by USB if it keeps doing this.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
Thank you.
All right, you can proceed.
And Ms. Brooklyn, do you recognize yourself in this clip?
Yeah, I got the Family Dollar red shirt on the steps.
Okay. And who's that sitting to your left?
That's great.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, that's Dre.
And I'm going to play a little more of this on the next clip. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Bravo, which is 1915-03 to 1915-35.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this a small, average, or large number of people congregating?
It's getting bigger.
Okay. And if you were to walk right off camera, but inside the gate, how close is Dravion's apartment?
If the kid with the red shirt, if you go past him, his door is on the left-hand side.
Okay. You let me know with any of these clips if you recognize or see anyone that you know, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Charlie, time hack 1915-39 to 1916-40. Now, was there ever any issues or problems?
Okay, yeah, I just got the information. He has been sentenced to 30 years plus 5. 30 years plus 5. That's what I got, the information that he has been sentenced. So the judge did ask whether or not they're going to file for an appeal, and they are going to file for an appeal. And so I just wanted to give you guys that information. 30 plus 5. And I'm going to explain some stuff in regard to this case that has happened, that the information I got in, regarding this and why they're wanting to do an appeal. So we'll talk about it after this plays. Well, I'm not going to play the whole thing. Okay.
Problems with people hanging out in the hallway or porch area at the apartments?
Yeah. Angel didn't like it. People in front of, because they used to leave a lot of trash and stuff on the steps.
Okay, hold up a minute. When there's an objection, we just got to pause.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just to what Angel, I think she said Angel said the last part.
Yeah, she didn't like people at the.
Okay, hold on a minute. I got to deal with this.
Objection to any hearsay.
Okay, Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask it to get around hearsay. I'd like to not avoid it. Ms. Brooklyn, without saying what specifically Ms. Angel said, would you interact with her? How frequently would you interact with her back then?
Almost every day.
And did you come to learn her state of feelings about people hanging out in the hallway or the porch? And what was her feelings about that?
I still think that's hearsay.
Okay, any response, Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, I feel like she's not directly stating a quote from a witness. She's got familiarity with Ms. Angel because she lives with her and could be able to state her viewpoint on that.
All right, overruled. You can continue.
Yeah, it was just a lot of trash and noise in front of the door.
Okay. And did you also at that time interact frequently with Dre?
Yeah.
And what was Dravion's position on people hanging out or congregating in or near his apartment?
I mean, he respected his mom. He didn't really like to be outside too much either, but he respected her.
Fair enough. I'm going to publish, ma'am, State's Exhibit 43 Delta, which is 1917-43 to 1918-42. Now, do you remember, Ms. Brooklyn, what, if anything, you and Dravion were talking about at this time?
I'm not sure.
That's fair.
Probably going in the house.
And let me ask you this. That day, and then from June 2nd, 2022, at least when it was this part of the day, are you and Dravion just hanging out near his apartment?
We were just outside.
Okay. And did anything unusual happen initially?
No, okay. It was just a lot of people outside. I think it was just getting hot outside too. So everybody was just getting used to the weather.
That makes sense. A little hotter weather than they have in New York?
No, it's hot. It's hot there too.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Now that gate, you see that gate that's opening?
Yeah.
To get in that gate, do you need to press a button or use a key card? How does it work?
Yeah, I have a key card. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you get out of that gate?
It's a button you press.
Like an exit button? Okay. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Echo, which is 1943 to 1920-43. And watch this, Ms. Brooklyn. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
At this point in time, you're out on the porch. You see the gentleman who walked up the stairs? And I'm gonna ask you to keep watching. I'm gonna ask you questions.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you if you recognize the person walking in the gate holding the soda.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Now, is he same age, younger, or older than people in the?
He's older. The guy that's in the front, his name is also Dre too, but he was younger.
Did she speak up? I can't hear.
Yep. Which
the guy with the hat, his name is also Dre, but he was younger.
Okay. Yeah. And when you say rock, do you mean the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And I am going to publish State's Exhibit 43. Before I jump to that, Ms. Brooklyn, I'm gonna show you a trick, okay?
Okay.
This technology can be high speed, so we can make it a touch screen.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna say all this, it's not gonna work. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So you see this red marker? I'll make it yellow.
Okay.
Now it's a touch screen.
Okay.
Can you circle the person that you said is rock, but then it's canvas? That is Rocker, the defendant that you circled in yellow?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish, while she's pulling that up, show you another trick. We will get this off. There we go. Now, Ms. Brooklyn, another clip's about to come up. And this clip is 43 Foxtrot 1920-43 to 1921-42, okay? So it's about 7:20 p.m. I'm gonna ask you another question. You see you on the porch in this clip thus far?
Yes.
And do you know who it is that you're talking with?
Dre.
Dre?
Yes.
Okay.
Those look like little kids, y'all.
Do you know at this point in time what you've seen the other people other than you and Dre on the porch?
Yeah, I'm just watching.
Okay. And the person at the gate right now, who's that?
That's Rock.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Golf, and it's going to come up. It's 1921-43 to 1921-57. And Ms. Brooklyn, I'm going to ask you a question of that day. Did you ever say anything to anyone who's hanging out or congregating in the apartment or the porch?
No, I said to Dre, after I got off the phone with his mom, I was like, she on the way home. So that was it. But I didn't say nothing to nobody.
What did you tell him after you came to learn that his mother's coming home?
Clear the steps.
And why did you tell him that?
Because she was on the way home.
Okay. And after you told him that, what did he do?
He said that my mom on the way, I gotta move.
And do you know who he was saying it to, if anyone?
No, he didn't say nobody in particular. He just said it. Like, y'all can't sit right here.
And how did he say it?
He wasn't rude about it. He just said, my mom on the way, I gotta move.
And how did people react?
Some people ain't have a problem, but some people said something like, I ain't moving, I ain't gotta move. But the person that said that, I don't see it in this video right now.
Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna publish this video right now. And do you, well, I'll ask you here in just a second. And when Dravion said that, do you remember whether it's friends or anyone we talked about, who was in the general area when that said?
Some people was familiar, and then there were some people I'd never seen before.
The people who were familiar, who were there, at least within earshot of when Dravion was saying that. Like, were you there?
I was there.
Okay.
Rock was there. I forgot his name. I forgot his name.
That's all right.
I forgot his name.
That's all right. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Hotel from 1923 and 19 milliseconds to 1924:20. Now I'm going to ask you when this comes up who it is that's coming in the gate.
That's Dre.
Okay. And do you know where he's going?
In the house.
Okay. Now, at any point in time, was Dravion going? Was he ever leaving or coming back to the porch?
Yeah, he comes back.
Okay. And do you remember in general where Dravion was when he told people to leave? Like what part of this, if depicted on this video? Like was he on the porch? Was he in the stairwell, the hallway?
He was actually on the on the steps, like in front of it.
Okay.
Can you speak up? I'm sorry.
He was in front of the gate, like right there around.
Like right around here?
Mm-hmm.
And you see him stand on that gate like that?
Mm-hmm.
You see people standing up?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And is that Dravion walking back inside?
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you able to tell, or are you familiar with Dravion's like emotions or demeanor from interacting with him?
Yeah, he was just chilling. He wasn't upset about nothing or anything.
And when Dravion, told people to leave, did anyone immediately leave?
Some people got up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 India from 1924-23 to 1925-23. Now, is the lady in red who's on the outside of the gate and the person who's walking out, who are they?
That's me.
Okay. And is that Dre hanging on the gate?
Yes.
Do you know what you're saying or what y'all are doing at this point?
Yeah, I think that was the person that didn't want to leave from in front of the door, in the hallway. And I was like, I can't be right here. Like, we live right here.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
And as you and me both do, we talk with our hands. You were,
mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair. And then you went back. Did you see the person who was not leaving immediately yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's fair. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43, Juliet, from 1925-37 to 1926-02. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, Ms. Brooklyn.
Okay.
Was that Dravion by the gate?
No.
Or I'm looking, I think yours is ahead of mine. The person who started this clip and walked off?
Yeah, that was him.
Now, at any point in time, do you see Rock?
Yeah, he just went behind Dre.
Okay. In the same or different direction?
Same direction.
Okay. Do you know where either of them went?
No, I know Dre probably went back to the house.
Okay.
But I was sitting right there, so he probably went back in the house.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish 43 Kilo from 1926-08 to 1927-09. Ask you a couple questions, Ms. Brooklyn.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you because if you don't want, your screen's faster than ours.
Okay.
It's too much trouble to use this big screen.
No, I can't.
Okay. Thank you, man.
Mhm.
Do you see Dravion?
Yeah, he's walking out.
Okay. Now, does anyone touch Dravion?
Yeah, the one in orange. And I'm not familiar with him.
That's fair. Is that Dravion walking back in?
Yeah.
And you're still out on the porch at this time?
Yeah, I don't know him either.
That's fair. Now,
Excuse me, hold on. What did she say? I can't.
I don't know that.
I didn't know the guy that walked through the.
Now, Ms. Brooklyn, I'm going to publish 43 Lima 1927-07 to 1928, so about 7:28 p.m.
Okay.
And after Dravion walks off the porch, do you remember if you have any discussions or anything?
No. I'm just looking around right now. There was a lot of people outside. This day. That's Antonio right there in the blue. Antonio?
In the blue?
Yeah, he just walked through the,
I'm going to pause it. We'll go back just a second, Ms. Brooklyn.
Okay.
And ask you a quick question. I'm going to try this touch screen. Okay. We're going to rewind it just a second, Ms. Brooklyn.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to circle who it is that you know is Antonio.
He's behind Rock.
He was walking behind Rock?
Mhm.
Okay. And on this clip, do you see Rock?
Yeah, he has a black wife beater.
And can you circle the person that you know is Antonio? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Now I'm going to publish 43 Mike, which is 1928-09 to 1929-08. And ask you a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
Do you know where Rock and Antonio went at this point in time?
I don't.
That's fair.
And that's
Now, do you know the person who walked in the orange hoodie down there?
no.
That's fair. Is that Dravion?
Yeah.
And is he walking towards where you're seated?
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 November, which is 1929-09 to 1930-09, and ask you a question.
Which number is this, Ms. Anthony?
43 November, ma'am. Now, on this big screen, Ms. Brooke, I'm about to ask you a question.
Mhm.
Who are the two people walking in?
That's me and Dre
Okay. And where do you all go?
in the house.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take this off the screen for a second and ask you a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
And this was around 7:30 on this time hack?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you're out on the porch, Dravion says something for people to leave. Where do you all go next?
In the house.
Okay. And is anyone else in the apartment at that time?
Mom Joe.
Okay. Which is Dravion's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you all do? Do you make dinner? Do you play a game? What do you do?
We ate and watched a movie.
Okay. You remember what movie?
I don't. It was on pause.
Okay. It was on pause?
Yeah, when I woke up.
And what part of the apartment were you all in?
In his room.
Okay. And did you ever, or let me ask you this, you're watching a movie, what's the next thing you remember?
I fell asleep because I just got off work. So I felt like usually after I eat, I go to sleep.
And that's fair. Once you went to sleep, when you next awoke, what was going on?
Mom and Joe was crawling next to the bed that I was on.
And did you hear or see anything?
No, I didn't hear. I just heard Mama Joe.
I got you. And so you come out of sleep and Mama Joe, who's Dravion, is crawling next to you?
Yeah, on the floor next to me.
And what did you come to learn had happened?
That the movie was on pause and he wasn't there.
Who wasn't there?
Dre.
Okay. And do you ever become notified from Mama Joe that she heard something?
Yeah, when I woke up, I asked her where he was.
Yes, ma'am.
And she said he went outside.
To the hearsay.
An exception, Mr. Mackes.
Is the effect on Miss Brooklyn?
All right, overruled.
Miss Brooklyn, after hearing that, what did you do?
Asked where he was.
And where did you go?
Outside.
And when you went outside, what did you see?
I really didn't see anything. Everybody was just staring at me, but nobody was saying anything.
And when the people were staring at you, what kind of feeling did you get?
It was a pause.
Miss Brooklyn, what'd you say?
It was a pause.
Pause? Like is it like a eerie silence?
Yeah.
And you need a minute, Miss Brooklyn?
I'm okay.
Okay. Were some of these people who were looking at you, did you know them?
Yeah, there was the kids in the neighborhood.
And did you have a good or bad feeling in your
Bad
stomach?
one.
Bad
They
one?
were just staring at me, and then I asked, "Where is he?" And nobody said anything.
When or how did you come to learn something happened to Dre? I mean, in terms of like that, not what someone said, but just when did you learn about it?
They just looked the way where he was.
Okay. People were looking in that direction?
In that direction, yeah, and it was a crowd.
Okay. At some point, do you remember, or did you ever see or hear any law enforcement, like APD or something?
Yeah, the ambulance was coming in.
Okay. And do you remember having any interaction, even if it's brief, with any law enforcement officers?
No, they wouldn't let me get close to him.
To where Dravion was?
Yeah.
Were you trying to approach him?
Yeah.
And did you, after learning this, did you stay in or around Dravion's building or somewhere else?
Yeah, I stayed around.
In the building?
Yeah.
Okay. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Miss Brooklyn?
Yes.
In general, what was Dravion's height?
I'm 5 feet. He was probably 5'9", maybe.
Okay. What was Rock's height, the defendant?
He was about as tall as him, really.
Was he shorter or taller?
Probably about the same.
Okay.
I think.
And let me ask you, after hearing about what happened, how much longer did you live or stay in 540 Humphrey Street area?
You mean stayed there?
Yeah, like lived in the area.
Not long. Probably maybe a week. Not too long though.
And where did you move to in general?
I went to Rockdale.
Okay.
Rock, Stockridge.
Stockridge. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Stockridge, Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Brooklyn.
Thank you.
All right, defense counsel.
Your Honor, can I apologize. I have a couple more questions, if the court may. Ms. Brooklyn, I forgot a piece. I want to show you something. I want to go to what's marked as State's Exhibit 43, Quebec, as in Q.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you something. And I'm going to play it from 21:59:06 to 22:00.
Okay.
Is this the same porch we've been watching, just nighttime?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question here in a second. And this is 9:59 p.m., right?
Yes.
You see the lady in the blue and the lady in the red?
Yes.
Who are those ladies?
That's Mama Joe and me.
Okay. What color is Mama Joe in?
Blue.
Okay. And is this that same porch?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Brooklyn. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, unless council anticipates a 5-minute cross, I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch. And so the time being about 12:30, let's be back here, ready to go. At 1:30, we'll resume this examination. Two points of advice before I excuse you every time. Please don't do any research about this case and don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Thank you so much.
Get ready to go to lunch. I had to take care of something, lady. Okay. All right, let's go up. Let's go fast forward. I know, look, I got caught up watching this, so that's why we're still here.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can step down. I'll direct you, though, that you should not discuss your testimony, either what's to come or what you've already said with anyone else until you're excused. All right? We'll see you back before 1:30. Anything on the part of the state before we recess?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, anything from defense counsel? All right, then we'll be back at 1:30.
I didn't figure it out.
He was out on bond. Look, because you see how he walking? He walking out. He was out on bond, yo. He was out on bond, so he was. Hold on a second. He's walking around. He got his phone and his thing. I'm gonna fast forward it. Let's go on. See, they're out to lunch. Out to lunch. Okay, they should be coming back. All right, they still out to lunch. They've been out to lunch a long time. Okay, here they come. They're coming back now. Hold on, let's get the jury in. He's not back yet. Where's he at? The judge is coming in. All right.
The substantial fairness of trial should not take place before those other witnesses testify.
No, Your Honor. So I'll put it this way. If the state has to impeach with Ms. Angel, it's based on audio recordings that were from 3 years ago. So I don't know what a witness can say in this courtroom that's going to change those audio recordings. I can't think of an example. And I don't think an example exists. The other thing I'm going to ask the mother
He's on trial for
the apartment she lived in, and she's actually lived in multiple buildings in that apartment complex for a large part of her life. So I don't know how a witness testifying. She's going to talk about
why is her residential history relevant at all?
Because Dravion told the defendant admits to having an argument with Dravion because of the way that Dravion told people to move his apartment. He shouldn't do that. So there's just a couple questions I'm going to ask.
So why is where the mother's lived throughout her life matter at all?
Well, where she lives does not matter. But my point is they're asking how can witnesses influence her testimony, and the fact that witnesses testify about an apartment complex she's lived far longer, and I don't know how it will warp her testimony. The reason I brought that up is not that I'm going to ask her about that, but about her foundation for the questions I'm asking her predates. She's known some of these witnesses since they were babies, and her testimony is in audio recordings to impeach, and some of the exhibits that we tried to get in with the officer about that apartment complex. She knows all the hallways and all of her testimony cannot be influenced by witnesses' testimony. I also want to pull up the victim's rights statute. That's the one that I wanted to address with the court because I'm tracking the usual rule of sequestration, but that was the statute. I've actually texted the chief victim advocate who has it saved on her phone to see if she can reply to that momentarily because I wanted to.
I think that's what I'm referring to in 17-9.
And so, Your Honor, I can't think of a fact pattern where a witness's testimony is going to change what Ms. Angel's going to say.
All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure the record was made here that we're referring to the correct standards. And to that end, anything further, Mr. Simon, you want to make on that point?
I think that it's in the court's discretion or the statute in this way that this could potentially impair the conduct of a fair trial is I understand what Mr. Atkins thinks the testimony is going to be able to come out, but he's not the only one questioning the witness. We'll have a right to cross-examination. And the way that her presence is going to be a fair trial is if she's had a chance to hear what.
Well, let me be clear. I think I don't have any discretion at this point. She will be here. Really, I think the only thing left to decide is the sequencing, the timing, because under the statute, it says a motion to exclude has to be made before jeopardy attaches. And that point has come and gone. Paragraph A. But then in paragraph B, it talks about the order of things. So that's really the only thing it seems to me that's left to potentially decide.
In that case, I'd ask the court to take the call as soon as possible to limit the potential damage. I mean, there may be damage that's already done. So I think that the way we go from here is to have our hands in the process. That prevents any further water from entering the ship, so to speak.
All right. I don't want to spend too much more time on this. But I would ask, again, Mr. Atkins, if she were first called and then recalled later for the purposes of any impeachment, what topics would be covered in round one?
Very minimal, Your Honor, probably 10 minutes of testimony. Her primary purpose is, which the defense knows this, they know why.
So what would be the topics covered?
So you talking about total topics?
No, if there were no impeachment to bring up.
Where she lived, some of these videos that we couldn't get the officer in, but she's lived there 20 years or however many years she's lived. it's very basic. Her primary purpose is, and there's witnesses that have to testify. She may not be needed to impeach if they tell what I believe is the truth, what they've said before. And so her testimony is very minimal and doesn't, it's basically where she lived, where she was that day. Does she know her friends? Because in opening, defense alluded to maybe his friends murdered him and things like that. So I think she's known some of them since they were 2 years old. So there's gonna be some testimony on that his friends, since he was a little baby, didn't murder him. So I'll ask her questions in that regard, but it's very limited. It's primarily when people confess to her that the defendant murdered her child when they didn't know they were being recorded, that the state intends to call her for it.
She just privately recorded these.
Correct. That is in discovery that she gave to Sergeant Barry. And so that's the primary reason the state has her on the list is people when no one's listening tell her what happened.
All right. Well, in accordance with paragraph B, I think we will, since it is explicit here saying shall require as early as practical, I'm not really hearing a reason why we couldn't split up her testimony to satisfy that. And so I would say before you're expecting to call her, before a witness she might potentially impeach, we're going to do her then, and then we'll bring her back if we need to afterwards. Okay?
And immediately after that witness, Your Honor?
Not immediately after. You can recall her to impeach at any point. Okay. I'm just saying we're going to need to do everything that you can with her before those witnesses come up. Okay.
And then I'll defer to Ms. Morgan Culpepper about this because I'm not as familiar with that particular side of the case as she is. But these are recorded conversations
that Sergeant Barry had from 2022. That
with other witnesses that you're calling.
Correct.
So you can't impeach them with the recordings?
The state has a right to call the person who recorded it. You don't have to play it. The state has a right to impeach witnesses with what is said.
Right.
And the typical method for impeachment is to call the witness who received that information.
I understand.
Maybe not even identify their own voice. I mean, I don't know what
they may not, but maybe they will. We'll see what happens. All right. Can we see the jury's ready?
Yeah. Mr. Wright's son, which hasn't even been present for the majority of the testimony thus far, anyways, for the record. Your son's on birth trial.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please proceed, everyone. Defense may commence cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning. I mean, good afternoon. I'm sorry.
You and Dravion were in a relationship, correct?
No.
So if people say you were his girlfriend, they'd be incorrect.
It was a rumor, yeah. But no, we were just together all the time.
You were just together all the time?
Yeah, I lived with him, so.
And where'd you sleep?
In his room.
And where'd he sleep?
In his room.
And how many beds did he have?
2.
Okay. What size beds?
Queen.
Okay. And you all, you hung out there with him and his friends often?
Yeah, that's where I was staying. I was homeless at the time when I first met them. And well, not before I was homeless, but I was always there. I had an apartment in that apartment before I lost my place.
So you, how old are you?
I'll be 37 on the 11th.
So back then, when this happened, you were 34?
4, yeah.
And he was 17, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He had a little sister, correct?
Yes.
How old was she?
I think at the time she was 13.
Okay. But you didn't sleep in the room with her?
No.
All right. So all these videos that the state showed you, you agree that in none of those videos did it show an argument between Roddrick and Dravion, correct?
No, there wasn't.
And you agree that on that day, I understand what was going on with Dravion not wanting people to be in front of the door, but that day you didn't witness an argument between him and Roddrick.
No.
And until you went into the house, you were out there kind of in that area until you went into
until I went inside, yes.
And you said something that Zay, when Mr. Atkins asked about Zay, you said he grew up as his best friend, and then you said the word "at first."
Yeah, at first.
What does that mean? Did they fall out?
Yeah, I'm not sure for the reason, but there was definitely static in the air. Like Zay stopped talking to him.
So there was static in the end.
Yeah, because he didn't understand why he stopped talking to him.
Okay. Now, all the times in the videos that you looked at, Roddrick was just kind of playful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you said that he'd be roughhousing like a little brother.
Yeah, like joking him out, like joke on him.
But never any what you considered real animosity or hatred toward Dravion. Isn't that correct?
No.
Okay. And Dravion felt like
he took it too far sometimes.
Felt like Ron was playing too much.
Too much, yeah.
But he never felt threatened.
No, he wasn't threatened.
And when you talk about the incident where y'all were sitting in the car and drove by or walked by?
He walked past.
Okay, and you said he did this right here, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. You didn't say anything to, because Rock would be closer to your age.
Mhm.
You didn't ever say anything to Rock about that.
No, I just talked to Jerry.
But you didn't ever say, why you do that, dude? What's going on?
No, because we were inside the car. He was outside the car. So when he did it, Dravion just said, he played too much. I don't play like that. That's not funny to me.
Now, you never told the police on that night.
I didn't even.
Let me get the question.
Okay.
You didn't make any statements about what happened that night, correct?
No.
Because you didn't see what happened, correct?
Okay, no.
You didn't hear any arguments, correct?
No.
You just didn't know what was going on until somebody came and got you.
Yeah. As far as it wasn't an argument, but when he told everyone to get from in front of the building, there was guys in the hallway that was like, we ain't going nowhere.
So that was at, I think, 7 o'clock.
That was early that day.
But that wasn't Roddrick.
No.
Saying we not, because actually Roddrick was out there on the
Outside, yeah.
porch way with y'all.
Yeah.
That way.
Yeah, he was familiar with the guys that we were talking to, but I didn't know them.
Okay. But you don't really know how familiar he was with them either, do you? Other than neighborhood folk.
No.
And you never saw that confrontation between Roddrick and Drake.
No.
Okay. Now I see on the video Antonio was out there, correct?
Yes.
But you never see Jabari out there.
I did.
While you were there.
No.
Now, have you ever made a statement, a formal statement to the police about this incident?
Over the phone? Yes.
And who did you talk to?
I'm not sure. I don't know her name.
But when you talked to them over the phone, you didn't mention this incident where allegedly a finger was pointed, did you?
No.
So you saw on the video, you saw Roddrick walking in the direction of Dravion's apartment, y'all's apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't see him stop and didn't know where he went after that. You didn't know any of that.
No.
You didn't see him talk to anybody. You
No,
didn't see
I just seen him go in the building. He didn't live in that building though either. So.
Okay, but you didn't see what happened.
No.
And you didn't hear anything alarming to you.
No,
From
nothing.
where you were on the porch.
Yeah, nothing. Nothing. That wasn't normal. No.
Okay, and the person, I think there was Antonio in the blue shirt. He was out there on the porch with you too. Okay, and there was a guy with an orange hoodie on.
Yeah, I don't know him.
Who you don't know, but he was out there too, correct? Neither one of them, other than when Antonio followed behind Roddrick, were in the building other than that one time with Antonio, from what you could see, correct?
Yes.
Just a second. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, she may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stand calls next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Barrington Garland to the stand.
Spell your name for the court.
No. My name is Barrington Garland. First name Barrington, Barrington. Last name Garland, Garland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garland.
Hi.
You doing all right, sir?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing well, doing well. Now, did you used to live at the apartment complex at 540 Humphrey Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
It was 520 Fulton Street.
520 Fulton Street was your address?
Mm-hmm.
And is that in the Mechanicsville part of Atlanta?
Yes.
And when did you first move to that apartment complex?
Probably around 2015, 2016, maybe.
Okay. And did you live there up and through 2022?
Yes.
Okay. When did you move out of that complex?
I think July or August of 2022.
Okay. Now, at the time, did you have any children who lived with you?
Yes.
And did you know, let me ask you this. I'm going to show you something that's already in evidence. I'm going to ask you to orient. This is a map that's in evidence. That's 2 Bravo. And Mr. Garland, if you could, if you know Humphrey Street, that's Humphreys and Crumlin. You got Fulton Street here and Humphrey Street. Where was your apartment building?
My apartment building was on the Fulton Street side, and I think that's the entrance to the
right here.
Yeah, to the apartments right there in the middle. So I live on the right side of that building right there. So my bedroom window, I can see the entrance to the parking lot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I got it. this side of the building where your window is?
Exactly.
Were you closer to the street or closer to the parking lot? Your window?
The street.
Street?
Yeah.
So you're more like the right far corner of this building right here.
Right.
I got you. So if a car came in the front gate or people were by the front gate, you could see them.
Right.
Okay. Now at the time, what floor were you on?
Third.
What apartment number were you?
1326.
Okay. And if you were to go on the second floor, what would that apartment number be?
1226.
And would the first floor be 1126?
Right.
Did you ever know? I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 39 and ask you if you ever knew someone that went by Dravion or Drake.
Yes.
How did you know that?
He was acquaintances or friends with my son.
Understood. Were they ballpark similar age?
Yeah, closely. I think Dravion maybe he was 2-3 years older than Chaz, my son, Chaz.
And did they know each other from being in the same building?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know where in your building Dravion lived?
Yes.
Which floor did he live on?
The first floor.
Okay. And you know how if you walk in that building, I'm gonna use this front gate as an example. Is there a gate on this side of the building?
Yes.
And is it in the bottom, middle, or center or top?
Probably like the middle.
Okay. And is there a gate that's on the parking lot side?
Yes.
And back in 2022, what in general did you do for work?
I work for an insurance company, same company I work for now.
Now, in that insurance company, did you work from home or did you have to go to the office?
I'm a remote employee. I work from home.
And what time would you typically get off clock?
5 p.m.
Okay. And I want to orient you to June 2nd of 2022. Did you work that day? You remember?
I think so.
And did you ever end up at your apartment in the later evening, sometime after 5 o'clock, June 2nd, 2022?
I don't believe I left from the time I started work until I got off work. And when the incident occurred, I don't recall ever leaving my apartment.
Understood. Now, was anyone with you at the time?
No, I lived by myself at that time.
And in summertime, would you keep your windows open or down?
It was open that day. Yeah.
Like to let a breeze come through?
Yep, exactly.
So what are you doing? Are you watching TV? Are you playing a game, making dinner?
I may have been watching TV, maybe.
And what do you see or hear, if anything?
On that particular day, I heard an argument. It sounded like it was between either two groups of people or two individuals.
Okay. And did you recognize any voices or any people?
Yes, I did. I seen the defendant, Mr. Teasley. I remember seeing his face.
And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, right there.
Okay. Is he in the left, middle, or right side of that table?
He has on a black shirt.
Okay.
Right there.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that he's identified the defendant. Now,
The record will so reflect.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garland, where are you looking out your window or are you audibly hearing it? Or what do you see?
I remember seeing the defendant and then like some groups of like teenagers maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you recall what any of the argument or any words that were said, regardless of who said it? Do you remember hearing anything specific?
Yeah, I do. I just can't specifically recall it, but if you like play back the audio, it'll kind of jog my memory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, and we'll jump back to where we are. After this happened, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with someone in the police department about whatever you knew?
Yeah, I called and I made a call to the homicide division, I think.
And did you ever end up talking with the detective?
Yes.
And in that recording, was it close in time to when it happened?
Probably, maybe like a week or two, maybe. I don't remember exactly.
And in terms of quotations or words, would the words back in 2022 that you said to the detective of what you heard be equal, worse, or better than words as you sit here in 2025? In terms of the accuracy of what you heard. You said you couldn't remember, so I'm asking you if the recording you gave to the police would help you remember.
Yeah, it would.
Now, while I'm getting that pulled up, sir, and I'm gonna move this forward back for a second. When you saw the argument, or not saw the argument, when you heard the argument and as you said, saw the defendant, where in general was he? In terms of, was he in the front gate? Was he in the parking lot? What general area were you looking out of?
I was looking out my bedroom window to that middle area that I described where the cars come in and out the gate.
That makes perfect sense. The little side street right between you and Dravion building and the other building.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Garland, what I'm going to do, and let them, that's real quick. Thank you. I'm going to have the witness listen to, and without earshot of the jury, to what I already have pre-marked as State's Exhibit 51 Bravo, Your Honor.
All right, the 51B, would you be planning to eventually publish this in its entirety?
No, Your Honor, I actually expect the witness to have his memory refreshed with it.
All right, let me.
Well, I'm just
Counsel.
objecting because if we want the real true picture, we need to have, what happened, just to refresh his memory about periodic things. I guess I could refresh his memory too about them saying periodic things that I want to get from him on cross, but why don't we just have the whole plan, the whole statement played?
Okay, so in essence, defense counsel is not objecting to tendering 51B in its entirety. Is there a issue with that, Mr. Atkins?
I mean, there's not an issue with it. He's using or impeaching a witness who doesn't remember, doesn't know.
And I guess you just kind of.
That's why I was refreshing the memory. I wasn't
Just
trying
not
to
making you do the whole song and dance, essentially. So, so 51B, and you can publish whatever portions you feel are relevant. And unless you're saying there's something that should be inadmissible for other
There's
reasons.
some stuff that I may want admissible, but I don't know.
I understand that there's.
So I want to be cautious with that, but I don't have any problem playing it. I just wanted to refresh Mr. Garland's memory.
Well, also, I don't think we should be refreshing his memory in front of the jury for something that there may be an objection to him hearing. But we'll start here. There's no objection to what you'd be refreshing his memory on.
Because I didn't, what he showed me, let me just hear it myself too. That's what I'm saying.
I have no problem playing that.
Well, see, he would need you back. We don't keep on. He says that I've seen it. And when I'm, and I think how he's seen it. Okay. I think that down this door. Oh, okay. Because you see the side. Okay. Yeah, but I just want to be, be here. How you be? Because he's trying to tell you also. Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine.
So, Your Honor, for the record purposes, I'm going to publish. And let me pull up. And Your Honor, just for the record purposes, I guess, can we just say we're publishing this via stipulation of the parties?
I think you are. If you're saying you haven't tendered it, you're still refreshing his recollection as to a portion of this, and you're doing that without objection. So you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah. Your Honor, some the sharing privileges we had pre-lunch have been.
All right. What's your account name? You need as a host?
It is 88 Christian Atkins.
All right. If we could have Mr. Atkins added as a host to the Zoom conference.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record purposes, Your Honor, I am publishing State Exhibit 51 Bravo from 8 minutes and 36 seconds.
Nah, man. All I could hear was and I'm not sure who was talking, but I heard somebody say, "I'm the wrong one to try. I'm the wrong one to try." And then I heard somebody else say, "Don't turn up on me. Don't turn up on me." That's all I heard.
Okay.
Who was saying what? I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm stopped at, Your Honor, at 9 minutes and 3 seconds for the record of 51 Bravo. Now, Mr. Garland, was that you on that recording?
Yes.
And was it you heard somebody, you don't know who, say, "I'm the wrong one to try. Don't turn up on me. Don't turn up on me." Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. When did this, when you saw the defendant and when you heard the argument, help orient me what's this sequence of events, if that makes sense?
I heard the argument, or when you hear me on the recording, I'm describing the argument that I heard, and maybe like 20 minutes after, I hear gunshots. And then a short time after that, the emergency services pull up, and I hear that Dravion was shot and killed.
Understood. And when you heard what we just played, how close in time was that argument to when you visually saw the defendant in that general area? Like, are they the same time or different?
Repeat the question.
So when you heard somebody say, which you don't know who, I'm the wrong one to try, don't turn up on me.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the defendant in the general area, regardless if he said it or not, when that was said?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And after that argument, you said about 10 or 15 minutes took by, and then you heard gunshots.
Right.
Now, did you hear one or multiple gunshots?
Multiple.
And have you heard gunshots before?
Of course.
What was your initial reaction to hearing gunshots?
I was like, wow, what's going on? I didn't think that somebody had got shot initially.
Understood.
But I knew I heard gunshots.
And did you, in a relatively short amount of time, learn that it was Dravion who was shot?
Yes.
Understood. And at the time of all this, can you tell the jury just how was it that you recognized, like, where would you see the defendant is, I guess what I'm asking.
Sometimes he'll be hanging with my son in the hallway, or I see him walking about. You said a defendant or Dravion?
The defendant, not Dravion, not Dravion.
I've seen the defendant just running about in the neighborhood. I may have seen him with my son, maybe.
I got you. And how old was your son back in 2022?
14, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the time when all this happened, did you even know the defendant's name?
No, I heard Rock.
Okay.
I remember that name, Rock.
Okay.
I don't know if that's just a nickname or what.
I got you. And I'm just gonna approach the witness with what's marked as State's Exhibit 51. And Mr. Garland, while I'm handing you this, I want to ask you what, without getting into anything, just you personally, why did you reach out to APD, or in terms of like, you what prompted you to call them is what I'm asking.
Because Dravion was a child. My son was kind of fond of him. He talked about him, and when I heard that he got killed, I just didn't feel like that was right. Especially when I heard
Well, no. I don't want to say, but I don't want to cut you off. But I don't want to. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And with what I have before you, did you ever do a photographic lineup in this case?
Yes.
And is that your signature on what's marked as State's Exhibit 51?
Yes.
And in that lineup, what photograph did you select?
The defendant.
Okay, understood. I'm going to introduce Your Honor. Is that a fair and accurate depiction, sir, of the photographic lineup in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 51 into the record at this time.
No objection.
Admitted.
One brief moment, Mr. Garland. Your Honor. I don't necessarily need to publish it right now. What you about to do? I know what it is. One other question, Mr. Garland, is at some point close in time or around the time of this argument, did you ever hear anyone reference or say the name Dre or Dravion? As in?
I can't recall.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And if on that, if on a recording previously you had mentioned something like that, would it refresh your memory to hear that?
Yes, possibly.
Okay. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hey, is this stuff?
I can just play handcuffs. I wish all else now. But I just want to get that, but I can play it for more time either.
I mean, it's not even really important, but okay.
You want me to publish it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I've spoken with defense counsel. I'm going to play a very brief portion that defense counsel doesn't have an objection to, just playing it audibly, just for the record.
Let me ask you. Hold on. Wait, do they spell his name up there before it?
He said, yeah, so
the man said, is Matthews, is that part?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so when you do that part, because you might as well go into the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so what draws you to that conclusion? What is that? Sorry, right here. Yeah, that's all. I don't see it. That's what I'm saying. I got numbers and their name on it. Spelling. How many people did you have? How many did you have? Who were down yours? Sorry, I'm going to play this piece. Yeah, and then we coming down to that's what we're trying to get to for you. Yeah,
I'm gonna stop after that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Your Honor, me and defense counsel have worked a agreement. I just got to make sure my time hacks are right because it's a modified agreement. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Just play that part you want.
Sure. I'm playing for the record, Your Honor, at 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
I'm assuming it was Dravion arguing with somebody else.
Okay, what draws you to that conclusion?
Because I heard somebody call his name. They called him Dre, even though his real name was Dravion.
I'm stopping, Your Honor, at 2 minutes and 28 seconds for the record. Mr. Garland, was that you?
Yes.
And on that, was it I want to ask you a question to make sure I get it correct, is you heard someone you don't know who reference or use Dre or Dravion's name,
Yes.
which you were telling the detective led you to believe, you tell me if this is right or not, that he was out there, words. Okay. Now, were you able to tell, and you may not have been, I'm just asking you, with what you heard, regardless of what was being said, was it two people arguing with each other, multiple people arguing? Do you have any idea of that?
Specifically, who exactly was in the argument or part of the argument, I can't say for certain.
But without saying specifically who was in the argument, did it sound like two people arguing, or was it like, a chorus of arguments with multiple people?
Two people arguing.
Okay.
Yeah.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Garland. I don't have any more questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
The defense counsel may have a couple questions. Just hang tight. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Garland.
Hello.
Let me just make sure I understand. I just got a few questions. You called the police, correct? And concerned about what information you had.
Yes.
They hadn't come to you and knocked on your door and asked you questions.
No.
You were just doing the right thing, you felt like,
Yes.
by reaching out to them.
Yes.
Okay. You remember when you did?
In
relationship to the incident?
What do you mean?
Like, was it the next day or a couple of days, just generally?
Like I said, it may have been a week or two. I'm not exactly sure. It's 3 years ago, so
Right.
kind of hard to remember exactly.
Okay, so you told, when you identified Mr. Teasley, Roddrick, you say Rod, you told the police that you had seen him in the neighborhood before.
Yes.
And that I think you even said that he would come up and shake your hand, speak to you.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that on that particular day, in this audio, you said that you heard arguing, but you didn't see arguing. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And so you didn't know who was arguing, whether it was Mr. Teasley, whether it was some of the other people out there. You didn't know, correct?
Not exactly. No.
You just heard somebody say Dre.
Yes.
Okay. So there were other people when you did look outside. There were other people out there other than two people, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that some of those other people could have been talking and calling Dre, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think at one point said there were some kids out there that you didn't even recognize in your statement. Isn't that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And then you also said, if I'm not correct, didn't you say that you didn't even see Dre out there? You just heard the name at that point.
I can't recall exactly.
Okay. Because I'm not good with having my video marked. But would you say that's incorrect if I said that? You said that. Would you think that would be incorrect?
What exactly are you referring to?
That you didn't even see Dre out there. You just heard the name.
I can't recall exactly if I saw him specifically that day. It's like I said, it's 3 years ago. It's hard to remember certain things.
Yeah. Okay, can we play that one? So I'm not supposed to sticks like that for that part that was on the page is right. I don't remember the guy's name, this kid. No, it's kind of hard to explain on this back first. Back that way. I like it's in this part right here. What you got that right here? That was a thing been done. That might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Does it jump? No, 5 to 8. Okay, well, I'm not sure if I can find this, Mr. Garland, and I just want to kind of refresh your memory a lot. But when you looked out there, you saw this part. Well, I looked for this, but you did see when you looked out the window, you did see Roddrick, correct?
100%.
And you knew you recognized him.
Yes,
But you didn't see him arguing or anything like that. You just saw him.
correct.
Okay. And you said maybe 15 minutes after the argument, it had died down, correct? I mean, kind of.
Yeah, it stopped. It was like a brief, maybe moment of silence, maybe. I don't know. I thought the argument was over and then I heard gunshots.
Okay. You remember saying it was about 15, just a few minutes ago. It was about 15, 20 minutes after the arguments. Would that kind of be accurate?
Yeah, from my recollection, yes.
Okay. And then you heard the gunshots.
Yes.
Right. Now, did you know another guy that's named Dre that's out there in the neighborhood around your son's age?
No.
You didn't know him? Okay. Excuse me. If I about it. Okay, okay, sorry. Oh, that's okay. Don't say what I thought it said. What part did I say? But I did make you see great. Yeah, that part. I would just play that one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just that part. Yeah, I'm just gonna refresh your memory about whether you remember seeing Dre or what you said back then. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, sorry. I heard the argument. When I was out again, I did that. I said, yes, okay. Didn't even see Dre. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. All right. That's what You moved out of the neighborhood?
Yes.
And how soon after this did you move?
Probably not even 2 months, maybe.
And does your son have reason to go back over to the neighborhood?
He may have a couple of buddies out there, but he doesn't frequent that area anymore.
And the question that I'm trying to refresh your memory dealing with is whether or not you even after the argument, you even saw Dre out there.
Understood.
Well, while we still there, you remember, now Roddrick has always, since you've known him, had the beard, full beard and stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So how old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh, 40?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was going to call y'all about the same age. I'm sorry. You look very youthful.
Thank you.
The jeans. Okay. So if you just listen. And this is at
2 minutes and 58 seconds
2 minutes and 58 seconds
in 51 Bravo, for the record's purposes.
for the record.
Argument. And when I looked out the window, I didn't recognize any of these kids. I didn't even see Dre, but I did see one other guy that I recognized.
So you actually back then, does that help to refresh your recollection about?
Yes.
So back then you really didn't even see Dre.
Yeah.
You just heard a name.
Yes.
Okay. And then you did recognize somebody, and the person that you recognized was Roddrick,
Yes.
but you didn't see him arguing or anything with anybody.
Not in my recollection.
Thank you.
You direct.
Very brief, Your Honor. Mr. Garland, you on the 4th floor, is that correct?
Third
floor. And did you, when you look out your window like you did that night, were you able to see everyone who was in that area, like nearby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And after you heard this, did you go back and watch it? Or after you heard the argument, like, did you keep watching TV, or did you keep looking out the window, or what did you do?
Yeah, I was looking out the window. The argument dissipated or whatever, and then I went back to doing whatever I was doing. Maybe watch TV, more than likely.
That's fair. And ultimately, you were not able to determine who exactly was arguing. And is that because of the time of when you heard argument and when you looked out your window?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Garland.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you can sit down. All right, Sammy, call us next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. I'm going to call, the state calls Xavion Tucker to the stand.
testify for the testimony made on this case.
So, yes, there's a direct PowerPoint with Xavier.
Clearly into the mic, would you please state and spell your name for the court?
Zavien. Xavier Tucker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tucker. How you doing, sir?
Good.
Did you used to have a friend named Dravion?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, when did you all meet, if you can remember?
We met in pre-K
Okay.
in Mechanicsville.
And at the time y'all met, did y'all go to school together?
Yes, we went to school our whole life.
Did you play together?
Yes.
And did you remain friends throughout your life?
Yes.
Did you know his mother?
Yes.
What did you call her?
Miss Angel.
And because her first name's Angel. And did Dravion know your mother?
Yes.
And would you call him Dre?
I call him name Lil Dre.
Lil Dre, okay. Did Dravion have a brother?
Yes.
Did you know Dravion's sister?
Yes.
Did you know his grandmother, Mama Joe? Or someone who went by the name Mama Joe?
Like 50%.
Okay, that's fair. Did you ever go into his apartment in 540 Humphrey Street?
Yes.
Where his mom stays?
Yes.
Did he ever go into, well, let me ask you this. At one point in time, did you and your family live in 540 Humphrey Street?
We never stayed in 540 Humphrey Street.
Okay. Did you used to go visit there and hang out?
Yes, we stayed around the area.
Like you stayed nearby at one point in time?
Yeah, in a different building.
Got you. And at some point in time, you moved kind of further away from that area, but would you still go hang out there?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe you and Dravion's relationship? Like, were y'all close friends, best friends? What are your words to describe that?
He was like, I ain't even looking. He was my best friend. He was my brother. He was just somebody I could come to.
With anything?
Yeah.
And from your personal interactions with him, did he view the same way about you?
Yes.
Now, since you are in 2022 in that area and time frame, did Dravion live in the first floor of an apartment?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you if, and I'm going to publish in just a second, State's Exhibit 40, which is already in evidence. Did you ever know someone by the name of Antonio?
Yes.
How do you know Antonio? And let me be clear, Antonio Dixon.
Yes.
Did he have any nicknames?
Nah, not really.
Was he closer? Does he have a brother?
Yeah.
What was his brother's name?
We call him Barry.
Barry? Okay. On the screen, it may come up. Is that Antonio?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 40 Alpha and ask you if you recognize this individual.
Yes.
And was Antonio and Dravion friends?
Yeah, all of us friends. We were all of us were like brothers. Like we had our own little group.
Got you. And y'all's group was this. You've known Dre since you said pre-K. When did Antonio or Jabari you know?
Jabari knew me since I was since I was like 4 years old. So he really watched me grow up. He was like my big brother too. And me and Antonio grew up in pre-K too.
Okay. So y'all been close a long time.
Yes.
Now, did you ever know someone in the neighborhood who went by Brooklyn?
Yes.
And did she ever either visit or hang out at Dravion's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever know someone or see someone in the neighborhood that went by the name Rock?
Yes.
Where would you see them?
He was somebody who we looked at like a big brother too.
Okay. Do you see that person that you knew was Rock in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you see to my right?
No.
Like you're left this way. Okay. And let me ask you this. I want to turn your attention to June 2nd, 2022. So on that day is summertime. Is that correct? I want to ask you about how that day started. Like, did you wake up in 540 Humphrey Street apartment complex or what else? Or somewhere else?
No, I woke up somewhere else.
Okay. And how did you, or what time did you get over to 540 Humphreys?
Like 10, 11.
Okay.
In the morning.
And who did you see or who did you hang out with when you got over there?
My little cousin.
And did you ever see Dravion at some point in the day?
Yeah, a little.
Okay. And is your cousin, did his aunt at the time have an apartment in the apartment complex?
Yes.
And are you familiar with where Antonio and Jabari stayed at the time?
Yes.
Is that a different or separate building than the one Dravion stayed in?
Different.
Okay. And you know the front gate? If I were to walk in the front gate, would Dravion's apartment be to my left or right?
You're right. Yo, left.
Okay. And would the apartment that Antonio and Jabari stayed in be the other way?
You're right.
Okay. I'm going to publish and ask you I'm going to start with 43 Alpha. And while I'm pulling that up, you said that the defendant was like a big brother to you all. How often would you see the defendant in the neighborhood?
He was like it was like 75%, like somebody who we just, you feel me, we broke, we got down, you feel me, call him.
Okay.
Yeah, look at.
Like with money or just something that you needed, something like that?
Yeah, like, you feel me, clothes, we just looked at for.
Okay.
Treating like a big brother, treated us as a little brother.
Understood. Was he older, younger, or the same age as y'all?
Older.
Okay. Now, I'm publishing 43 Alpha, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize anyone in this video.
Yeah, me, myself.
What are you wearing? Red, white, or orange?
Orange.
Okay. And do you recognize anybody else that's talking to the person in orange?
Dre and Brooke.
Okay. Is Dre in the white?
Yeah, he's sitting on the step.
Okay. And Brooklyn's in the red?
Yes.
Okay. I think today. Yeah. Real quick, Mr. Tucker, can you just, is that you?
Yeah.
And who's that?
Right.
And who's that?
Dravion.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to play a couple other clips. I'm going to play State's Exhibit 43 Bravo. And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Tucker, at this stage, like the time of this is 6:58. Do you recall what you, Dravion, and Miss Brooklyn are talking about or doing?
Music.
Music. Okay. Are y'all just kind of hanging out?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to publish 43 Bravo and ask you a couple questions. And while that's playing, you see the person in the orange hoodie in the back?
Yes.
And at the time, can you describe, did your hoodie have any stripes or markings on it?
That hoodie, I had to really look at the video.
That's fair.
I know it just had like a black stripe somewhere.
Okay, that's fair. Do you know any of these juveniles or seen around the neighborhood, just the kids on this video?
Nah.
Okay. And do you know where this apartment building is?
Yes.
Whose porch or gate is that?
Okay, I know you guys saying y'all don't like the speed, the fast.
In relation to
nobody porch or gate but that was Dravion building.
Okay, Dravion's building. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Charlie. Another video is going to come up, sir.
Okay, some of you guys are saying complain.
Now, would people ever hang out or congregate in the apartment like that, like the hallway?
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Okay. Reasons why it's being played back in the fastest speed is because this is somebody else's content. And YouTube has changes now, so therefore we have to make some sort of difference in the content that we have. So it will help us not get ding. So if there's a problem with you watching it in a fast speed, you can go to the website of Judge McAfee for you to watch it over there if you want to hear it. Because I see people complaining about they don't like it in a fast speed, but I have to do what I got to do. All right.
When it was warm out?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm gonna publish 43 Echo.
What you asking?
Sorry, no, I'm for the court reporter, the records purposes. I gotta speak it, but it's gonna come up on the screen for you, sir. Now, do you see the orange hoodie outside the gate?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And the person coming in the gate, do you recognize that person?
I can't really tell the video, but it looked like.
Person coming up the stairs?
Yes.
Who is that person to you, or that you know their name or nickname?
It looked like Rock.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish 43 Foxtrot. Now I'm going to ask you while I'm pulling this up that do you remember, Xavier, on this day anything said or anything involving Dravion, or did anyone say anything to Dravion?
Oh no.
Did you hear any kind of
Objection to leading. I think he's leading.
All right. Let's hear the question.
Yes, Your Honor. And you can say yes or no, Mr. Tucker. Did you hear anyone, regardless of who they are, say something slick or joking to Dravion?
No.
Did any other kids you were with say anything to Dravion?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see Dravion get upset?
He got upset, but they told him they were playing. You see in the video, he started smirking. So I wouldn't really say he got upset. He probably just shit him.
What was it that he was initially referencing that he started smirking at the end?
One of the little kid, one of the young boy made a little side joke about Brooklyn. He didn't like it.
Okay.
And before he could say something, they just had told him they were just playing. So it kind of calmed him down a little bit.
I got you. Now, if someone was picking or teasing on Dravion, would he, how would he respond?
With all of us being known and all of us knowing each other, he wouldn't come off aggressive. It really just depends what level you get on with him. It's the same level he's gonna return.
Okay, that makes sense.
The way you put it, we playing, he just gonna play back.
I got you. That's fair. I am going to go to State's Exhibit 43H. And is that you holding the gate open?
Yes.
Is that Dravion walking inside?
Yes.
And do you have any idea where he was going or why he was leaving the porch in that moment?
Mom called him.
His mom called him?
Yeah.
And does he ever come back out after that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, was she calling him in person or like physically or on the phone, or what was she doing?
You just called him like she always do when she just see a lot of folks. Just Dravion come here.
I got you. Would, in your experience, if there was a lot of folks near Dravion's apartment, was that normal or not normal for his mother to say something to Dravion?
It really just depends. Like if Brooklyn not there with us, most of the time she don't really say nothing. But it really just depends what kind of day you catch on.
I got you. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43, India. You're outside on the porch at this time. Do you ever see, you let me know if you ever see anyone that you would describe or knew as Antonio, okay? Do you know what's being discussed here?
Brooklyn she was a little tipsy, so I think she had said something to one of the little boys back. She bring it back up again. And Dre was just he was trying to tell the little boy don't say nothing back to her, and he was really trying to tell Brooklyn chill out.
Gotcha. He was trying to kind of diffuse.
Yeah.
Because if she kept saying something, he could.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43, Juliet. Do you know where they're going?
No.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43, Kilo. I'm actually going to skip to 43, Lima.
One is that one, Mr. Atkins?
Camera 125.
43 what?
Oh, L.
L. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize the person in the blue shirt.
I need like a better view.
Okay, that's fair.
Look like I can recognize.
Okay.
I couldn't hear him. I'm sorry. Look like who?
He needed a better view. It looks like he could
He
recognize.
could. Okay.
I'm going to go to Mr. Tucker. 43M, as in Mike. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, okay, Mr. Tucker?
Yeah.
Do you see Dravion walking?
Yes.
And what is going on at this point in time? Can you is that you walking behind him?
Yes.
What's going on to your memory?
I had asked him for something, but I don't remember what I was asking for. He was just telling me come in and get it.
I got you.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear what you said.
I said I had asked him for something, and he was telling me to come get it, but I don't remember what I was asking him for.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Tucker, at some point in time, do you leave the front porch or front area of Dre's, like this part of the building? As in, do you and Dravion part ways for some period of time in the daytime?
Yes.
Where do you go?
I think I had to leave that side of town, but I ended up coming back.
Okay. Around what time did you come back?
I can't even remember.
That's fair. Eventually, did you come back to that apartment area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 44. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you recognize anybody coming down the stairwell?
Me.
Do you know who you're walking with?
Yes, you look like Antonio.
Antonio, the person in the blue shirt?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who y'all are meeting or interacting with out in the parking lot at this point in time?
I can't remember. It was a couple people out there.
Okay. Now, this building, where's Dravion's building in relation to this?
Across the street.
Okay. Like across the front gate street area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a straight shot in that sidewalk over.
Okay. Once you got outside, did you ever see Dravion?
Yes.
And where did you see him in general?
Before we could leave out the gate in the middle of the parking lot.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 45 from 213403 to 213426. Oh, hold on one second. I'm going to ask you a question while this plays. Is this the front gate that we're looking at?
Yes.
And I'm going to orient your attention, and if you can follow me up here with this side of the screen, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize anyone at any point in time in this video.
Me?
Is that you right there?
Yes. That just disappeared.
Is it because of the clothing you're wearing or something else?
What you mean?
How do you recognize yourself?
Cause the same color, the orange jacket.
Gotcha. And if I'm from this point of view, is Dravion's building to the right or left? Like is Dravion's building this way or this way?
To the right.
Right?
Yeah.
And is Antonio and Jabari's building same way or different way?
To the left.
Okay. Now, when you all are out there, what's going on?
So basically, we were off and walk to the store.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
I said basically we was off and walk to the store, but Dravion was already walking to Antonio's house to meet all of us because that's just what we do at nighttime. If we feel somebody want to kick it, before he could do that, we told him to walk, but we walked up, he was dapping everybody up, and the defendant made a little joke, basically saying like, "I already dapped you up." You feel me? And Dre didn't like what he said, but he told Dre that he didn't mean it. He was playing, and Dre got louder and louder, and it went from there. They arguing back and forth. So once we was able to step in, everybody else stepped in to calm it down. He calmed down. He went back to talking and laugh. I walked off to get my car because I realized I didn't have it. In like 15, 20 minutes, I heard some shot.
Gotcha. And basically, outside in there, the defendant said something to Dre, and Dre, took offense to whatever he said, and there was an argument.
Yes.
And I want to ask you about, did you see any firearms?
I couldn't really see no fire. I don't think neither one of us had a firearm, but you can't really tell if nobody had a firearm.
Got you. That's fair. I wanted to ask you, do you remember anything that Dravion was specifically saying back to the defendant?
I think he told him stop playing with me. Basically he telling him, he told him, I think I remember him telling him stop playing with me. I ain't nothing to be played with all the time.
Dravion said that?
Yes.
What was the defendant saying back when Dravion's saying this?
At first he wasn't saying nothing, but once Dravion kept going, he told Dravion basically as a little brother, I'm finna roughen you up. If that's what you really want, I'll just roughen you up. And Dravion was responding back saying he's not letting nobody touch him.
And how did the defendant respond to that?
Nothing. He just told him again, if you really want to take it down, I'm just rough you up as a little brother.
Okay. Did anyone ever reference anything about guns?
No.
Did anyone ever say anything? Or I'll ask you this: at some point in time, did that argument calm down?
Yes, me and Antonio and Jabari was able to step in and make Dravion calm down. Also make Rock calmed down at the same time. We ended up changing the subject, talking about something else. Went back to being calm.
I got you. That's fair. Now, let me ask you this. Do you remember any reference to anything about making somebody move earlier in the day?
I just object for the record of leading.
All right.
I'm asking if you.
Sure. I'll rule the objection.
Can you re-ask that again?
Yes. Do you remember any part of the argument referencing something that happened earlier in the day? Either.
No.
Okay. Do you remember when a Atlanta Police Department detective came out and met you? He was a male, Detective Flores.
Yes.
Did he come and speak with you at your house?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him when he came out and met you that after Dre came outside, Rock told him, "Why the hell you dapping everyone up?" This is your words. He was fucking with him, and then he said, "You're really a hoe. You're not gonna do nothing. You're not hard. You made them move for no reason." He was playing with him, but Dre took it serious. Do you remember that comment about "You're not hard. You made them move for no reason"?
No, I don't recall saying that.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember I asked a couple seconds ago about anything about a firearm? Do you recall that?
No.
I mean, in terms of you seeing a firearm or not seeing a firearm that evening or night, do you remember that?
No.
Or did you see anyone, Dravion, Rock, anyone else with a firearm?
No, sir.
Okay. In that same interview with the Atlanta Police Department Detective Flores, do you remember stating Rock put his gun down and then he told Dre, and Dre's like, "I'm on whatever you're on"? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did the defendant ever walk off suspiciously at any point in time around this time frame?
Everybody had end up start like spin up a little bit, but we came back together once we started talking. They waiting on me to come back.
I got you. And what do you mean spin up a little bit?
Basically, like we went in a tight circle no more. Like it was somebody standing right here, somebody standing right there.
I got you. As in initially y'all were all closer together, but just after this argument we just talked about and let me ask you this: who all was out there with you? Was Antonio there at some point?
Yes.
Was Jabari, his brother, out there at some point?
Yes.
Was Dravion?
Yes.
Okay. And other than the defendant Rock, do you remember anyone else who was out there with you all?
No.
Okay. I wanted to ask you that after that calmed down, do you remember this argument ever coming back up again between any kind of disagreement again between the defendant and Dre?
No, once it calmed down, I walked off.
Okay. That's fair. Now, let me ask you this. Did Dre have a phone at the time?
Yes.
Did it work properly?
Like what you mean? Like was
there anything wrong with his phone?
No.
Okay. Did Dravion have a gun?
Around that time, I think he did.
Okay. Do you know if he had one that night?
I couldn't tell. I couldn't see no gun on nobody.
Okay. Do you remember telling that detective at the time that Dre didn't have a phone at the time?
Well, like what do you mean? Like outside?
Just he didn't have a phone, I guess, outside or on him when that detective came and talked to him.
When we was outside, he didn't have a phone, but he has a phone.
I got you. He didn't have a phone on his person.
When we was outside.
I got you. Now, I want to also publish State's Exhibit 45 and 213514 to 2139. I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Tucker, if you see yourself at any point in time.
Yes.
Okay. And you're in the same orange hoodie?
Yes.
And this is the front part of the apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, the timestamp on this is 9:35 p.m. You see that in the top left corner?
Yes. Okay. I think that's military time, right?
Correct. So after, and that's you standing by that white Hyundai, is that fair?
Yes.
Now, did you ever leave this area where you were with Dravion and Rock? Or whoever else was out there?
Yes, I left.
Where did you go?
To Antonio House to get my cash out card.
Okay. The building that's across but different than Dravion's?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's already marked as, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna keep playing this action for a second, Mr. Tucker. I want to ask you, where are you gonna go get pizza at? Do you walk there, or can you pick it up?
It's down. It used to be a pizza place down the over the train tracks from where we were called Cutting edge.
The plain egg?
Cutting edge.
Oh, cutting edge. I got
A
you.
chef run.
Okay. Was it good pizza?
Yes, it's no longer right there no more.
Understood. And you had to go back to Antonio or Jabari's to get your card to buy any pizza?
Yes, because I realized I didn't have no money on me.
Okay. If you had gotten your card and came back, were you going to go by yourself or with anyone else?
I was gonna make all one walk with me.
I got you. Now, when you left this area we're at, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it? Is there two gates on these buildings? Like, this is the front gate, right?
Yes.
Is there a gate on either inside of these buildings?
It's
If that makes sense. Like, is there
like apartment gates?
Yeah.
It's
from the building.
yes. I had to enter one gate.
Did you go in on what would be like the front gate side of the apartment, or did you walk around the front of the building?
I say when you first enter the gate, it's a gate sitting on your right hand side. It's a gate that's pointing directly in the parking lot, and it's a gate that's pointing directly towards another building. I went through the gate that was in front of the parking lot.
And where did you go? Or while you were walking towards that apartment of Antonio and Jabari, what did you hear or see?
I didn't see anything. Once I made it in the apartment, I'm looking for my car. I like 15, 20 minutes go by, and I heard like 7, 8 shots.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a couple questions in relation to that in 1 second. Now, Mr. Tucker, this exhibit on the screen, but can you look at the big screen behind you because I want to be on the same time as you? I'm going to publish it starting at 21:38:11. And before I publish it, you see like the person to the left of this white Hyundai over here? I want to ask you if you're able to either now or at any time recognize that person.
I want to say that's me.
Okay. And I want you to watch this for a second. I'm going to hit play. At some point in time when you're out there, is there any time where the defendant walks away from you all at any point? Like before you leave to go get your card, is there ever a time where the defendant's there and then he's not?
He walked off, but he was still in our view.
Okay.
Like we could see him. He just disappeared.
Where did he walk off to? In general, I mean, do you know where he went?
No, I think a lady called his name or something.
Okay. That makes sense. Now I want you to watch this video where at this point in time is 9:38 p.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're probably this gentleman standing right here?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to hit play and ask you a question. So Tucker, do you see somebody walking in the gate right now?
Yes.
Do you know who that person is?
I can't really tell on the video.
That's fair. Is that direction that person's walking from, is that the same, different, or where is that in relation to where y'all could still see what you were just talking about, the defendant, but he walked away briefly for a time to talk to some lady? Is that the direction that he walked towards or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Like that was the same direction we could see him.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 46 from 21:42, so 9:42 p.m. and 12 milliseconds to 9:42 p.m. and 19 milliseconds. If you can follow with me, Mr. Tucker, on the big screen, I'm going to ask you if you recognize someone here in a second. So this is at 9:42, right? You see that red box in that next to that gate?
Yeah.
That person you walked by, who is that?
Me.
Is that your orange hoodie with the black stripe you talked about?
Yes.
You have red sneakers like that?
Yes.
And did you ever used to have jeans that have some white lettering kind of at the top? Like kind of stylish?
Yes. Okay. They weren't jeans, they were some joggers.
What were they?
Joggers.
Oh, I got you. Now you see that, it's not a fire, well, there is a fire alarm, but there's a red square above it and looks like a mailbox or an exit box.
Right here.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Do you know where this gate is in the apartment complex? Like where are you walking by at 9:42 p.m.? If you remember.
Technically I can't remember.
Okay. Let me ask you this. The building that you went in, are you in Jabari and Antonio's apartment or Drayton's?
Jabari and Antonio building.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you something real quick, Mr. Tucker. I'm going to try to help orient you briefly and then just ask if you know. Great. If you don't, no problem at all. I got this map that's already in evidence, and I wanted to ask you, if you go to Humphrey Street and Fulton Street,
Yes.
and on this map, you see this, Mr. Tucker?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to try to do it. You have both the jurors and yourself be able to see it, but I want to make sure everybody can see it. And I wanted to ask you, you know the front gate we were talking about, the one where we've been talking about the gentleman that you said was you standing by the white Hyundai?
Yeah.
Do you know from this map, and you may recognize it, you may not, where the front gate would be to the apartments on Humphrey Street? Do you see that area on that?
Yes.
What general part is it? Top, bottom, left, right?
you first pull in the gate, the building sticking out right there, the little piece sticking up in the front.
And is this, what would be the front? Okay.
On the right.
Okay. Now, where y'all, this camera we were looking at, where you were hanging out, and you were talking about what Fenton and Dragon were talking about, where in this area are y'all at in general?
Where the grass at?
Like here?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar if there is a railing on a sidewalk kind of near there?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you left to get when we're talking gates, is there 2 gates in the inner part of these buildings?
Yes.
Is this Dravion's building?
Yes.
And this is this larger building that's Antonio Jabari's?
Yes.
When you left the scene, did you come in this gate or the gate by the parking lot? Which gate do you remember? Like when you went to get your car?
I came in that gate.
This one?
No, the first.
This
yes.
one? Okay. And where would you have, what part of this building is Antonio Jabari's apartment? Is it on like more the Humphrey side, the Crumley side?
Humphrey. Yes.
And when you're inside, you in a hallway like this when you hear gunshots, or you inside the apartment?
I had already made it in the apartment. I was already in there.
And you heard the shots?
Yes, like 15, 20 minutes of me looking for my car.
Now, you said, well, hold on, let me ask you a couple things. 15, 20 minutes since you left the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I don't really want to say 15 minutes because I'm just probably, I was like in between like 10, 20 minutes.
okay. Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about that. But to be clear, you were not out there. You didn't witness or see the shooting itself.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, do you remember earlier in the day, Dravion ever telling people to leave his door?
I can't remember if he said or his mom said.
Okay. If you remember giving a statement around December 15th of 2022 would be the Christmas after Dravion was killed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember a statement with the DA's office around December 15th of 2022?
I don't recall.
That's fair. Do you recall saying to Detective or Investigator Mike Wilson and Deputy Sprinkle that I just said I was chilling with Dre earlier? He's telling folks to get from his door.
I don't recall, but once I told, like I just said, I don't know if it was him or his mom.
I got you. That's fair. Now, do you remember or do you know why Dre was shot?
No.
Okay. Do you remember anytime the defendant did anyone ever say anything about being fake hard?
Being what?
Fake hard, HARD.
I think so. I remember hearing somebody say they didn't fake hard.
Here, say.
All right, yeah, I think you need to lay some foundation for that, Mr. Atkins, unless you have an exception.
Yes, right. Do you remember the defendant or Dravion? Do you remember the defendant ever saying or calling Dravion that he's trying to act fake hard?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall on December 15th, 2022, the statement with DA Mike Wilson where he said something to Dre like, if you was not going to make them boys move from your door, you're trying to act fake hard. It made Dre mad that somebody said that.
I think so.
Okay. Does that sound?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you heard gunshots before? In terms of, are you familiar with hearing gunshots? Like, are you familiar with the sound of guns, whether they're at a shooting range or anywhere else?
Yeah.
Can you kind of explain that? Like, have you heard?
Into the relevance.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Your Honor, I have some strong grounds of relevance. Now, yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Tucker, do you recall that you could hear what type of gun was fired the night that Dravion Matthews was murdered?
It was loud. Like, it really, like, you can't really tell what kind of gun hit, like, based off the caliber, because some calibers, like a 380 will hit louder than a 40 sometimes. So you can really tell, but if I had to put an answer to it, it sounded like a 40.
Speculation, unless he's a gun expert.
Well, then we'll open the floodgates and you can talk about everything he knows about guns.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Tucker, could you describe where you heard 380s or 40s or 9mm before in your life?
YouTube.
Okay. And have you ever heard some out in the real world or offline?
Yes.
And how many times or how many different sounds, whether it's online or in real life, have you heard different calibers of guns? Like 50, 100, 200, 1,000?
Like, can you put that in a better way?
Yeah, that's fair. Let me ask you this. You said that you've listened to you're talking about a 380 hits louder than a 40.
Yes.
How are you able to make that statement? How is it, like, have you How many?
I looked at a YouTube video of comparing the two guns.
And have you looked at it once or multiple times?
I always look at them
Okay. Like daily?
every day.
Okay. For how long?
I've been doing it since since my uncle came back from the army. And that was like when I was turning 6.
Okay. Where was he in the army at?
I can't remember.
That's fair. So since you were 6 years old were you 17 on June 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
So from 6 years old until, so for 11 years, almost daily, you would listen to different sounds of different gunshots. Is that fair? Or was that what you're saying? I wanted to be accurate.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall
now you're supposed to be
being asked by Assistant District Attorney Mike Wilson, those shots you heard, what kind of gun did it sound like it came from? And you responded, and Your Honor, I believe the foundation has delayed, so I'm about to ask the question. It's impeachment now.
Renewing your objection, or?
I mean, it's just not relevant to the issues here because we know. I mean, it's just not relevant. His speculation about what kind of gun this was. We got experts to say what kind of bullets, and I don't see the relevance on what this young man thinks.
We have the casings from the scene. We have the projectiles recovered from the victim.
They didn't hear the actual gunshots being made.
Okay, so is there any issue here about what type of caliber weapon the victim was killed with?
Your Honor, I can approach because I'm going to get into speaking, but
well, no, I'm just. I don't think this is even contested by opposing counsel. So is the answer yes or no?
It is corroborated as witness.
I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, so I'm going to find that cumulative. Let's move on to the next topic.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next topic, sir.
Mr. Tucker, did you shoot and kill Dravion Matthews?
No.
Would Antonio or Jabari Dixon ever shoot and kill Dravion
Objection
Matthews?
to speculation. You don't know what they would do.
All right. If you can rephrase the question.
Yes, Your Honor. How long have you known Antonio Dixon?
I think I answered that question already.
But just to reiterate for foundation purposes, you got objections.
Since I was in pre-K.
How long have you known Dravion?
Pre-K.
Since you've known them in pre-K, had Antonio or Dravion ever threatened deadly harm or fatal harm to one another since you knew them from pre-K to 17 years of age?
No, sir. Not while I've been around.
What about Jabari Dixon?
No, sir.
So to your personal knowledge since pre-K with Antonio Dixon, Jabari Dixon, and yourself, do you have any reason to expect or believe that they would murder or did murder Dravion Matthews?
It's speculation.
All right. Ultimately, members of the jury, I'll instruct you that you are to determine the charges issue in this case. That's the objection for speculation. I think he's established the basis for what knowledge he has, if any, to answer it, and the jury can give whatever weight they want to it. So it's noted but overruled. That's to what? To Mr. Dixon and Mr. All right.
Your Honor, I can rephrase it slightly.
Do you want to rephrase, sure?
Do you have any reason, personally, do you have any reason that your friend since pre-K would have a reason, Antonio, Jabari, or yourself, to murder Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022?
No, sir.
Now, are you familiar with the defendant?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him?
No, sir.
Do you have any knowledge or ever seen him interact with Dravion?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard Dravion bring up Rock's brother?
No, sir.
Do you have any personal knowledge or reason to believe that Rock's brother had any motive or reason to kill Dravion Matthews?
I don't know. I didn't never see his brother, so I can't tell you if his brother was there or not there. I don't know.
That's fair. One brief moment, Your Honor. Let me ask you this, Mr. Tucker. Did you ever remember seeing any vehicle pull in before you left the scene?
Yes.
What kind of car was it in general?
It was like two. It was like 3 cars that came in at the time. It was the main. It was a white car, a blue car, and a black car.
Okay. Did anything stand out or make you paranoid about them?
I mean, I normally I just get on point a little more better once I just see cars I ain't never seen like park out there. So it could have been somebody that was visiting somebody out there, but I ain't really never seen a car. So it kind of like threw me off a little bit.
I got you. That's fair. One brief moment, Your Honor. Let me ask you this, Mr. Tucker. Why was it that, with what we talked about here today, why was it that you didn't discuss these things the day it happened?
What you mean?
Like were you out there when law enforcement responded?
I couldn't really talk about it. Like, I didn't like it was just a lot going on. I was just really like in a whole nother mindset, different state.
Because of what happened to Dravion or something else?
Yeah, because I came and seen him like that. It just kind of fucked me up.
Understood. And let me ask you another question. Do you recall, or the gun sounds that you heard, how many shots was it that you remember hearing? Ballpark?
Like 7, 8.
Okay. And did it sound like one gun or two guns?
It sounded like one gun.
Okay. And I want to ask you again, do you remember or recall if the defendant ever had a gun on him that night, June 2nd, 2022?
Asked and answered.
Just asking this again, then the jury can recall the evidence.
I don't remember. It was 3 years ago.
Hold on, sir. Next question.
Yes, Your Honor. One brief moment, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, just one last question. You know, earlier we had talked about the argument between Dravion and the defendant.
Yes.
Was anyone else in the time frame close to when you heard the gunshots or in that general part of the day in a argument with Dravion Matthews in your presence?
Can you like put that in a better way for me?
Yep. Was there anyone else who had an argument with Dravion close in time to when you heard the gunshots before you left the parking lot?
No.
You didn't have an argument. Did you have an argument with Dravion?
No, sir.
Did Antonio Dixon have an argument with Dravion?
No, sir. We was trying to calm them down.
And did Jabari Dixon have an argument with Dravion?
No, he was trying to calm them down too.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. The defense counsel may have some.
All right, anyone on the jury need a minute? Feel free to stand up, stretch in place if you'd like to. We'll get started with cross-examination shortly here. All right, defense counsel, you can receive and ready.
Okay. I think you need to take the hood down, sweetheart. Okay. Your hair is fine. My name is Avis Hornsby Culpepper, and I'm Roddrick's lawyer. So I don't think I've ever met you. Just want to ask you a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You remember Detective Barry, correct? Lady detective on this case.
I don't remember nobody.
Okay. You don't remember a name, or you don't remember a person?
I don't remember a name nor a person.
Okay. You remember several times talking to people from the police department, the DA's office?
Them 7, like I only talked to them like 2 times. Any other time, it leads to my mom talking. I'm not talking.
Well, they brought you, they gave you a subpoena to go to the grand jury, correct?
To my mom.
Right, but you went down and talked to some people about what they thought you were going to say. The DA's?
When this was?
Maybe December. In December, it's Mr. Sprinkle and Mr. Wilson from the DA's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Detective Barry has long mixed braids. That she's the main detective in this case. You remember talking to her a couple of times.
I can't be too sure on it. Like I don't remember 3 years.
Okay, I understand. But when you talk to whoever you talk to,
yes, ma'am,
however many times you talk to, you were very clear that you did not see the shooting. Isn't that correct?
No, ma'am. I told them that I want to figure out the truth the same way they trying to figure out the truth. I was gone. I don't know who pulled the trigger. When I left, everything was calm. So I'm not gonna get up here and lie and blame nobody to be a shooter.
That's right. I mean, that's kind of the same thing, but I liked how you said it better. Because you had gone to get your card for the pizza.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were gone for about maybe
at like 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
So you don't know whether any arguments brewed between anyone.
Yes, ma'am. Once I left, because I wouldn't have left if the argument was still going on.
No, that wasn't a question. Okay, let me get it out, and if you understand what I'm saying. So when you left, there were no arguments going on.
No, ma'am.
But while you were gone is the period of time I'm talking about. You don't know whether or not there was any arguments at that point, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I meant. Okay. And you were gone about 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jabari, Antonio, and who else was out there?
I don't know nobody else's name.
There was, but it was some other people, but you didn't know their name.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you came back, I believe you said that Dravion was on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I can imagine that was just kind of horrifying for you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got back though, you didn't see Jabari over there with Dravion, did you?
I didn't see nobody.
You didn't see nobody, so they weren't around anymore.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when the police came, you stayed, you know, to see what was going on with your friend.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And at some point, they kind of took you aside and told you that your friend had died, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you kind of had an emotional moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Brooke, what you call, do you call her Miss Brooke or Brooklyn?
Brooke.
Okay. Now she had been out there in the evenings, kind of that day, kind of in the afternoon, sitting out there on do y'all call it a porch or?
It's not a porch. A porch is the back of your house. It was stairs. It's just somewhere we lounge around there.
Okay, but do y'all, is it like, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure we're at the same place, because I got a porch in front of my house.
Yes, ma'am.
So y'all was sitting around there and you looked at the videos, but in the videos, you didn't see you didn't actually see any argument about the moving out in front of the door, like down there by Dravion's door. Isn't that correct?
Oh, can you reset it again?
Yes, sir. So by looking at the videos, and because this was 3 years ago, and refreshing your recollection, you didn't see where you were privy to, or you could hear and see an argument with Rock and Dravion down there by his door. Isn't that correct? You didn't see that argument?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And while you were out there that day in front of it, there might have been some words, but there wasn't a fight-like argument, correct?
Yes, it wasn't no fight, and Dravion was like basically he was talking to everybody.
And so, but between Roddrick and him, I mean, they wasn't nasty and ugly and drawing fists like they're gonna fight about this issue, correct?
No, ma'am.
Am I correct or not?
You're correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, so in fact, all y'all were out there kind of just chilling.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said that you have always, and Rock has always been like I think you said a big brother kind of dude in the neighborhood to y'all younger folks.
Yes.
And that was to you.
Yes.
To Jabari.
Yes.
Antonio.
Yes.
Dravion.
Yes.
And all them kids that you saw him on the steps talking and laughing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Brooke, she was Dravion's girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
And everybody knew that, right?
Yes.
Now, you and Dravion around that time, y'all had fallen out a little bit, wasn't as close as you had been?
I don't know where you get that information from.
So if Brooklyn testified that you and Dravion had fallen out, that wouldn't be correct.
No. That's my best friend. Anything we fall out about, we get back on track about it.
Well, didn't you have to defend yourself against allegations that you set Dravion up?
Like, what do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying, didn't you tell the detective, what you told the detective, that you had to?
Yes, I had a, yes.
Okay. And when you left, Jabari was still there and Antonio was still there for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
And some other people. Okay. Now you watch the videos and YouTubes and stuff about guns, so you're familiar with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you ever had a gun?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you just kind of know and hear and learning about them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the district attorney asked you if you, I may not say it exactly like you asked. Excuse me, but if you thought or that Jabari would hurt Dravion, and you said no, correct?
Yes.
But or kill Dravion is what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but he's accused of killing somebody.
Who?
Jabari.
No, I don't know.
You didn't know he was charged?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation at this point. He says he doesn't know.
Well, I'm trying to help him.
I think to the point you're making, as to this topic, it may be relevant later on if we do hear from this witness or that witness, but in this context, I don't see the relevance.
Well, he opened the door to say that Jabari,
but to say that this is how he acted on other occasions, and that's why there's the basis of his opinion on this occasion.
No, he didn't pinpoint Jabari to a specific occasion. He just said
against this specific
victim, well, against a specific person, yes.
So if you want to confine it to that, I believe that's fair game. But to say that because he acted,
well, I definitely take exception on the record.
All right, noted.
When was the last time you saw Jabari?
3 years ago.
And so, had you ever had occasion to talk to Jabari about what happened that night?
With Dravion?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever had occasion to talk to Antonio about what happened that night?
No, but I tried.
When was the last time you spoke to Antonio?
January.
Of this year?
Yes.
And is y'all still hang out like you used to?
No, not really.
And when the state has tried to talk to you, you've always pretty much been there. I mean, you answered their questions or tried to.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've always been consistent in saying you did not see who shot your best friend.
Yes, ma'am.
In just a second. Thank you, Xavier.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, I'll be brief, but on cross-examination do you remember the questions about, was there any fisticuffs or something like that? Like any fighting or physical fighting when you were out there? You remember that question on cross?
Can you restate that again?
Something along the lines of, did the defendant ever physically fight or strike Dravion in your presence during this argument time frame?
Like, you trying to say, like, did he swing on him?
Yeah. Do you remember those questions by defense counsel?
No. But I think I remember them asking me, like, was a fight? Like, did they start fighting before I walked away?
Exactly. You remember that question?
Yes, and that's no.
And do you remember well, let me ask you this. Why did you had referenced earlier, Antonio, Jabari, and yourself trying to or having to calm down either Dravion or Rock, right?
Yes.
Why did it take 3 different people to calm down either the defendant or Dravion?
Speculation. I mean, it could have taken one.
Yeah, I understand. All right, so saying you can rephrase the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, let me ask you this, Adrian. Why did you have to, or why did you jump in or have to jump in to try to calm it down?
I just didn't want to go too far. I don't know how everybody think. Everybody ain't a let it go type person, and I didn't want nobody to get hurt.
Understood. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, they may.
All right, you can step down, unless you had to recross. Okay, you can step down, sir. All right, state may call us next witness.
Your Honor, this is brief, but if we could have the jury take a brief break.
All right, I think we have need to take something up outside your presence. It shouldn't take long, members of the jury, and we're going to try to get another witness or two in before we break for the day.
All right. Here.
That's right. Okay.
She sucks as a lawyer.
All right, Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor. So the state intends to call next and has present and defense counsel, Mr. Roddrick, represents Jabari Dixon in this case. And so I wanted to just be on the same page with the court and defense counsel because there's more likely to be, more objections coming up. And I wanted to, make sure the court's aware of counsel that's present and things of that nature.
All right, if we could just get counsel's full name for the record, who's joining us?
Aisha Roddrick, that's Aisha. Last name Brodderick.
All right, and Ms. Roddrick, you are counsel of record for any pending cases here in Fulton County on behalf of this upcoming witness. All right, have you had a chance to discuss with him and prepare for what the expectation is that he's going to be asked to testify about today? And
I have a few minutes to speak with him. I spoke with him a couple days ago.
Okay.
But in light of some recent information that was provided, I have not spoken to him since that information was provided.
all right, and we will see what we can do to facilitate that in terms of you said you anticipate several objections of some kind, Mr. Atkins,
Yes,
such
sir.
as?
So this is the witness that defense counsel in opening warranted my objection. And so the state's position is that it is relevant. I do believe defense counsel can ask him, and the jury already knows this, he has an open murder case. I do not believe the facts of usually you can only convict a witness with prior convictions, right? If I was asking a defendant or a witness about a defendant's, a murder he hadn't been convicted of or was arrested of, that would be some serious hot water. The legal rules I understand of witnesses, like impeaching them or prior convictions, until they're arrested, he's innocent until proven guilty. That's number one. Number two, you usually cannot bring in specific bad acts, in this case, a murder of a witness. And so the facts of that murder, I do not believe are relevant in this case, number one. Number two, in the statement that Jabari Dixon gives on July 7th, I think this is very strongly improper victim character evidence that Jabari makes reference that him and a female co-defendant did a murder, which he's charged with, or he doesn't say I did the murder. I want to be clear. When he's talking about that night and what happened, this is after Dravion had been killed. There is reference to Dravion himself being present. We're talking about something that happened in January of 2022. There's no reference to the defendant. There's no reference that the defendant knew or had any involvement with any of this other case that Jabari has. For defense counsel to put before this jury based solely on this brief statement, and Sergeant Barry was the lead detective in that case, and my understanding and proper from speaking with Barry is other than this brief reference by Jabari, there is no negative, nothing close to any evidence. He was never a suspect. I don't even know where. It is a complete, only in this brief moment in time that this is referenced, and it's talking about a murder. And so for defense counsel, to me, it is classic improper victim character evidence. If the state was trying to do this to a witness who wasn't a victim, defense counsel would go, but absolutely, as they should, nuts on me.
Okay, so his anticipated testimony, what statement did he make that the state anticipates getting it out during his direct?
He says that the defendant shot and killed Dravion Matthews, and Dravion Matthews had a gun on him but didn't brandish it, and he talks about the whole argument, and that the other people who were referenced in the opening statement did not shoot and kill Dravion.
So he claims to have observed the shooting?
Correct.
Meaning he was at the scene?
Correct. I have him on video at the scene with watching from me to this TV, maybe a little further.
Okay. All right. So I would say that the area of law we're in is I guess they refer to it as the SOTI defense, or some other dude did it. And as has been refined by the Supreme Court recently, it's a 403 calculation. Someone has to be connected to the corpus delicti. And he's at the scene at the shooting moment it occurs. So the counsel, I think, it's a fair argument. That's one they're able to make. The extent of how far that argument can make and some of the other details, I think, is what we're here to discuss. And so let me start with defense counsel. Other than the fact that he is currently in the Fulton County jail, charged with murder, presumably has, I guess, an incentive to cooperate with the state because of that, and perhaps testify in accordance with that motive. What other aspects of his pending case would you seek to elicit?
Well, he says that the victim, and Mr. Matthews, he says that the victim, he basically says that the victim was there at the murder he's accused of and kind of says he kills the person that is the victim of his case, okay?
This is another statement he gave later, because
this is the same statement. He talks to Detective Barry and about both cases.
Okay, at the same time, close in time to this case, or is it a while later?
Arrested July 7th. The case happened June 2nd. He was on the run. They pick him up, and she starts talking to him about his case. He invokes his rights. Then he wants to know if he could be separated from Roddrick. And then she said, well, not, so she gets him to start talking about it. He talks about what happened with Roddrick's case, what he, I presume, will testify to. And then afterwards, he says, can you help me?
Wow.
Like a deal, like I'm kind of curry favor. And all the while, detective has been telling his mama, he need to talk to me. He need to talk to me. He need to talk to me. And so then when he's into that other conversation, what he says is that Dravion, the victim in this case, was there when the murder happened and he didn't commit it. Dravion did, or was at least, very least, a witness to it. The murder with the January case.
Wow.
Right, with the warrant. So what I'm saying is.
Okay, well, those are very different things. Does he actually definitively say, Mr. Matthews committed the murder you're accusing me of? Or does he actually say Mr. Matthews was present and observed that murder?
I would say, and I don't want to, I guess that's why I kind of curry, but it sounded to me, because what he described is that he was standing in front of the victim, facing him. He told the detective, well, the victim got shot in the head, in the back of the head, and the and the victim and another girl was standing on the side of him, and they both had guns. So he said, I didn't shoot him. One of them did. So I don't know if I want to say specifically that he said. I just don't know. And let me just say, I just got this statement. When did we get it, Christian?
It's Sunday.
Yeah, because I just got it Sunday. And
but can we say that? Well, to your credit, can I tell him that you let me know about its existence?
I just knew it was a statement. That's all I knew. I didn't know what it was going to say. And so Christian got, he got it for us, and that's what this said. So let me just take it a little bit further, since if Dravion, who was never charged, and so Detective Barry says, I don't know nothing about that. He can't defend himself. That's what she says. If Dravion was actually a participant or a witness in the murder case, that is his motive to kill Dravion. I mean, it's a motive. And that's what some other dude thing. I mean, you talk, why would he kill his friend? And if they're out there alone.
Okay, all right, I follow. And Jabari's case predates this case. Okay.
Happened in January.
Well, the other thing to wade through is, do you anticipate him talking about any of this, or is he going to be invoking the fifth here today?
like they mentioned, I just saw the video Sunday as well. So in terms of whether or not he's gonna invoke the fifth, of course, I would recommend that he do that because he has an open case.
Yeah.
I don't wanna have him on the stand being told that he needs to say everything, give truthful statements, and then those statements somehow are then used against him when his trial comes up.
All right. Let me ask this to make the best and most efficient use of the juror's time. Do you have any other witnesses on deck?
I do, Your Honor, and to be clear, with 100% certainty, Jabari Dixon cannot be the shooter of Dravion Matthews. It is unequivocal. And so with what he's testifying about.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because he is clearly on the video unequivocally. You can see he has the same clothing and he's too far away. It's impossible.
Based on the combination of the stippling.
Yes.
That you're.
I mean, it's physically impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't see
Okay.
exactly how close he was.
Let's not talk over each other. Let's not talk over each other. I mean, there's a chain of inferences that you would have to follow in order to be there. The jury would have to, or a fact finder would have to believe what the ME says about the stippling and how stippling works, and also who is who in this video, and the testimony that's come out already of who is who.
And I guess the reason I say that, Your Honor, is because I've had this in another courtroom in 1C, and things can get shifty. That is not the way the law is set up in terms of the questions I am asking Jabari about witnessing his friend getting murdered. There is no incrimination involved with it. And if I need to give him immunity on this murder case, I'll do it right now. Because Jabari Dixon did not murder Dravion Matthews. It's impossible. So for him to plead the fifth on something that he did not commit a crime is just a way because he's scared to testify.
But that is certainly something that we could see coming if he's going to be asked about a statement.
Well, and when I spoke and met with counsel, I told him I'm going to ask him about knowing Dravion. He points himself out on the video. We didn't get into what he saw or witnessed that in that time, but to just plead the fifth as a way to not testify about something that you had nothing to do with is not how the law works.
Ron, can I respond briefly?
And they just don't want his testimony because he says the defendant murdered the victim.
Again, there's a lot to unpack here. My question to you, Mr. Atkins, is do you have another witness ready?
I do, Your Honor.
Because we're not going to get through his direct and that cross in the hour we have left with this jury.
And then I can draft immunity for the murder of Dravion.
And then we can talk after we've excused the jury about all these issues. We can give counsel time to meet with their client and talk through some of these things as we still move forward. Okay.
Okay.
So what is the next witness that you have on?
I'm going to call Antonio Dixon, Jabari's brother.
Okay.
State
All right.
calls Antonio Dixon.
And while we're doing that, Deputy Scott, can we have counsel in the back, or can we get a second deputy to let her in through Judge Richardson's courtroom? He's not. He's down right now. Do we have anybody else who can help us, or can we take her down? Yeah. How can we get him up? We don't need, but we can keep going in here because you can stay with us. Okay. Let's bring him up. All right. Let's bring back our jury, Deputy Scott, when you're ready. Sorry. Oh yeah. Go. Yeah, we're off the record. Court reporter needs a break here. What's going on?
No. Don't bring me in. Just the same time. You just hang on.
You might, Steve, go something on that.
Last adjourn.
All right, thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Antonio Dixon to the stand.
Excuse me. That lady keep coughing. Ew.
This will have testimony to truth. Copy. I'll speak clearly over the microphone. Spell it report.
Should I spell it? Antonio Dixon, ANTONIODISON.
judgment. No.
It's fine.
Let's start.
All right, if you can just hold tight, everybody. We'll hold in place. All right, we are back on the record. The jury is present. All parties are present. Statement call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Antonio Dixon to the stand.
If you could swear in the witness, Deputy Scott.
Yes. Antonio Dixon, ANTONIODISON.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dixon. How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon.
Did you used to have a friend named Dravion Matthews?
Yes, sir.
How long did you know Mr. Matthews, sir?
Since second grade.
Since second grade?
In kindergarten.
Kindergarten? Do you have a brother named Jabari?
Sure.
Did Jabari know Dravion?
Sure.
Did he know him for a similar amount of time as you?
Yes.
Do you know Xavion Tucker?
Yes.
Was he also friends with you and Dravion?
Excuse me, could the witness speak up? I just am not hearing.
If you can just lean into that microphone, sir. Sometimes it's a little soft on picking.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Dixon, did you and your brother used to live in 540 Humphrey Street apartment complex?
Yes.
Do you remember how long y'all lived there? Like, have you always lived there? Did you move there a specific time, or do you know?
I moved when I was 3 years old.
And 3 years old? And since you moved out there, did Dravion live out there with you all as well?
Yeah.
And were you closer in age to Dravion?
I was saying, hey.
And was your brother Jabari, is he a little older, just slightly?
Yes.
And does Dravion have an older brother?
Yes.
And all of you all, your brother Jabari, Dravion, his brother, and Xavion, were y'all all friends in some capacity growing up?
Yes.
Now, were you just friends, or were you real close with Dravion? How would you describe it?
We grew up together. We all grew up together. However y'all put, we was friends who grew up together.
Understood. I wanted to ask you, did you, I'm going to turn to something else. I'm going to talk to you about June 2nd, 2022. Okay, sir?
Yes.
Were you in the apartment complexes the day or during the day when what happened to Dravion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know what building is Dravion's? And were you ever at any point hanging out, in the daytime near or around Dravion's building?
You saying that day?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
That's fair. Now, I'm going to show you, and this may help. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit. This is something that's already in evidence. I'm going to publish 43, and I'm going to read these letters and numbers just for the record. It's going to come up on the screen. There's one before you and one behind you. 43 Foxtrot. It should come up here in just a second. Now, I'm going to ask you if you see yourself in any of these videos, okay? Or if you see anyone that you know, anyone we've talked about thus far. And while you're looking at that, do you know, or have you ever known someone who went by Rock?
Yeah. I can't see the video because it's on right here. Like, stop him.
Oh, shoot. Your screen probably has time on it. Hold on. Yep. How did you know the person named Rock? Like, where would you see that? Like, in the apartment complex somewhere else, or?
I step outside. I might walk to the store and see him. I guess he stayed in the apartment that I stayed in.
I got you. Do you see yourself in any of this video yet?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna show you another clip. You let me know if you do. I'm gonna publish 43G, as in golf. Do you recognize Dravion, if at all, in any of these videos?
I only seen one video. I haven't recognized him.
Okay, that's perfectly fair. I'm gonna publish 43G right now. And I'm going to publish 43I as in India. Another video is going to come up here, sir. And you just tell me if you recognize anybody. You recognize anybody, sir?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
Dravion and his girlfriend.
Okay. Did she go by Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Juliet. Is that the person you knew was Dravion near the front of the gate in kind of the white shirt?
Yeah.
Okay. You let me know if you recognize or see yourself at any point.
I can't tell what I see myself now, but based on what I'm saying, I don't see myself yet.
That's all right. I'm going to get one. I'm going to publish another one. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Lima as an L. I'm going to ask you in just a second, Mr. Dixon, if you recognize someone who walks through the gate. You recognize anyone?
I can't really like.
Okay, actually, let me see if you turn around and see if you can go to the big screen. Because I think like your screen may be better.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to pull back to kind of halfway through when the two people are walking through the gate and put the time hack on the record. A little bit further, Mr. Wright. A little bit further. A little bit further, sir. A little bit further. Kind of close to the end. It's perfect. I'm going to start it at 1927-58, 43 Lima. Do you recognize anyone?
It was me to walk to the building.
In the what color shirt?
Blue.
Blue. Okay. Did you used to have a blue shirt like that had some writing on the front?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, do you know this time what's going on June 2nd, 2022? Like, where are you and the gentleman you're following going?
You saying where we going?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
That's fair.
I
That's
can't
fair.
remember.
Do you know the person that was walking right in front of you?
Not personally, but like we was in the apartments. We used to see each other around, like not personally.
I got you. What did you know that person as?
Right.
I got you. Okay. Do you remember this point in time, which is around 7:28 p.m. that day, interacting or seeing any or none or all of either Xavion, Brooklyn, or Draco?
I remember seeing most of the people that's in the video.
That makes sense. And we're at different parts just hanging out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you ever at some point, this building where we are, do you recognize which building? Is this your building or Dravion's building?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did you leave this area and go back to your apartment or your building? That's fair. That's fair. I'm going to show you what's admitted as State's Exhibit 44 from 9/17/55 to 9/18/51. And I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Dixon, just here in a second. You let me know if you recognize the stairwell or if you recognize any of the gentlemen coming down this stairwell. Do you know who any of those people are that just came down the stairs?
Me and Zay.
You and Zay? Okay. And this is around 9:18 p.m. Do you know where y'all are going or what you're doing in the parking lot? Okay. Do you remember at this time of night seeing Dravion again?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. Now, what do you call Dravion's mother?
Miss Angel.
Miss Angel? And have you ever talked to her about what happened to Dravion? No. Did you know that that there was a conversation she recorded? Are you aware of that? Okay. I'm going to ask you about a couple things in that conversation.
Because I don't think the foundation has been laid that is an authentic, actual recording that says he doesn't remember it, he doesn't know it. So I think this is not the witness. He can ask whatever questions and then call the witness, I guess, in.
All right, so we'll take these as the questions asked. So, Mr. Atkins, you're on notice, but as of right now, I haven't heard the question that is objectionable. So,
yes, Your Honor. Well, he's unequivocally denied this entire statement, which there's case law that comes in. But I will go through this. Do you remember any kind of altercation that Brooklyn got in earlier in the day, sir?
With who?
With just anyone?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that Brooke and the boys had gotten an altercation and Brooke was telling Dre she felt disrespected because they was right there by your door after getting complaints and stuff? Do you remember saying that statement?
No.
Okay, that's fair. Now, do you remember Dravion or ever saying anything to anyone outside of his apartment or porch? As in, did you remember Dravion saying anything to any of those daytime clips we just saw?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that when she told him that, Dravion approached them and said something to them? After that, after he said something to him, he would not have said nothing unless Brooklyn said something to him. As in, after Brooklyn spoke with Dravion, he went and told those individuals something to get them to move. Do you remember saying that to Miss Angel Roberts, Dravion's mom?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember the person you know as Rock ever having an argument or disagreement with Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022?
I plead the fifth.
Sir, just asking if you remember it.
I plead the fifth to that question.
So, Your Honor, if the court could, he advised this.
Stop. The question asked is, do you ever remember Rock having an argument, disagreement with the victim?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, members of the jury, there's something I got to take up outside of your presence. There should be a short break. We'll be right back with you. All right. Mr. Dixon, do you have an attorney of any kind?
No, sir.
I can't hear you.
No, sir.
All right. And so the question is asked, do you recall whether Miss Rock, the individual you know as Rock, ever said anything to the victim? And that's a question you feel will incriminate you?
You saying did he ever say something to him, like a conversation between them two?
I don't know, Mr. Atkins, why don't you ask the question again and perhaps the next couple of questions so we can see exactly what's going on here.
Yes, Your Honor. I asked him if he ever remembers Rock and Dravion having any argument between themselves.
Oh, no, not an argument. No.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Why
my
don't you just
question.
ask the next couple questions?
Do you remember Dravion saying, or do you remember Rock ever stating he wanted to fight Dravion? Okay. Do you remember Rock ever leaving the area y'all were at and going to the store?
I think I remember leaving going to the store.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, so we're going to pause it right there. So, Mr. Dixon, when you say you're pleading the fifth,
No, I didn't understand the question, so I didn't want to answer this.
okay, so that's kind of a loaded term in legal circles. That means that you think answering something would incriminate you.
I didn't understand. I just don't understand the question, so I said that.
All right, so you can answer the question if you can, or if you don't remember, or you can say yes or no. All right. So let's bring back the jury.
Just so you get to it. So, follow along. Check this out.
I'll rise for the jury.
All right, thank you, Deputy Scott. Apologies, members of the jury, for that brief interruption. I'll ask you to disregard that last response from Mr. Dixon. The state is going to re-ask the question.
Mr. Dixon, do you remember the person you knew as Rock ever saying anything to Dravion on June 2nd, 2022?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that Rock basically was making him feel some type of way about it? Dravion saying, or making him feel some type of way about it. Do you remember that statement to her?
No.
Okay. Do you remember ever hearing Dravion say something back to Rock?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that in response to that, Dravion was saying, "You're not fixing to little boy me. You're not fixing to make me feel like no little man." He was telling him that. Do you remember that?
No.
That's fair. And do you remember after making that statement, referencing Brooke and Dravion going into Dravion's house?
Say it again.
Do you remember ever referencing what I just talked about of a disagreement or argument with Rock and Dravion, and then Dravion going inside of his house? Do you remember any of those things happening?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that he was telling him that? After he was telling him that, they said that when they were by your door, after that happened, Dre went in the house with Brooklyn, came out about an hour or two later. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that?
No.
Okay. Now, do you remember around this time on this video, 9:18, give or take some time that night, Rock, the person you knew as Rock, ever saying anything to Dravion in terms of any kind of disagreement or argument?
Saying this day?
Yeah, correct.
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that Dravion probably went to sleep, but he came back outside, and when he came back outside, Rock was still saying something to him about it, but Dre was not really trying to push the issue? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember ever hearing Dravion this night say something back to Rock after Rock was arguing or disagreeing with him?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that he, talking about Dravion, was telling Rock, like, leave him alone, but you're not fixing a little man me? Like, he kept telling him, you're not fixing a little boy me. I ain't going for that. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that?
No.
Okay. Now, do you remember ever hearing Rock stating he wanted to fight Dravion?
No.
Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that after he said that, Rock started telling him he wanted to fight, and Dre said, "I'm on whatever you're on"? He said that, and Rock was telling him to put the gun down, and Dravion said, "I'm on whatever you're on." He just kept saying it. He said that. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember around this time frame, Rock ever walking or going to the store?
I think I remember him going to the store around that time.
Okay. And do you know if he went by himself or with someone else?
I can't remember.
That's fair. And do you remember when he returned from walking to the store, did he say anything to Dravion?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that Rock had walked to the store by himself and he said something else to Dre? He kept trying to push the issue, and Dre said, "Go on, like, leave me alone." He was making it known he really didn't want any problems. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts
I don't
that?
remember.
Okay. Now, do you remember the defendant, not defendant, the person you knew as Rock, defendant, pushing or keep pressing Dravion after returning from the store?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts that Rock kept pushing it? After that happened, Rock called his little brother. They pulled up so quick. And when they pulled up, I don't really be into all that fighting. Do you remember saying that, sir?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Miss Angel Roberts anything about what happened to her son?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you if you remember ever telling Miss Angel Roberts that you're not really into that fighting because you thought that's what they were fixing to do. Look down on your phone. You see you see a shot go off, but didn't hit anybody. After the shot go off, they started tussling, and Rock and Dre started tussling, and Rock started shooting. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts, Dravion's mother, that statement?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Now, do you remember Miss Angel Roberts clarifying, so Rock was the shooter, and you responded yes? Everyone's saying it's Rock's brother, but it was not Rock's brother. Do you remember telling Miss Angel Roberts, Dravion's mother, that statement?
No.
Okay. Now, I wanted to show you, I'm going to publish I am going to publish State's Exhibit 45 from 21:34:03 to 21:34:26. And sir, there's going to be on a screen, both the small screen and the big screen. Do you recognize that area?
Yeah.
You said yes?
Yeah.
Is that the 540 Humphreys apartment complex?
That's the entrance.
What?
That's the entrance.
Entrance? Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a question. If you see anyone that you recognize in this clip, which is 9:34 p.m. So I'm going to press play. And if you look kind of near where that white Hyundai car is, I'm going to ask you if you recognize either his clothing or something else. The person that's kind of walking.
That's me.
That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And this is at 9:34 p.m.? Okay. I'm going to keep playing this. Do you recognize anyone else that's there with you?
I don't see nobody.
That's fair. If you do, just let me know. Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 47, 21:43:12 to 21:44:30. Do you recognize this parking lot before it's a little delay. So my screen's quicker, but when this comes up before I press play, do you recognize this area in general, sir?
Yeah.
Which is your building depicted on this?
Yeah.
Is it like this building?
Yes.
Okay. And is the front gate from this camera this way?
It's too front. It's like
The front gate where you were just by that white car.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a question here in a second. I'm going to publish this from 21:43:12 to 21:44:30. Now at the time you said you had a blue T-shirt with white writing. Is that correct? And do you remember, back then having some type of, satchel or bag that you could carry across your chest?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay. And I'm going to ask you if you see or recognize yourself where you would be in this video. Okay. I'm going to hit play and ask you a couple questions. I'm going to ask you if you know where that sidewalk is, where you're going to see some movement kind of at the top of that screen. Do you know where that sidewalk is?
Right here.
Yep.
Yes.
Do you see yourself at all in this video?
I can't see clear enough to see what I see myself.
That's fair.
I'm still over here where I just was, and yes, it is me, but I don't see myself right here.
Okay, I'm going to run it back just briefly. Good view right now, Mr. Wright. Thank you. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 47 from 23:43:12 to 21:44:30. And once that goes back to the start, Mr. Dixon, I'm going to ask you to just look and keep an eye out for, this area.
Objection to him leading him where to look.
I'm asking a question about it.
Okay, I know. I'm overruled the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Dixon, because this is a big screen and there's a lot of moving parts, I want to ask you if you see yourself, yes, no, or you're not sure, anywhere in this area, okay? When I play this. So just watch and I'm going to play it. So
I already seen the video. It's not clear enough for me to see whether I see myself. I see movement and people, but it's not clear enough for me to see whether I see myself or another person like the exact person.
That's fair. Well, I'm going to walk through something with you. So I'm going to hit play. And I'm going to ask you a question here in a second.
Excuse me.
Actually.
Excuse me.
Mr. Dixon, I'm going to publish 44 alpha from 21:43:40 to 21:43:45. I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to look at the sidewalk behind this building and see if you recognize anyone who walks down the sidewalk at 9:43 p.m. You see yourself in there, sir?
Say again?
Do you see yourself walking at all in that video?
I can really tell.
Okay, I'm gonna do one
I
better.
can't tell.
That's fair, sir. Give me 1 second. I am going to publish 46 alpha, which is 9:44 p.m. and 23 seconds. So, okay. And while that's coming up, I'm gonna ask you to see if you recognize yourself or anyone else in this video, okay? Do you recognize where that red square is in that exit box?
Yes.
Is that your building?
Yes.
Do you recognize anyone in this clip? And I can play it back. I know it comes quick. I'm gonna restart it real quick, Mr. Dixon.
I'm not familiar with all the faces, but I think I just think me and my brother walk first.
Okay, I'm gonna play that back just so I can make sure I'm on the same page. I may pause it. Give me 1 second. Now, I'm pausing it for the record's purposes. What's that time, Mr. Wright? Do you recognize these changes?
That's my brother.
Okay, is that, are you wearing that same blue shirt as earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your brother, Jabari Dixon?
Yes.
Okay, now, you know where this gate is, right, Mr. Dixon?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to show you something real quick. If, I'm gonna hold this board up, and if I'm gonna orient you, this is Crumley Street, right? You know where Crumley Street is in Humphreys?
Yes.
Is this building on the right side, you and your brother and mother's building that y'all lived in for a long time?
Yes.
And this gate, where are y'all walking from? Is it the parking lot area or somewhere else?
Parking lot.
Okay.
On the sidewalk that you just seen or something.
Okay.
Did he speak up? I didn't get the last part.
On the sidewalk. We're walking from the sidewalk to the building.
Understood. And if this was the front gate, right? You follow me?
Yes.
This is the front gate. This camera where it has that red square, like exit box and it looks like a fire alarm, is it here, where is it in this building?
The second place you're going to.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're walking from this area and that gate's right here, right?
Think so.
Okay. And, okay, thank you, Mr. Dixon. Now, Mr. Wright, what was this time at? If you move it up, just see if it comes up. What's it? All right, 9:44, 21:44, 26. You follow me, Mr. Dixon? I'm gonna backtrack some stuff. So this clip where you and your brother are coming in, that middle gate is at 9:44 p.m., right? Okay. I'm gonna go back to the video we were playing with Mr. Wright's assistance, and I'm gonna ask to publish what's already been admitted as, yep, that's correct. 6:47 from 21:43:12. So before he jumps to that, it's basically about a minute before this, okay? So just to be clear, before I hit play, Mr. Dixon, that gate we were just talking about that's in the middle, where in here is the gate you were just walking in?
Over there.
This area?
Yeah.
Okay. And that front gate we were talking about is over here? Like, okay. Now, I'm gonna ask.
Did he answer? I'm sorry, because his head.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So what I want to ask you, Mr. Dixon, is putting this together with what you said is that this gate at 9:44 p.m., you and Jabari Dixon are entering for over here. Is that fair? From
I
what we
don't
just
know
watched?
the time, but there's the record you got there, yes, but
Okay.
I don't know the time.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna start this video, which is about a minute and some change before that, and ask you to just watch it. Now that we've kind of oriented to it. And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Dixon, if you see anyone walking towards that gate or door that we were just, I just talked about with you and your brother. Remember, Mr. Dixon, where you and your brother were coming from when you walked in that gate that we just talked about.
Walking from the entrance.
Say again, sir?
Walking from the entrance.
Okay, walk from the entrance. And so walking from the entrance in relation to this exhibit, where is it?
the place where you just seen me come from over here, where the first clip you seen me in over here.
I got you. So in general, you're walking from.
We couldn't hear that. Yeah. I'm walking from where I was in the first clip over here.
That's fair. So that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. So although I know it's hard to see with the particularity here, in general, you're moving from the front gate area to where
Yes,
your brother
yes.
walked in. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Dixon. Got a couple more questions.
I'm not trying to be rude. May you please speed it up? I have somewhere to be.
I will. I will. It won't be much longer. I'm almost done. I appreciate you your time, sir. All right. Just give me a couple more minutes. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 44 Bravo 220630 to 20. Scroll. Keep scrolling. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Go to the very bottom. Very bottom. Click that. Yep. And what time is that start? 220630? Yes. Okay, perfect. So, Mr. Dixon, I'm publishing 44 Bravo, which is 2206, which is 10:06 p.m. Okay. And I'm gonna ask you something in a second, right? So I'm gonna ask you if you see yourself. I'm gonna hit play and see if you see yourself. Okay. See that lady in the yellow shirt?
Yes. I see myself. I don't see the yellow shirt.
Where are you?
I'm just saying, when he's talking, because his head is.
I see myself right here. I'm right here in the blue shirt.
You said it's right there in the blue shirt. Okay. And that's one of the ways to get out of your apartment building.
Yes.
Okay. And if you go that gate with you and your brother and Jabari, I mean, your brother is Jabari, you and Jabari, that gate where you all were entering, if you were to walk down this sidewalk and keep walking off camera, would you or would you not run into that gate?
Yes, you would.
Okay. You can take that down, Mr. Wright. And a couple more quick questions, sir. Did you ever see or recall any prior interactions Dravion or Rock had with one another?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you ever remember telling your mother that do you remember ever telling your mother that Rock and the victim had issues and Dravion felt like Rock was bullying him?
Don't remember.
Okay. And in conclusion, just to be clear, you didn't tell Miss Angel Roberts any of those things that I had asked you about.
I remember.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Dixon, for your time. Defense counsel may have some questions for you, all right?
Examination.
I'm good to go.
No, not quite yet. We got a few more questions for you.
Mr. Dixon, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I'm Avis Horn, Speaker Culpepper. Just got a few questions. I think you said you don't really know Rock personally. You don't kind of hang out in the area and kind of.
Not that I know.
Not that you know him.
I seen him in the apartment when I was out there. I might see him at the store, going to the store, but personally, no.
Okay. And you said at some point you remember Brooke and Dre going inside the house.
No, I don't remember. I can't recall all the events happening that day.
Okay.
I don't too much remember a lot that happened that day.
Do you remember talking to the detective at some point? Detective Barry, she's got these long
No
dreads.
detective can't talk to me that day.
Huh?
No detective can't talk to me that day.
The day of the incident?
Not that I remember.
No, okay. And did you, let's see. When we saw you initially, you had like a bag.
It's a black satchel bag.
But later on, we don't see you with that bag. Where do you remember what you did with it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
That happened in this clip. I had the bag in one of the clips and didn't happen in another.
Right.
I don't know where the bag went.
Okay. Now, you didn't see the actual shooting.
I don't remember.
Okay. Your brother was there on the scene the whole while,
I
right?
don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember if your brother was there?
My brother was there with me, like being on the scene. Like
That's what I mean.
I don't remember.
Well, was your brother there in that
Yeah,
area?
he was there in the clips. You can see he was there walking with me at those times.
But you just don't remember him being there.
No, I'm not saying I don't remember him being there. I'm telling you, I seen my brother there. Like, we was there together.
Okay, that's what I was.
I don't know about the scene, and my brother was in the apartment at the sidewalk together.
Who's the oldest, you or him?
My brother.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 20. My brother's 2 years older than me.
Okay. Okay, just a second. Let's see. I'll maybe not have to hold. I'm finished.
Can you redirect?
I'll be real brief, Mr. Dixon. On cross, the defense counsel was asking you about if you saw your brother that night. You remember that?
Yes.
I want to ask you to be crystal clear. Were you with your brother that night for most of the night?
Me and my brother were together now. Y'all seen us walking the building in the clip.
And when you or your brother were with them, did you or your brother have anything to do with Dravion Matthews' death?
No, sir, we did not.
And did you and your brother, since pre-K, did you or did you not consider Dravion Matthews to be a friend?
I consider Dravion as a brother, a friend we grew up with, however y'all want to put it.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, can this one be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, they may.
Sit down, Mr. Dixon. You're free to leave. All right, at this point, members of the jury, I believe we've reached stopping point for today. We've covered a lot of ground, and I thank you for your attention as we make our way through this. So before we depart, I would charge you again that you're not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research. Everything you learn about this case happens within this courtroom. We'll be back ready to start up again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Any concerns before we break from an individual juror? All right, seeing none, thank you again. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, y'all. See what the judge's gonna say.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, let me first ask and inquire of the state. We made it through 6 witnesses today. Does the state still believe it is on track to rest on Thursday?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Because I just inquire here because the original estimate was something like 17 witnesses, a calendar call.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so there must be some short ones coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little longer sometimes with, you got to go roundabout ways with some witnesses. So I expected to get to 3 more witnesses today. I'm expecting an efficient, fast pace.
All right, and I'll just go ahead and flag then. I think in all likelihood at this pace, I'll just note we're going to probably be excusing the juror with the closing. I don't see how we're going to get to deliberations right now.
I didn't hear what you're saying.
We have the one juror who needs to be gone by 10 a.m. on Friday. I'm just flagging the fact that we are probably going to have to let him go because I don't see us getting it in their hands Thursday afternoon at this pace. We'll see. But
Home closing.
That's right.
Could we not take a early lunch and have them come back after deliberations?
We'll see. I'm just again trying to keep that on everyone's radar. All right. But at this point, there's no need to start ringing the alarm bells and say that we need to start qualifying them on next week. We'll see how tomorrow goes.
Oh, wow. I'm on leave, but that's all right.
No, that's a fair point.
If we finish our closings and there is a verdict, then I can probably Veslin can take the verdict. I'm just to
sure. And not only that, I mean, we'll do what we have to. So, and I'm not saying that's attributable to either party here. I'm just saying that's the reality of how cases go. As we say over and over again, they're unscripted things.
Yeah.
On that point, we have some complications here with the anticipated testimony of Jabari Dixon. And so, all right, so I think Ms. Roddrick is back here. And Ms. Roddrick, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Dixon? Okay. And any anticipated updates on your end of how you would expect him to testify?
Your Honor, I did advise him that if there was something that he was uncomfortable with, or something that posed a question for him, that I would see if he could, talk to me about it. I don't want him to say anything that has anything to do with his case, and so I don't want him answering quickly and just blurting out something that could then become a problem in his case.
I know that's your preference. I guess the question would be do you think he plans to invoke his right not to have to go into the particulars of the statement concerning his case? All right. So working our way backwards, if asked about the specifics of his statement, and more specifically, the statements concerning his open case, he's likely to claim privilege. And I believe that would be a valid invocation of privilege, because just placing himself at the scene under oath, as opposed to him doing it with a detective, is going to be incriminating. It's just a link in the chain that the state could use to help prove his pending murder case. So I don't think there's a question of whether it's a valid privilege. It sounds like the state, in response to that, is exploring, or perhaps has already got it drafted and ready for me to sign, a use and derivative use immunity motion in order. And is that still the anticipation?
Your Honor, with this update, which is what I had expected from just conversations, was the state.
I'm working my way backwards. I'm getting to the point. I know your position is this shouldn't even be gone into, shouldn't be inquired into.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor.
But I'm so assuming it is, the state is intending to grant immunity of some form here.
I was talking about the murder of Dravion Matthews, because I thought initially he was trying to plead the fifth to everything, which is a little ridiculous. But now that with defense counsel's, what we talked about with his own murder, that's not what I was discussing.
Okay, but that's what
they're trying to say that Jabari Dixon murdered Dravion Matthews himself. And I was saying that is just not accurate. But that was what I was talking about. With if he was going to sit on the stand, I say,
I understand. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
I don't plan on giving him immunity or derivative use for, well, unless the court orders me, I guess.
I can't order you to give someone immunity. But the point being is, Ms. Roddrick, do you have something you want to clarify there?
So with regards to the stuff that he could be potentially asked about, having heard what Ms. Hornsby Culpepper mentioned, who was where in January, who was with you, as Your Honor mentioned, anything in reference to those details could be used against him. In his
Sure,
own case.
which I think we've established. So that's bucket one. Bucket two, which Mr. Atkins is focusing on, is this case. So if he's asked about anything in June and the killing of Dravion Matthews, do you have an anticipated position on that?
Instructed him to answer honestly, whatever, I can't tell him what to answer. I don't know what the questions will be. And so.
It's just, would he invoke privilege to that?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right.
So that prevents us.
No, I haven't gotten there yet. I'm working my way backwards. Okay. So to the core of it, the state is, or defense, I don't know who brought this up originally, but the idea is, as I take it, just to spell it out, is the timeline here is that there is murder number one, where Mr. Jabari Dixon has been indicted and awaits trial. He is alleged by the state to have killed somebody else, and at the scene of this murder is Dravion Matthews. And in a statement Mr. Jabari gives in July 2022, he claims that Mr. Matthews, or perhaps someone else who was also present at the scene that he saw there, must have committed this murder. Oh, he's a co-defendant on the indictment.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then after murder number one, we have this case, and at which Jabari Dixon is present, as well as Mr. Antonio Dixon and his brother, as well as some other folks, perhaps just generally about. And then later on the 7th is when we have Mr. Jabari Dixon's statement about both of these incidents at the same time. And so the defense position, as I take it, is that they have a right to cross-examine Jabari Dixon for impeachment, for bias, motive. I think those would be the main two, as to the specific circumstances of his underlying murder case, because by accusing Mr. Matthews of having committed number one, that gives him a motive to have committed the murder of Mr. Matthews the next month. If I summarize that accurately, Ms.
Yes.
Hornsby Culpepper.
The murder.
Okay. All right. The state counters that this would be improper character evidence under 404 generally. Let's make sure we're always tying this back to the rules of evidence. I think that's going to make it easier for us. So with that, I'll give you a chance to respond here. So Mr. Atkins, what do you say in response to that?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that this is impermissible victim character evidence, and I'll pull up Carlson's. But how I expect, Your Honor, this to go is defense counsel will ask, and Mr. Jabari Dixon, you told Sergeant Berry that Dravion killed the victim in that case. He pointed a gun at a victim in this case. You're telling a jury about an unproven non-conviction murder that the defendant himself, there's no evidence that I'm aware of. It has I don't think that any of that happened, but I know that that's irrelevant. There's no knowledge that the defendant, Roddrick Teasley, which goes into self-defense. If I know, the big bad.
They're not claiming this as in the self-defense line of case law. They're simply saying that this goes to his motive and potentially for some other person did it.
Yes, Your Honor. And I may need to pull up some.
Self-defense is kind of irrelevant in my mind.
Understood, Your Honor. I'm going to pull up some of the case law from. I had to look at this pretty robust. You have the right to a cross-examination, but of thorough and sifting. But it has a
limit. And I want to pull up because I have some case law saved from a courtroom in 1C where this got litigated ad nauseum for hours. And I think that this will prove illuminating to this issue is that they want to cross-examine a witness. They're saying, just because they say this, it is expanding the 6-minute right to effective cross-examination beyond what even the courts say you may do. And this case law, I think, is highly on point. I have a whole catalog saved that I'll pull up right now. And I think and I will pull up, and I don't have the case law present because I didn't know they were going to get into the facts of a separate murder that's never proven of a victim with a witness. It's collateral. I mean,
and let me drill that even further on defense counsel. Is it your position? Do you have a position whether Jabari Matthews is even telling the truth about murder number one? In terms of, are you going to be telling the jury in closing or arguing in some way or insinuating that it was actually Mr. Matthews who committed murder number one?
No, I don't. Well, okay, whether he committed it or was just there as a witness against Jabari. I mean, I can't say because I wasn't there or we didn't have any. We have what Jabari said, which is that Matthews was there and there is some indication that he had a weapon. He doesn't know who fired.
So if the argument you're making is that Trayvon Matthews, you're not making the argument that he committed the murder number one as Jabari is saying he might have. So would it be accurate to say you're not actually saying he acted in conformity with therewith because you're not saying what happened number one. Your focus is on what Jabari's motive himself is.
Yes,
Okay.
it's not.
Jabari Dixon himself doesn't go that far to say that Drico Matthews definitively committed the murder. So we can't even argue that in closing based on evidence, but he does say that Drico Matthews was present and somebody fired. He's just not sure who.
And it's not, I just submit, it's not character, which is the whole basis of what he's saying. It's not character. We're not dispersing that young man's, character. We're saying that this is the motive because we're naming this other person. This is the motive. And I don't know if I'm gonna get it in, but the detective had several people tell Jabari did it.
Right. And
several people.
There are recordings turned over in discovery. What a detective says, I'm not sure what this is surprised to the statement, but the detective says that I don't know how this is going to look in the courts when Jabari has this murder warrant out there. So we should have been surprised for going to come up. The detective said that.
And whether it's a surprise or not, we're dealing with it. So the point being is, okay, so Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor. So a couple things. One, and this is where, and I apologize, I don't have these cases on the ready, but I can get them quickly. For the state to disprove, so one, I think the court should listen to Jabari's statement. It's very brief. It's not that long because defense counsel and I believe that this court should listen to Jabari's statement, and I can provide that to the court.
Offer the relevant line for me, or if you're going to characterize it, feel free.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me find the long version because I truncated it for purposes of impeachment. And so he says, "I'm standing. He shoot me because he got shot. This is the other murder, whole other murder. TT, who's his co-defendant, standing behind him. Dravion standing behind TT. 3 different guns go off. His gun go off and mine and TT and Dravion's. Wait a minute. TT had a gun? Yes. So he's saying that Dravion, TT, and him shot, and Sergeant Barry is the lead detective on that murder case.
Let me just see that, or either read that slower or let me see it in writing.
Yes, Your
Honor.
Okay.
He says some more too.
And that's just where it starts. And I guess one thing the court wanted, or the state wanted to bring up is that to rebut this notion, the state has to get into a mini trial with Sergeant Barry to explain why Dravion did not commit that murder, because
that would be extrinsic evidence under 608. I don't know if that we'd be going down that road, but continue.
Yes, Your Honor. And so the state, one, believes that, and what's the right way to put this? The notion, or the reason this evidence is so probative for defense and prejudicial to the state is because you are placing a murder on a victim and so I believe it is the tail wagging the dog in terms of this isn't a big deal, just saying that he shot and killed or was a participant in this felony murder where Jabari has a co-defendant that there's no evidence of other than Jabari's statement the day he was arrested, the same day as the defendant. It is the tail wagging the dog in terms of defense may say, well, we want to go down this attenuated. It's extremely prejudicial. It is improper character evidence of the victim.
The objection of relevance.
Well, we're going to let him finish.
I haven't finished yet, Mr. Veslin, but I can give you some cases on that.
I don't know what we're talking about exactly.
I agree with you. Just let me finish, sir, and I'll give you a good answer. I'll give you that first. I believe this is black letter law that everyone in this courtroom knows is improper.
Well, I wouldn't assume too much, Mr. Atkins, because we're having that conversation.
Yes, Your Honor. So I'm going to go into homicide cases 24-4-4082. 24-4-4082.
Or what are you citing right now? Is this Carlson's? Is this a
I'm citing actual statute, Your Honor. I'm just pulling up for quick hand.
408? What did you?
24-4-4048, Your Honor. Character
448.
evidence. Evidence of a person's character trait of evidence shall not be admissible for the purpose of proving action and conforming thereof on particular occasion, except for pertinent trait of characters offered by an accused or by the prosecution to rebut the same, if evidence of a trait of character of the alleged victim of the crime is offered by an accused, as it is in this case right now, and admitted under the section, evidence of the same trait of character of accused is offered by the prosecution, subject to these limitations.
And then let's read 404B, which we get to litigate quite a bit.
Yes, Your Honor.
As the exception to 404A.
I really need to find these collateral impeachment because there's a legal issue that is highly salient that is not being articulated well by me because I'm tired, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right. Well, it's been a long day. Let me just go ahead and I'll give you my initial indication and we can take it up again tomorrow morning, which is that when relevant for another purpose and another proper purpose, character evidence, evidence that touches incidentally on character can be admissible subject to the 403 balancing test. And sometimes this is referred to as reverse 404B. I don't really actually even see that as what's happening here. The issue here is that the defense has presented an alternative suspect who is at the scene. The state contends, well, it's just impossible that other person could have committed it. There's only one person that could have possibly done this. Certainly understand that that's their theory of the case, but it does rely on certain inferences and circumstantial evidence that the jury will have to accept, starting with the medical examiner, whether the stippling testimony is accurate, whether the individuals in this video are actually who they claim to be, and the distances between them. There's a chain of inferences that must be relied on. And so I don't think I can say, as a matter of fact, and as a matter of law, there is no possibility that anyone other than Mr. Teasley committed this murder. And so with that, we get into, on cross-examination, relevant grounds for cross-examination include bias and motive. They're claiming Mr. Jabari was actually the shooter and that he's accused of a murder that Mr. Matthews was there to witness and see him commit. And there's potentially an alternative or witness that could be testifying against him. And so that's why he killed him. Then that would seem to be a relevant theory that they can go into to impeach Mr. Jabari Dixon. Whether the jury buys that, what weight they place on it is up to the jury. The fact that it incidentally or even hand in hand brings in character evidence is not something that's just per se barred by the rules. And 404B even contemplates that. And under 404B, other relevant purposes are admissible. And under the rules, the defense doesn't even have to provide the state notice with 404B material. So at this point, I would say that the circumstances of Jabari's statement concerning the January murder of which he is charged are an area of cross-examination that the defense can go into in this case. Since he's anticipating invoking his privilege, then he either is going to have to get immunity, or I don't believe he'd be able to testify at all because he can't testify as to some things and not others. It would be especially things that are at the core of the cross-examination. And so there you have it. Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Yeah.
Ms. Roddrick? All right. Well, I'll say this: we'll reconvene. Let's reconvene a little bit before 9. I mean, let's say 8:45 or so. You can email me. You can email me whatever other case law you want tonight. I'll take a look at it. But I won't plan to take the bench until 8:45, and you can show me what other case law you've been referring to.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we do it to your personal email or Sharon?
You can do it to Ms. Vortis, and she'll forward it along to me. And that applies to anyone involved here. Ms. Broderick, feel free to weigh in too, if you'd like. Otherwise, the anticipation would be that I don't know, it would really depend on whether there's an immunity motion filed, and then we would have Mr. Jabari either up as the next witness or not.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Atkins?
No, Your Honor. I'll have as many state witnesses as I can stacked outside so we can run through them tomorrow.
Again, I'm not telling the parties to rush. I was just kind of highlighting when you said the number 17,
yes,
and you were telling me with confidence it was going to be Thursday. I said, all right, I'll wait and see. But
understood.
To that end, I think that we take it as it comes. I think this was something you might want back.
That's
the prior statement. Was there anything else under this issue or anything else on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, there is one thing I just want to highlight now because it came up in opening is when Sergeant Berry testifies, I expect in this investigation, there is, as there is in any investigation, what are the streets saying? What are the rumors saying? I do not believe there is a valid non-hearsay purpose to get in what the street said that Jabari did it or Xavion backdoored his friend. And I want to make that crystal clear.
Yeah, and let me follow up on that too. I forgot to conclude with that. I also agree that the rules allow it and make sure that we don't turn this into mini trials of other murder cases. And I think that's where 608 comes into play, where if it's evidence of bias and it's about extrinsic evidence proving that bias, the rules confine that to that witness's testimony only. So if Jabari wants to be confronted by either party about why his statement makes no sense, that's, I think, fair game. But to then bring in the other case detective and the other crime scene tech, that's just not going to happen under 608.
Yeah.
I know, but the state may. At this point, I don't know.
I may have misspoke. I meant in opening when defense counsel said that they want to ask Barry about hearsay statements where she tells witnesses.
No, I know that wasn't addressing what you brought up.
Oh,
I was just adding a tailgate to the Jabari Dixon aspect of it. But to your point, there have been already a lot of references to things people saying if there was an objection, I presume the parties are fine with it. But now there having been a proactive motion here, I will say that because this came up during, I think, it was the first witness's testimony, things that are just being conveyed to a witness can't just pass through that officer and to the jury's ears. And so the presumption is going to be those are hearsay. And so defense counsel, unless you can tell me a reason of why, I don't think those would be admissible from the outset. And I would also, I would add to that, the extrinsic evidence aspect of this is that I don't think Detective Barry can just be talking about other facts to put Jabari at the scene of the first murder or other people who said Jabari did the second murder, unless you're talking to those people directly or they're testifying. Are there any that you anticipate specifically?
Unless something comes up for impeachment or another non-hearsay purpose, I think the state's right. I think that, yes, we're just trying to get stuff in willy-nilly about this other murder that other witnesses said or the streets are saying or anything like that. That's one thing. If she says something that's contrary to her reports, she's open to impeachment.
Yeah, but you can't draw that out. It would have to be the state, I suppose, or doing it on her own accord. I mean, you can't invite the contradiction, I suppose.
Okay,
but anyhow,
are you saying then that she could not have other suspects? She can't testify to that?
she
I get that.
can have other suspects,
I thought okay, I'm sorry to call you he.
That's all right.
but to be talking about how they became suspects
Well,
is where we're getting into hearsay.
not necessarily. There could be, I have to think about these suspects that she got, but let me just look it up and see, because I just believe there is either some exception or some way that she can talk about other suspects. I mean, I don't
Other than at a highly, highly general level, the avenue would escape me right now. But
Okay, I mean,
we'll
you're
go from there. Well, I wouldn't say that. There's a lot to be found in here, and we'll go from there. Okay. Sorry. All right, then with that, we'll be off the record. We'll reconvene at 8:45 tomorrow morning.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
I might see.
All right, guys, that was enough. Ooh, Lord have mercy. We sat here through this whole thing. Do y'all believe that we sat through this whole thing? We sat here through the whole thing. Whew. Did y'all understand this whole case? We have nothing else to do. Oh, I got a lot of stuff to do. I was just trying to give you guys some stuff. I got a lot of stuff to do, y'all. A lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do. All right, y'all. Are you guys ready to get off, or do you want to continue and watch the other half of it? Do you want to watch the other half? We've been on here 5 hours and 50 minutes. So you guys want to get off, or you want some more? Do you want some more, or you want to get off? Tell me, which one do you want? Watch the other half tomorrow? Okay. All right, we'll watch the other half tomorrow. Sylvia, did something happen with Diddy's case? Not that I know. Let me go check. Hold on. And there we go, going off in another topic. You see how y'all do? Go off in another topic which has nothing to do with what we were listening to. There we go. Let's see. No, I just want to go off the tangent someplace else. They just put sealed documents, that's all. Sealed documents, that's it. Nothing else. Sealed documents, that is it. My fire still was off the thing already. They removed themselves. What the heck? What does still need to be on there for? The case is over. What is Malcolm talking about? The case is over. Of course he's going to remove himself from there. What the heck is wrong with Malcolm? Is something wrong with Malcolm? Yo, case is over with. He's not doing the appeal. So why would he still be on there? Malcolm, makes sense. Make it make sense, Malcolm. And Malcolm's so silly. His name is still on this. The only Rico is the only one that's off. Hold on, let me show y'all, because this one, Malcolm coming here with his nonsense. Yeah, he always coming here with this nonsense. Foolery. Foolery. Look at this. Look. You see, he's still on there. See, the only person that's off is this guy right here. This guy right here, Anthony Rico is the only person that's off. Steele is still on there. See, that's it. So stop it with the foolery. Malcolm and his foolery. Malcolm, do you ever give up being foolery? Do you ever give up being foolery? Tell me, Malcolm, do you ever give up with the foolery? Trying to fool somebody. Douglas, you be getting at him. All right, I gotta go. See you guys later. See you all day. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're a part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment